it's taken, just like these skins.
Yes, but as we've talked about, it's not just going to be money on the line this MRC.
Sure.
It is X marks the free spots for all of these teams participating. 3 teams will be able to make it out from the scrap and qualify up into the Ignite spots for EMEA. And there's some certain favorites. I'm sure you know everyone's talking about the teams of like Lunex, Alta Zenith, Crownfall. We've also got some old favorites from past MSCs who've done really, really well, like Planet Signage, as well as Menace, who we got to see a little bit of from the last season. But there's also some potential surprises coming on through, as we're going to have the absolute pleasure of getting to bring you all of the action from round 7, 8, and 9 today, before tomorrow moves on to round 10 and 11.
These teams have not just been competing this weekend, they've been competing all the way from February with those ignition rounds beginning into this tournament. They had to go for an open qualifier where they had to play 10 games, and only the best of the best were able to qualify because a lot of teams signed up this year. So there was some stiff competition. But this is what they are playing for. Their share of $14,500, with the champion team getting $7K. That's over $1,000 per player, excluding subs potentially. So a huge pay pool into your pockets there, and a little reward for doing so well. But the big prize that a lot of people are eyeing up here are those spots in the 2026 Marvel Rivals Ignite, joining the partner and the guest teams.
Yeah, so for all of these teams, there's a lot on the line. You want to do well. You don't want to end up in the lower bracket run as well, because then you get even more pressure. Something to talk about too is that because this is going to be the MRC, the ban draft is entirely different to what it is in Ignite. All of these bans are universal in comparison to what we have in Ignite, where it's one-sided only. So there's going to be a couple of mirror matches, but it also means that these teams who have these personality picks, they gain so much more value, forcing their opponent to have to ban out something that they would be the only ones using.
Very true. You gotta be a solid team in terms of the mirror matches. It's why for a very long time we did see teams like Virtus Pro, or formerly Team Cats, dominating MRC before they were into Ignite, because they were the kings of mirror matches for a long time. And then we had Ignite Stage 1, where in that non-mirror draft phase they had to relearn it. But in this case, it's truly a test of, if you want to mirror match your opponent, you have to be better. It's as simple as that.
It's so funny as well that we're having Spider-Man to explain the ban lock system. I'm sure everyone here, when they go into competitive, like, Spider-Man is, as J. Jonah Jameson would say, an absolute menace in your ranked gameplays. But he's becoming a little bit of a menace too in some of these professional coordinated environments as well. We know a couple of teams in the MLC runs have been playing that Spider-Man, and we could well be getting to see him grace our screens today, or potentially teams just ban him out entirely so they don't have to worry about constantly peeling their backline from that duelist.
You already mentioned just how much this meta is starting to lead a bit more heavily in terms of aggression, and Spider-Man kind of leads into that, because if you're already distracted by Thor, Captain America, all the classics, Venom even is starting to make a bit of a return, all of these characters who are just pressuring your front line, suddenly it becomes a little bit more difficult to deal with a Spider-Man who is punishing everyone else as well, anyone who tries to separate and avoid that is now isolated for the web swinger to try and pick off. We're going to be heading into our first game. This is a lower bracket game, best of 3, between Propaganda and OG Ragebait. And Propaganda, they did put up a solid fight in their upper bracket games earlier on.
Oh, not surprised to see these bans come through. It might be a little bit surprising that the insta bans do not include both Loki and Gambit. But there's a little bit of a contest going on at the moment about who should be filling those instant ban slots. Elsa absolutely should be instant banned if you're not going to play her. I am on the train that Daredevil is also really, really valuable as an instant ban if you don't want to go up against Dive, because the information that Daredevil brings to the table with the passive of Radar Sense just allows for those hits to come through so much much faster than some of these teams are able to deal with. So if you don't want Dive to make a problem, you don't want Daredevil making it through the ban draft, as we do get a Groot save coming on here on the side of Propaganda, which means that if the Loki Adam is going to be a stall strategy for these teams when it is on domination and they want to get the most amount of point percentage off of just refusing to lose a fight, we at least do have things like the Groot plus Moon Knight combo or the Phoenix to be able to keep up with the speed of that ultimate generation cycle.
And there's a little bit of risk from OG Ragebait in reaction to this. When you look at Groot, you have to look at how do you deal with the Strangling Prison into the Hand of Khonshu or Mega Hurricane, all those classics from seasons 1 and past. Taking the Gambit for the Purify, Marvel Rivals version of a Cleanse, has been a safe tool of being able to deal with that lockdown and be able to get your team out of danger. So banning it away is a very confident statement here for OG Ragebait, but also the fact is, as you mentioned earlier, while there is the contention about how valuable it is, Gambit is still very strong. That ultimate gives you so much momentum if you choose to play more aggressively.
Well, you know what's going to be a headache for Propaganda to deal with? Missing one of their ban slots.
Yep,
Unfortunately, headache does not lock in, so that skips right on over. They do at least be able to save that Phoenix, so it looks like the combo that they're going to go for here with that Groot Strangling Prison setup will be the Endsong Inferno, as OG Ragebait are actually going to pick themselves up the save onto the Angela. So we're going to have constant pressure. This is a really good reaction as well to a team that shows that they don't want to have to deal with things like the dive by just flagging that instant ban of the Daredevil. Angela being really, really strong, she can commit to just disrupting the whole team, and then if you need her to, she can rejoin the rest of her team with very little downtime to be able to find those repositions. And if you want to have Angela in play, you absolutely want to remove the Invisible Woman as well. You don't have to worry about pesky force physics stopping your disengages.
We're also going to see the ban onto the Mantis, the final removal here by Propaganda, taking out that Vitality, the Wildwood Walls, the Healing Walls for Groot, and of course that Deitific Vitality, the damage-boosting areas, the regeneration domains for Loki. Removing that from the board, it shuts, or at least slows down Triple Strategist, if we have seen a bit of a fall-off when it comes to characters like Ultron. But we do still have access to Adam Warlock with the Loki still available, so Triple Strategist is still on the board. But for now, we're seeing the teams mostly look towards a classic 2-2-2. 2 Vanguards, 2 Duelists, 2 Strategists.
Kyoshi's will be under a little bit more pressure in comparison to OG Ragebait when it comes to trying to invest that CD ultimate of Eternal Bond, given the fact that we're currently seeing 7th Wave actually on that Magneto. So having the Meteoram being able to shut down the Eternal Bond mid-dash, especially since Propaganda don't really have an easy way of being able to help out the CD in surviving it, unless Jaru, currently on that Vanguard Deadpool, did not get banned on out, so likely will be hitting the first ultimate of the round, which OG Ragebait, they've at least got the Loki, you know, regeneration domain, it's a cooldown, it can keep up relatively well if we do get to see that first ultimate of Banhammer come through onto a strategist to just deny them from healing a whole 8 seconds.
And this is something I've been hearing you talk about for ages, since the release, basically, of Deadpool. Would you like to go into more details as to why it's so important, especially on Domination style?
Yeah, I mean, it builds so quickly, you can already see it's already at 20% as we get Jaru just utilizing that Unicorn bubble to remove the line of sight on OG Ragebait's Vanguards to their backline. 50% and building this ultimate is, and that means that OG Ragebait, they can't invest the Loki Greens early, because if they do, they'll lose their strategist instantly. So that allows them just to have such an advantage in terms of keeping up their Vanguards, as poor OG Ragebait have no choice but to hold on to those crucial cooldowns because, hey look, Jaru's already got it. Who's going to get taunted? Probably a strategist.
They've already taken out the Magneto, so now they can begin to pressure on. They might not even need it, as right now we're seeing OG Ragebait getting picked off one by one. Pensive with the bomb, picking off one in the back. 7 is forced to back away as Propaganda pushing all the way to that far side statue here in order to try and create some kind of zoning potential and try and punish OG Ragebait as they try to reinforce back to the point.
Well, we are going to have that taunt of the Banhammer come through, and it's actually going to be onto the Phoenix, which means that Porgy and Tenchi just can't survive that 1 versus 1. Now lacking as well the End Song Inferno to follow up the Strangling Prison investment. OG Ragebait effectively cannot take this fight. It forces them to just be stuck in this choke waiting for that respawn, and it sends them right into the Hawkeye's primaries coming on through from side, just holding this corner.
Sire's just trying to get some ping. Beautiful shot, taking out you on Trouble. And Propaganda keep the zoning going. Nice dive attempt by OG Ragebait for at least a little bit of positioning. But overall, they can't break through that main line. Jar and Pensive are creating too much zoning, while Sire is just pinging anyone who even tries to step out of spawn. This is looking rough for Ragebait, as we're already on 64% for Propaganda, and they almost are fully ult charged.
They gave up Strangling Prison. They're swapping the Groot over to the 4. They've spotted out the Propaganda this far up, are trying to split the team, and they're going to go for the 4 to be able to counter-disrupt and try and shove some more of these players into the deeper side of the team. But that means that no one is dealing with this Hawkeye. He's already got 2 just from them trying to walk out of spawn. This space is so open on Eldritch Monument for OG Ragebait, just can't move forward.
Jaru is continuing to just ping away, doing so much damage. This is where 7-4 could try and isolate someone. You on Trouble has moved over to Spider-Man to try and touch the point to at least force an overtime to reach the objective, but they won't even do so as Sai is able to pick them off. And that is first point for Propaganda in solid fashion.
OG Ragebait just had 0 space to be able to recover. They were being split, having to fight 3 separate lanes, and all of those resources from their vanguards, which potentially could have gone the way of stopping the Hawkeye just holding down main, those all got removed. So unfortunately, that part of Eldritch Monument outside of Attacker Spawn, it's so open in terms of map geography, there was 0 spaces for them to be able to hide from the Hawkeye. It was literally hit your shots or lose the fight and go right back to respawn, as we're going to be seeing OG Ragebait now sticking potentially with the Spider-Man. As we do move map, it will be Super Soldier Factory, which does mean that the Get over here can potentially grab players off of the map and deposit them right into that lava, so you don't have to worry about having an ultimate to be able to win you these fights.
OG Ragebait, they do swap off the Winter Soldier, move over to a different soldier, off the Spider-Man, moving over to the Captain America, a different symbol. They do still have a little bit of environmental potential, though, with 7-4 on that Thor to potentially knock people off, and of course, Prime being able to take people off with that Angelic Charge. But the Captain America is going over to a triple Vanguard here to just try and get some extra pressure, aside opening up with the Hunter's Sight to try and get some extra pressure onto the backline, forcing the retreat, Strangling Prison into the doorway straight off the back from Pensive, and OG Ragebait are immediately going to get routed back here. Everyone except 7-4 falls.
Yeah, OG Ragebait trying to go for this triple Vanguard line. It feels like they've spotted out the Propaganda will just go aggressive. They'll hold W down until they take away literally all of the spaces. So they try to survive all of those different pockets of fights. It means that they don't have a whole lot of damage to their name, though, relying solely off of this Phoenix. And again, Propaganda get to play with these map positions already picked out now. The reward of winning that first fight, this Hawkeye can literally just choose when he wants to engage, get healed up, fully stabilized, and continue putting the pressure. Salrix does go for an early copy onto the CD for the Eternal Bond to try and walk these players forward. But the Guru Wall, as well as that potential headshot coming on through from the Hawkeye on the other side, just slows things down entirely. OG Ragebait, remember, were the ones that started off this fight, but they're just getting stuffed.
A 1-for-1, both going down there between you on Trouble and Jaru. One getting taken out with the melee, one getting knocked off the map. But does that really matter? OG Ragebait, they're trying to backcap as Propaganda are once again in the spawn hold style here, but they won't even make it as the reinforcements come in. Sai able to take down the sneaky members of OG Ragebait and is just continuing to dominate on this Hawkeye.
Oh, the Angela does not want to go out. As we get to see Yuan Trouble is going to have that freedom charge ready to go, but he gets scouted out up on that upper side and immediately cleared away from the rest of the team. Also, if he uses freedom charge, isolated away, the rest of his team gains 0 value from it. It would just be the Captain America trying to survive on his own. Awakening State opens up the space, however, for 7-4 to come on through, but Propaganda just peeled back to the point, stabilized with the usage of the regeneration domain as we get finally the ultimates coming on through. Ensong Inferno finds the value, manages to hit onto the ground, and finally OG Ragebait win a fight and should be able to find this point flip.
No love lost between the brothers as 7-4 takes out Headache. And like I say, they finally get the flip, but on 99%, Propaganda need one more fight to not take this game, not take this map, but take the whole game here and set themselves up for a huge lead, trying to go for the environmental, but both characters can fly. Going to be a little more difficult to try and take out Pensive, but Pensive is on the run, dropped incredibly low. Great setup here from Prime, who's trying to find any flanking members if they can take out Jeff. That's one of those big characters who could remove defenders from the point, and they get him.
Can they live against this Hawkeye position, though? And the answer is no. We're going to get the Angela spearing one off the map. Jaru is down, and it leads into a follow-up of the Heaven's Retribution. OG Ragebait tried to live it, managing to dodge the cast of the Angela ultimate with the CC immunity off of the Eternal Bond, as Pensive continues the aggression forward, just trying to clear off players from OG Ragebait so that Sai can move forward onto the point, which means that when OG Ragebait have to contest the point flip, they go directly into the Hawkeye, and he's already got 2.
Sai is continuing just to pile on the pressure. No one's there to deal with him. Down goes the Angela, and overtime is ticking down. A God of Thunder for last-second zoning to punish anyone who even tries to reach the point. Wolverine is pushed off, and that is going to be map number 1, going over to Propaganda.
Well, they say hindsight is 20/20, but I think the Hunter's sight was about 100% accuracy there. The side that Hawkeye was getting so much work done. No surprises. They will be coming on through on that MVP. So many eliminations, only 1 self-casualty, which is absolutely wild. But when you actually equate everything that Propaganda were running, like maximum disruption on the Vanguard line, so as little from OG Ragebait's end as possible could go towards trying to contest the Hawkeye, trying to position around it. They were just so split. Their backline was just forced effectively to have to run right into the jaws of danger to be able to keep healing the team with how separated Propaganda were kiting them into playing.
And yet it didn't work. You've talked about it. They tried to go triple Vanguard at one point. They tried to go extra dive to try and reach the backline. But when we look at the statistics, who are the people who barely went down that game? Both strategists and Hawkeye only went down 1 time each, with Sai going 15-1 in just final hits alone. The fact is, they went dive, but the direction of the fight was controlled by Propaganda, only losing the characters they could afford to sacrifice.
Yeah, they also did not get to dive the Hawkeye, which was another key factor, right? Because Propaganda were just running their vanguards as effective, just like zoning distractions, right? Angela isn't going to get all that many eliminations on her own. She's just meant to survive and pull as much attention that you possibly can. And we saw that from the eliminations. Pensive comes through with 5 final hits, but all of that was just creating space for the Hawkeye to be able to do what they wanted. So going into Bandraft now, I would expect to see a change when OG Ragebait switch map.
I would expect so as well, but we're going to have a quick break while the players get set up for the next map, so don't go anywhere. We'll be continuing with this series after this. Welcome back. We are heading into map number 2, and me and Moxie were able to see in the break that we are heading to Midtown for our second map, and we both immediately panicked.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a Punisher, wait, no, moment when it comes to map choice, because, yeah, Midtown off the convoy maps is particularly known for having some very long line of sights, which does mean if you struggled against a Hawkeye in the last map, I would hope that we see a change up potentially of composition. Maybe in the Bandraft you just remove it. entirely. That, or you go for something that's a little bit more shield heavy, maybe for a double shield synergy for your Vanguard line, just to be able to block off all of the incoming directions of damage that the Hawkeye can do. There's no surprises. Again, Elsa features immediately in instant ban. Now, do Propaganda go for the same? Do they ban out the Daredevil once more? Yes, they absolutely do.
Removing at least a little bit of that backline dive. This is a good map for that as well. There's quite a few flanking positions, especially once you reach the station itself. That little side door, you will often see people trying to flank when you reach the main ramp into the subway. So taking Daredevil out can be very effective. Groot, once again, being protected by Propaganda. And so far, this ban pick phase is looking fairly familiar.
Yeah, OG Ragebait now gets the next lock, so whichever hero they decide to take here will be exempt from that. Ooh! You know what? I'm having deja vu moments from Atlanta. OUG's Molan Ran on the Iron Fist, and I like this change of direction coming through from OG Ragebait. There's still elements of dive, but you can also utilize the damage that this duelist does, since it's based on percentage, health percentage of the enemy that you're hitting. You can use that to just shred down the health bars of things like the Groot, like Propaganda have been so reliant on running to both split OG Ragebait's attention while also setting up for win condition combos.
And with this being a map where triple Vanguard, triple Strategist is so common, being able to burn through characters quickly can be essential for actually removing those hefty Vanguards. Gambit will be removed this time by Propaganda, taking away, once again, that Purify counter to that Groot, and also the Raging Royal Flush, the ability to just rush through, and putting that on any high attack speed character is already good. Put it on an already pretty scary to deal with Iron Fist could be even rougher, and that is a very high attack speed character, but not what we're used to seeing. The Scarlet Witch is protected by OG Ragebait.
Is this the first Scarlet Witch save that we've seen? I don't think Schmungus last year even went for the save on Scarlet Witch.
I think they did once as like a bait in like second round bans, but that's it.
Well, you know what else has been able to make it all the way through ban draft? I was about to say Loki, as well as the Mantis. So Propaganda will go for the late ban onto Mantis to remove the Vibrant Vitality and Deific team up. But we do still have Loki in play. We also have Adam and Rocket in play. So if these teams want to go for maximum stall strategies, they absolutely could. But we also do have Groot plus Moon Knight and Storm and Punisher in play for the attacker side composition potentials as well. And because of that composition, actually, there's been a movement away from the free, the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist spawn hold attempts, purely because of those greater health bars just allowing things like the Storm, the Punisher, plus the Moon Knight to generate their ultimates faster.
The classic counter. If you're getting locked down, you might as well build ults quickly. But what I am curious about is how many of these from OG Ragebait will make it out of spawn. You guys will see in a second through the videos. But right now, this is, with all the characters they protected, we're currently seeing Ultron, Spider-Man, and Human Torch, which Ultron and Torch is a classic combo. It works well if you can get positioning, and with the entrance doors being close to the ground here, that is risky.
Yeah, OG Ragebait, they will be on the attack, so potentially they're just going for maximum amounts of coverage. Like, have so many different directions that you can attack that if they are running something like the Hawkeye, you can just collapse at him from all places at once. As we do get commitment, won't be onto the Ultron, will be over to the Rocket instead, as You on Trouble is already, unfortunately, running into trouble, namely from Kyoshi's on that Luna, who wins out, survives the dive, and finds the elimination.
So not the Ultron Torch combo, but we do still see that Torch tried to siege down and sent back to spawn, as Sai is continuing to show that from a distance they can land those shots. Yet another pickup for them, this time on the Adam Warlock, looking for the revives. They did not go for the full triple res here with a rocket, but they do still have the potential for double karmic revivals with Headache on that Loki for the God of Mischief. But overall, this is just solid positioning right now. A very solid hold from OG Ragebait as they're just continuing to pick off anyone who steps out and tries to break open this point.
Sai is untouchable at the moment as well, as we get a swap off of the Spider-Man onto the Hawkeye, but it's instantly into an absolute zero from Kyoshi's, and then followed up by an instant elimination as 7th on that Wolverine is trying to take advantage of the triple Vanguard line that Propaganda are currently running. Its Jeff will be utilized from Sadarex as well. Did manage to make away, kidnapping one player from the side of Propaganda, but hasn't been able to find the follow-up damage off of the back of it. In fact, it just has the added bonus of taking the Rogue and bringing her right closer to your side. A Strangling Prison blocks off the disengage into OG Ragebait's own spawn. Propaganda giving them absolutely zero escape potential.
And OG Ragebait, they swapped off the Jeff. They're just going for a straight-up brawl style here. They had the Jeff, and they showed they were willing to fly. They could have gone for what you said, like that Moon Knight Strangling Prison again with the God of Mischief. Headache, have mercy, as they turn into more of a migraine for the opponents.
Oh, that Heartbreaker was so good. The Heartbreaker zones at OG Ragebait. They try and distance the Rogue out of the ultimate reach, and that's why we saw the God of Mischief copy from Headache, who was already on the high ground getting ready to catch the exit. Sai still has this Karmic Revival, and also did get eliminated earlier on, so they don't have the self-res. If Ragebait are able to get on top of the Atom, they will be able to cut the ultimate short, but that's proving to be a huge ask as Propaganda are just flooding main and not allowing anyone to pass.
They can't break through this. They finally brought out the Moon Knight, but is it too little too late? Here comes the rocket for this power boost for at least some damage onto the board to try and break through this. But the Cosmic Yard Amplifier is getting focused down, taken out from the Cosmic Clusters of Sai. And who did Propaganda lose for that? No one so far, but there's still a couple ultimates on the board. Hunter's Sight, Last Stand. They have the Eternal Bond, which will be activated, but with 3 already down, there's no one to follow up.
Oh, Salarax uses the Eternal Bond to at least clean some of the space in front of OG Ragebait, but that just means that your CD is separate from the rest of your players. Now, coming out of spawn, You on Trouble is able to get a good jump into Headshot to take out Sai with that Hawkeye, and as we noted, the Atom does not have self-regeneration cocoon at the moment, so there's no opportunity for the Comic Revival when these eliminations come through. We've got modes also swapping over to the Doctor Strange to be able to shield block off some of these pressures. Might be able to utilize the Seraphim Shield as well to deny line of sight from Kyoshi's ultimate as, ooh, You on Trouble goes a little bit too far forward, and Kyoshi's has been on absolute point with these absolute zeros, catches the Hawkeye and instantly punishes the overextension.
OG Ragebait, they're still continuing to creep on up, though. They take Adam back into the cocoon, so it's down again. Still holding on to that Karmic Revival, but so far, Sai has been going down early in these fights as OG Ragebait are starting to get their isolations with that Wolverine going for a pickup. Kyoshi's and Pensive both full. Sai goes down again, no revives, and before Headache can go for a God of Mischief, Jaru is at least on the flank, giving the strategists a little bit of grief. But in the meantime, OG Ragebait did get a fair amount of distance from that.
Yeah, but it's OT, which means that OG Ragebait, their position is forced. They have to play on the point, which means that they're going to be down players to go chase the positions of both the Adam and the Loki's back-to-back Karmic Revival casts, if they even get the opportunity. Eliminations come through, Doctor Strange portal recontest from Propaganda for the regroup, and they're just able to overwhelm that convoy and take it out of control of the attack. Full hold complete.
OG Ragebait, though, they did what they were struggling with. They broke the initial hold. They actually got some meters on the board. That's about as much as you could have asked when it did take them a little bit to find the keys, find what worked to actually break through that first point. And of course, big shout out to You on Trouble, actually with those Hawkeye shots, finding exactly who they need to. Taking out Sai, removing those Adam revives. This was their chance to try and get something on the board. Now, they have to lock this spawn down. They cannot afford to get broken by a Moon Knight, or by the looks of it, Propaganda looking at potentially a Phoenix to try and blow something up. A lot of potential for some explosions here, but we are seeing double pennies. Now, Ragebait will probably lock this in for at least some kind of very pre-Ignite style spawn hold strategies here.
Yes.
But I'm not sure Propaganda will leave spawn with this.
Yeah, OG Ragebait, they are looking like it's going to be a bunker composition, but again, I'm slightly concerned for how the foundations of this bunker will be able to hold up, since both the group plus the Moon Knight were able to make it through the ban phase plus the Storm. So we can already see a big change in how OG Ragebait are positioned as Modes is getting ready to pull someone off the map, and yeah, we find one. Midtime, not really the traditional map, no way.
Two.
Okay, the Jeff you can forgive. You don't really expect to step out of your spawn and be taken off the map on Midtown, a map which is literally known for a lack of environmentals. We can't really give the same level of forgiveness to Headache. A whole 3 seconds passed before the Phoenix tried to throw hands against gravity.
Unfortunately was denied. Already back to the point though, making their way out of spawn to try and push onto the backline, taking out You on Trouble, who is sent into the cocoon, wants to find a reposition. And yeah, we do actually see Jaru out of spawn with the penny, going for the flanking style, and is putting on quite a bit of work right now. Banner Rebirth Beacon brings back Prime, which does mean, unfortunately, that their rocket is down. Prime's taken out a second time, and You on Trouble is not even close to a revive yet. This bunker is broken.
Yeah, Propaganda have literally all of the map control right now, which was exactly what they wanted. When you're playing against an Adam, you want to make sure that he has zero room to be able to breathe and build up that ultimate in the first fight, and now you just get to overrun. They get a late elimination on Modes as well, who, oh no, he's brought back by the BRB, but that just means that he's not going to be up to be able to TP the team for a full regroup.
The Eye of Agamotto comes out to try and buy time, but they're gone. Like you say, no portal to come in. Jaru is literally pennying to lock their opponents in their defensive spawn to let that car cruise on in. 7-4 is trying to just rush to the point on the Black Panther to try and touch, to try and buy time, but it creeps on in, and that is it as Propaganda take the 2-0.
Yeah, that's why you had Hella playing for picks on choke, but also with the E, so that if anyone tries to get near, you just hit them with the Soul Drainer, and they're denied the opportunity of catching onto Convoy and letting OT play out, as Kiyoshiz will be picking up MVP on the Lunar Snow. I don't think he actually went down once on that attacking round that we got to see. Propaganda, very clean 2-0 win in that lower bracket run, but this team has potential. It will be very interesting to see how they match up when we see their coming matches.
There's some history for Ignite for this roster as well, so they're looking to try and earn their way back in, keep showing just what they've got. Now, we did see some moments of brilliance from OG Ragebait, and of course there are ways to get into Ignite as the season goes on, as we do.
Sort of allowing things like the Loki and the Gambit to scrape for a little more into the ban draft than would be expected when you compare how far they were able to make it in the last season of MRC.
Yes.
So we'll have to see, Tetsuya. Maybe we get our first cast of Elsa Bloodstone, or maybe she continues to stay behind bars, as she's just too powerful in MRC, where both sides are able to get her.
She's busy, she's hunting, she's helping free the creatures from the Collector's Collection. So right now, she's a bit too busy to grace us with her incredible marksmanship. But maybe, if the teams deem it appropriate, we will get to see just how good this character can be. Because quite frankly, with the mechanics behind that character, she can do amazing things.
Yeah, she's got movement speed boosts, she's got extra armor with bonus health, she can just make all of your strategist ultimates null and void if you have things like Invisible Boundary. Like, Invis Woman's ult is by far one of the worst strategist ults against Apex Predator. I've seen a couple of teams experiment with how to stop it, but honestly, the best way that I've seen in terms of ultimate usage is actually Freedom Charge from Captain America, and then, even better, is just a Groot Wall. Just a standard, boom, easy built-up Groot Wall to be able to interfere with its path of trajectory. And speaking about the Captain America, there's the Captain America save as we get a continued form of the instant ban on Elsa Bloodstone, this side from Goats.
Elsa Bloodstone and Band away, making up most of the points we get, at least for this game, as you said earlier, Null and Void. And speaking of Null, we are heading to the Celestial Husk, continuing a little bit of Clintari theme here, but Spider-Man is going to be banned first by Chicken Jockey. They maybe know something we don't.
Yeah, we're also getting a Thing save on the side of Chicken Jockey as well. So a lot of counter dive, potentially vulnerability as well, to be able to find eliminations through strategist healing uptime. As if you're running something like a Loki invis line, then one of your major win conditions of a comp is to be able to find those picks even through a strategist ult. As Groot has been banned, but we are still seeing a save onto the Phoenix. Phoenix has gone through a couple of changes here and there. She did lose out on her melee animation cancel, which she had in the mid-season, but they gave her a whole lot of range now so that she can keep up with characters like Hela, and potentially as well you can play a pseudo Strangling Prison setup with Clobbering Time plus Endsong.
Very true. And the fact is, even with all those nerfs, we still have the opportunity for Endsong Meteor M also available, but Magneto has kind of fallen down in the priority list at least a little bit. He's still Magneto. He is still the master of magnetism. He can show up in quite a few comps, especially if you need, similar to what we were worried about last time, something with a bit more of a shield, a bit more of a barrier to prevent a heavy siege potential from your opponents. Hela as a final ban, though, with Phoenix already on the board, so we're going to prioritize one hit scan over the other.
Yeah, Hela Namor as well gets targeted out by removing it. I know Namor has come a long way in that he's not now just valued for his team-up potential. He can stand on his own 2 feet, but if you're playing on Celestial Husk and you're trying to play against dive compositions, you want to be stacking up in a whole lot of cramped space, which is perfectly sized for things like that Tidal Dirge team-up between those 2 duelists to be able to come on through. Plus, if you do have Hela in play, you also constantly have to worry when you're going through those rotations of, do we lose someone just from the most random of eliminations coming through when you least expect it?
Speaking of random eliminations when people might not be expecting it, Chicken Jockey, we talked about dive earlier. We have Daredevil, we have Deadpool who can play a little more dive heavy, and of course, the classic dive character, Venom, is on the board looking to try and pressure that backline. But also, Goats, they are continuing to embrace the darkness as Cursed Captain America. Going to be making it showing literally in this game, but also a Moon Knight. Not a wall to go up against, but that arc does have a minor amount of crowd control to potentially give some counter dive.
I mean, it will also be able to put more pressure on things like that Jeff the Land Shark as well, as we get the speed bubbles, and this is what I was talking about when you have Daredevil. You know instantly where all of Goat's players are off of that radar sense, so you can just set up all of your hits from 3 separate directions, get all of the map control, all of the pick pressure, and still be able to have your backline plus the Phoenix playing a separate core on the actual objective to deny Goats from just running forward and claiming it first.
Chicken Jockey with great zoning potential here, already building up towards that Daredevil ultimate, that Deadpool ultimate, and even building up a little bit of XP. Reminder that those selfies do build XP so that Deadpool can raise up his abilities to become even stronger. So the more hits that Deadpool's able to get early, the stronger you snowball later into the game.
Stafford's son is going to have that God of Mischief, so Banhammer will likely be directed to the Loki. However, if you did not know this, take this into your own games. If you get hit by Taunt from a Deadpool ultimate and your Loki, using your ultimate actually automatically drops it off your bar. You do not have to worry about being taken out for 8 seconds, but we do get to hit a Deadpool ultimate hitting, as well as the Endsong Inferno, as Goats were just not in a position to try to burn the summon's health down.
Riggsy annihilates Goats, sends them back to spawn, and Goats looking for their opportunity to try and reset, but already Riggsy is building up sparks, creating so much damage with the Cosmic Flames, already whittling down the members of Goats as they just try to step up towards the point.
Okay, we get the God of Mischief. invested on the side of Stafford's son, but it's Invis Woman, which is such a hard ultimate to be able to gain value from because it's static, so you have to run forward into Chicken Jerky space. They do manage to catch the disengage with that Daredevil elimination as we get It's Jeff coming on through from the side of Chicken Jockey, plus a later cast of actual Invis ultimate from the side of Tim Tim, but Goats did still have their own invisible boundary left, so if it comes down to sustain, they do manage to beat out Chicken Jockey's health.
Chicken Jockey, though, they didn't lose anyone through 2 invisible boundaries and a Jeff ult. They still lost nothing. They hold on to the point, keep pushing in, and they're starting to pile on the pressure. Down goes Invisible Woman. Down goes the Daredevil to try and get some pressure onto the board, but it's taken out before it can flank, and Rixie is still just dominating. I'm so bad to zone everyone off straight into the hand of Conchu and straight out the other side to pressure anyone who's on that flank, and that is going to be Chicken Jockey with a solid first round.
Yeah, no one other than the Invis Woman is actually in distance to be able to touch. So Shishimura just has to use the ultimate and ooh, little bit of a style flare there coming on through from the side of Rixie 2. A celebratory end song Inferno to celebrate the picking up of Celestial Codex, but that is going to impact the ultimate economy when we move on to Celestial Hand here. Something to note as well is that Goats actually mirrored the Daredevil. They saw what I'm So Bad was doing for Chicken Jockey, both in terms of eliminations, but also the information that you have, right? And if you want to play dive, being able to play for those hits before the enemy team is ready to deal with them is a huge advantage to winning out those fights.
Speaking of advantages to winning out those fights, let's actually do a little bit of a highlight. We, of course, have new characters in the game, but that also brings us new team-ups. Jeff is currently kitted out, getting, of course, that symbiotic shenanigans from the Venom, which is a huge amount of healing, almost an ultimate's worth of healing, but also the toy box coming in from Deadpool as well, giving you a little bit of extra healing for your team and some vision reduction for your opponents. Rixie very nearly baited us with a Black Widow there, but has moved over to the Phoenix. Didn't lose on the ult charge because they ulted at the end of the last round.
Yeah, Jumps is also going to move onto the Adam Warlock now, so they'll have triple strategist plus the Soul Bomb to be able to absorb the pressure coming on from the Let the Devil Out from I'm So Bad. It costs them Loki Greens as well as the Adam self-res, but Jumps will bring themselves back into this fight, and Goats can continue now trying to win out the tide of sustain against this dive composition. But Banhammer is such a brutal ultimate for these strategists to deal with, especially when the Loki was so close to ult. He's just denied any opportunity of getting it up.
So much pressure, so much extra damage on particular someone like a Loki, like you say, with that Bad Hammer. And we're seeing Goats there trying to, once again, just figure out the tools, figure out what they need. They're bringing it in the Mantis, putting all their eggs onto the triple strategist, which now they have some damage boost, and to try and let that Daredevil do the work. Here comes the clone, God of Mischief, with the Advantis ultimate here, going with the Soul Rejuvenation, but it's Jeff coming from the other side, Media M, to counter it out, and the Shark is nuked.
Meteor lands onto Jeff the Land Shark, but we do have both Ensong as well as Feast of the Abyss invested on the side of Chicken Jerky, so both the Venom and the Phoenix get to self-stabilize, even down their strategists, and continue this fight. So Goats are forced into expending another ultimate. Soul Resurgence comes on through for the Mantis just to be able to move their position onto point. But Chicken Jockey have players back, and Tetsu, that means that they're stalling.
They're stalling as long as they can, just building up as much percentage on the point. They're up to 53. They take out Jay. They're reclaiming it, Moxie, as Chicken Jockey push back onto the point. The percentage is so high, but now everyone from Chicken Jockey has reinforced, and they're taking this fight even as Rixie trying to pull back, getting bullied a little bit by Cap, as Jay has that Let the Devil Out, but with no one to reinforce them, it's going to be held onto for another spawn rotation.
Yeah, and there's just total reluctance as well from Jumps to invest in this boundary, despite all of those health bars just continuing to fluctuate and fall. As we get a swap coming on through, Indo will move over to the 4. They also lost Jay late, so Daredevil's not going to be in the greatest position to start that ultimate off, which means that it's up to Chicken Jockey to go proactively. 4 with the Thunder Surge intercepts the Let the Devil Out, and the lawyer is reprimanded back to the courtroom, but still Chicken Jockey are just flooding the the outsides of Spawn to deny Goats getting past and touching for OT. It comes to one of them just having to go onto the point and try to backcap. And it's Jay just trying to buy the time for the strange. But oh no, Rixie Chew's outside the Spawn. And he's able to find the elimination through the Stranger's health bar. Portal denied. Chicken Jockey 2-0.
Jay trying to backcap, using the Let the Devil Out to literally punish anyone who stepped up to them to try and buy time for the portal. But what happens? Jean Grey sees Doctor Strange and just aims for the head, taking them down, preventing any reinforcements, securing the 2-0. Krabby with the MVP, and that was a solid showing.
You have to feel for Goats too, because like they started winning the fight, right? When they were all posturing up for the high ground, and we had the HGF manage to be cancelled out by the Meteor M, but then we had N-Song plus Feast of the Abyss for both Rixie Chew and Calyx to self-stabilize, even down their strategists. And then everyone just kited to point, held down the fort long enough for Jeff with speed bubbles to get the whole rest of the team back from spawn so quickly. And then off of the pressure, off of all of the incoming damage that they were taking, that Phoenix just continuous spam poke pressure coming through from the backline, Goats' players were forced into investing so many ultimates, and then they understood the point percentage was so far ahead. For the side of Chicken Jockey, they wanted to pull back, they wanted to hold something like Invisible Boundary to have for the next fight to slow things down for when Chicken Jockey tried to take it really, really quickly before Goats had built up a win condition. But by doing that, by not wanting to use the Invisible Boundary, they kept losing players, and Chicken Jockey saw an opportunity where they didn't even have to give up the point a single time.
And the fact is, with that delay, with that attrition to hold onto that point for a single time, you force out those desperate plays, like the portal, like burning Let the Devil Out just to delay. And if you're in a position where you're doing that, you're likely going to be taking those games. We'll see if they can continue to do so, though, after this break. Get those players set up and make sure you get into the game and see if you can purchase that Corsair Psylocke and, of course, the cursed Captain America. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more after this. And we are back. Can the Goats bring it back and live up to their namesake? Or will Chicken Jockey continue to control the pace and finish the race?
Oh, it's gonna be a tough one for Goats. I feel though, Tetra, like Chicken Jockey, they've showed so many different compositions that they can play. And as we talked about during the break, right, with the bans that you have for Goats, it's kind of pick your poison. Do you let Prime die through? Or do you potentially ease away from the previous bans that we had and let Rixie Chew get their hands on something like Elsa Bloodstone, which is such a huge risk as well. As we get ready, we depart, we head into Central Park, and no, Elsa Bloodstone will continue to be banned out. As a Chicken Jockey, what do they go for instant ban-wise? It's not going to be the Daredevil, because they've been wanting to play the Daredevil. It will continue to be the Spider-Man, which I can assume is in Jumps' hero pool.
It's being hovered. It seems the Chicken Jockey have done their research here. They have honed their craft and are continuing to make sure they take out their opponent's potential strong tools, especially a character who, while you did mention earlier, we have been seeing more Spider-Man start to show up. It is something that, until recently, teams wouldn't have had much of a chance to practice against. So if you're not comfortable, banning could be a safe option. But we are going to see Vanguard Pool getting protected here from Chicken Jockey, allowing Gambit to actually make it into a game.
Loki as well, still going to be in play, as well as Rogue. So do we get all three Prime Gambit opportunities for... There's the ban onto Rixie Chew from the Phoenix, which, again, a big fan of. Rixie Chew was very much a crucial part of Chicken Jockey's recovery, especially in that fight where Goat started winning it. I truly believe if Rixie Chew had not been able to utilize that N-Song Inferno to get the health reset on the Phoenix, Goats would have been able to turn the tide. So removing the Phoenix, removing the damage, as well as the ult capabilities could be a great way for Goats to be able to keep actually finding value where they should be winning them.
It has been summoned. The Loki is finally going to get removed, something that could have allowed them to, similar to what you said, winning these fights with some health resets from that regen domain. And of course, that God of Mischief has proved to be so valuable in a lot of the games we have been seeing it so far. And also does remove potential double Raging Royal flushes. Alt charge composition going to be hovered for Goats here, with now the Captain America also going to be protected. But they ban out one of the best Gambit characters in the form of the Star-Lord.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to play Star-Lord, you don't want to let your opponent get Star-Lord plus Gambit, right? So just remove him from play, and you don't have to worry about the combined forces of Galactic Legend plus that Raging Royal Flush. As we do get the Hela plus the Namel for Chicken Jockey up on the side of the defense. Now, Angela is in play as well for both of those teams, so if Ghosts want to really be able to clear out those two duelists from being able to hold those vertical positions when the round starts and looking for eliminations on Goats' walk-up, they could decide to go that route for a Vanguard to be able to take away the pressure, because if you do go for the Captain America, it takes a little bit longer to be able to get on top of the two.
We're actually currently seeing a hover on Iron Fist, but I'm not sure that will make it out of spawn. But we have already seen I'm so bad at running at some dive duelists and flanking duelists already. So it's not out of the question that we do see that making its way in. Whereas Goats, we did mention it, going very heavy on an ultimate charge setup here. They want to try and break this spawn as fast as possible. They've got the Moon Knight. They've got the Rocket for a little bit of potential ult charge, but that will likely be just for the armor before they swap to Gambit for the actual rollout. That could give them great ult charge. And with Captain America for a little bit of flanking and pressure on the side. Chicken Jockey, they've got themselves a pretty hefty defense here, but with that Groot, it can become a little bit more vulnerable to the Moon Knight due to those ricochet shots.
Still, Jay on that Daredevil, though, with the Radar Sense, will be able to clear out when the dive is coming through. And Chicken Jockey, they've got the Iron Fist and the Psylocke to be able to play the dive. They're lacking a dive Vanguard. So it's going to be about those duelists just getting in, trying to disrupt as much as possible, and Goats having to take resources which should be used to push the front, and instead have to expend them on saving that backline, as Imperator Hell with the rocket boost has already been able to jump up onto the high ground to get into a position to clear out I'm So Bad. The Iron Fist will be able to self-stabilize behind the team, but that means that Rixie is the one coming under fire instead.
Jay with the jump across, pushing on in jump, sending their way over for the extra pressure. Jay is going to fall thanks to Tim, who is able to hold on this defense, but it's exactly what Ghosts were looking for. Their opportunity to try and just rush through quickly, forcing out the portal from Rixie for the reinforcement, as right now Chicken Jockey are doing a great job of keeping bodies on the point. Portal comes in, the thing, and Raging Royal Flush for the commit coming out from Chicken Jockey first, forcing Goats back up there as Cap falls. Stafford holds onto their ultimate. They know they're going to have to be forced to reset.
Calix, too, coming back on the Thing is going to make it a little bit harder for Inda on the Captain America as well as Jay on that Daredevil to be able to get out of these fights. Chicken Jockey, though, will actually have the time for Rixie to go back to spawn, swap off of the Strange, and go on to that Psylocke. Tim has Invisible Boundary, but Goats will be able to force that out, I'm sure, with that Raging Royal Flush. There it is, Invisible Boundary trying to slow the momentum from Goats, but that's A-okay. They've got both Strategist ult casts, and they can just use the Eternal Bond, cleaving right through the Invisible Boundary and denying Chicken Jockey its impact.
Blubbering time comes on now. Indo still has that extra protection from the Freedom Charge if they need it, but Goats hold onto it just enough, because once again, their attrition, their use of the Raging Royal Flush is overwhelming. Krabby moves over to the Venom, but realizes they will not make it in time, moves back to the Groot to set up for a future defense, not just going to feed the machine that is the Goats' ultimate charge.
Well, Goats are going to have to feed the machine, which is the blender of Dance of the Butterflies, in a moment, as Rixichu has the ultimate up, and that will impact how Goats get to position. They can't split their team fully, because if they do, they leave their backline far too vulnerable to the damages coming on through from that Psylocke ultimate. Rixichu's wanted to make an aggressive move. They spotted that Goats weren't taking that first step, and they take it away from the attack. Because of it, they've gotten all of the positions and all of the target focus. Blink and you'll miss it. Goats lose the fight, and now they get stuck inside their spawn. Yes, Tetcher, they've got so many ultimates, but how many is it going to cost for them to be able to break through?
They're also down one as well because they did just get zoned out, and Jumps burning through that duelist pool ultimate with the pop quiz to try and go in for the commitment in the melee style. They're burning multiple ultimates to try and break through freedom charge for the bonus health, but I'm so bad with the letting the devil out is causing so much damage. Rage of Roll Flush has to be committed to just for any kind of zoning, and yet it finds nothing. The damage is overwhelming. The defense is impenetrable as Chicken Jockey repel the goats again.
Central Park retakes are merciless when it comes to getting out of things like attacker spawn on second. You have so little map control, and with the mobility of both the Psylocke, the Gambit, and the Daredevil, as well as the brawl potential of the Thing plus Groot on main route, Goats have zero space to be able to work with. We get Eternal Bond just to push the team forward, paired up with Let the Devil Out coming through from Jay to take advantage of the opening that the CD provided the team, and then making headway off of the back of it, but still, Rixichu thinks that this is winnable. They look for parting trades with the Dance of the Butterflies, and the rest of Chicken Jockey's team get to start disengaging to a place of safety.
Jumps burns the pop quiz for the commit. I'm so bad, we'll get one counter, but they are very isolated, falling at the end of this fight as finally Goats break the hold. But with 2 minutes and 10 left on the board and Chicken Jockey holding on to that straggling prison, the timing is looking a little bit sketchy. If Imperator Hal can land that Eye of Agamotto, though, that could be Goats' opportunity to just get one fell swoop all the way to that door.
We have to account, though, for 2 Gambits in play. Purify can be up and take out the impact of both of these Vanguard ultimates. As Indo falls, Krabby utilizes the Strangling Prison to catch the disengage from Goats, who are so reluctant to take that fight down, one of their crucial win conditions. And unfortunately for them, it's costing them. Later picks coming on through is going to stagger this team in terms of time bank.
The Yancey Street charge from Calyx is making it so hard for Jumps to get into position where they want to on the board, and same for Indo, really nerfing their mobility and allowing Chicken Jockey's backline a bit more freedom, while both Gambits are charged up with that Rage of Royal Flush. It's going to be Clubbering Time that comes out first, forcing out the Rage of Royal Flush from both sides. Eye of Agamotto into the backline. Tim is obliterated, allowing Jumps all the freedom they need with Jay to pressure the backline. Chicken Jockey's backline is destroyed. Their front line has nothing left to sustain them. They get one counter, but the momentum heavily in favor of Goats.
Yeah, Imperator Hell throws the team a lifeline. Eye of Agamotto connects onto Tim. The CD does not gain the opportunity of swapping for a Dark Teleportation iframe, nor with the Maelstrom of Madness incoming damage afterwards do they gain the Eternal Bond usage. Silver lining, Chicken Jockey have it now to be able to walk their way out of choke and onto the objective, setting Rixichu up with the Dance of the Butterflies that only now Goats are able to heal through. Out of the ultimate, Psylocke will be vulnerable, gets taken down with a Strangling Prison connection from Krabby, keeping up the pressure onto the side of Goats and taking out their own Cloak and Dagger to mean the Eternal Bond loses its impact. But yet again, Imperator Hall lands the Eye of Agamotto connection and can potentially turn the tide, but Rixichu comes back off of the Psylocke onto the Hela, does not have to worry about accruing a greater ultimate economy, just lands the 2-taps with the primary.
The portal will not reach in time. Potentially, Jay is going to try and reach Imperator Hull on the Venom for one last dive to touch, but they cannot reach. It's going to be a hold by Chicken Jockey, and it's now their turn for the attack.
Sometimes, when it comes to those last-minute swaps, you just come back on something which has pick potential. And Heller is oh so perfect for it, especially because all of the fighting was focused on the objective. No one from Goats is ready or positioned to catch Rixichu when they round that corner on the Heller and start picking up those eliminations. Still, Goats were able to push the payload to a fair amount of distance up onto Central Park. They might be able to find some form of stability on their defense, especially if Chicken Jockey try to go for something which is looking for those hits. Heller is really, really good on the defense because when the fight starts, she's already got everything that she wants. She's got those angles pre-developed for her. On the attack, however, you can catch her when she's still mid-rotating, when she poses so much less of a threat. That's going to come at a cost, though, because if Goats try and use that strategy to catch the Heller, they open themselves up to all of the potential shutdown from Calyx on the Thing with the Yancey Street charges.
Speaking of the thing, though, it's going to be mirrored from the side of Jay. That could be a little bit tougher for I'm So Bad or Krabby to actually deal with if they want to keep trying to dive and pressure the backline, as we are seeing a 3 Vanguard, 3 Strategist setup as Jumps moves over to the Strategist Deadpool for a little bit of extra healing output that way, while still keeping their hit scan on the board.
Goats are going to be running this Groot Strange thing. So Free Vanguards and also very much worried about all of the pick potential that Chicken Jockey have. Rixichu's already 20% to the ultimate, starting to really farm off of the hits from the Vanguards, but so far not finding eliminations off of the squishies. And Ghost of Death isn't the greatest ultimate to open things up with, but Krabby, well, we've already got Banhammer and we're already using it. So Goats having to pull back and utilize their own Deadpool ultimate to try and stabilize, but that means that Rixichu gets a free pass to do whatever this Hella wants to on the off angle. Only now gets cleared out by the Strange, but the damage has been done, and the Hella so far still hasn't fallen.
Traded the 2 for 1, and Rixie is still escaping, whittling them down with Shish taken down early. They got the Battle Rebirth Beacon, but they were one of the big healing outputs taken off the board, and it's just 1 by 1. Goats are falling. Another Battle Rebirth Beacon will keep Indo on the board. That could allow them to touch and buy a couple extra seconds for Imperator Hull, but numbers-wise, they are struggling. They're getting zoned off. They're getting body blocked even here with the photo, as point number 1 is captured by Chicken Jockey.
Rixichu is just on an absolute rampage at the moment on this Hella. Chicken Jockey are doing so much, just disrupting Goats being able to push forward with such an early build-up of the Banhammer coming on through from Krabby, and they're just going to keep it up. Like, they're pushing so far into Goats to deny Goats getting past them and onto the objective to stall out the cards, so that by the time it rounds corner, we're onto last fight territory.
I'm So Bad. Pulling back, looking for the barrier. Time ticking down at 4 minutes 43. Goats with so much time to try and hold this. Aya Magamoto, Imperator Hal's been landing some good ones, but the Heartbreaker from Calix is just deleting any follow-up from the board. And it might be denied portal a second time. Goats, the Strange is already down. The cart's moving so fast. A massive stagger onto Jay. Stafford may just have to Raging Royal Flush just to try and give them the speed to reach the point in time. Holds onto it for now, might have to burn it because they're dropping low. Portal comes on out for the last second touch. The body box stay making it through as Rixie on the flank. Meteor for the blow up, but it's tanked beautifully by the bubble of Krabby.
Strangling Prison comes on through. Is the follow-up damage there? Cosmic Gun Amplifier gives the 40% damage amp, but there's just no eliminations from Goats' side in the feed. Rixichu gets a free Goddess of Death right above Objective 2, which relies on Jay now utilizing the Freedom Charge just for the players to stabilize through it. Indo's having to come back on the Angela for the speed to be able to reach the team, but is already taken down as there's the clutch. Aya Vagamoto hits 4. Maelstrom of Madness takes out the Hella. Magneto Bulwark does block the damage coming on through temporarily onto I'm So Bad, but finally the eliminations and trades are found, and yet again this Strange is an absolute magician in bailing Goats out at the last moment.
Pulling extra seconds out of her hat, Imperator Hull saves it one more time. But with 3 minutes left on the board, how many more can you possibly have in you? As Chicken Jockey building on up to a Heartbreaker already, looking to see if they can get some isolations, if they can get some early pickups as they fight up this hill. This is Goats with the heavy position now, but they only have to step off that point for a couple seconds for Chicken Jockey to cinch it. Rixie has been spotted and still takes the duel.
That's value too. You get the Gambit, who is so close to that Raging Royal Flush. Heartbreaker comes on through from Calix as well, splitting Goats' attention into 2 separate places to fight, which means that there is 0 pressure onto this Gambit. Out comes an unmatched Raging Royal Flush, and that should be the win condition that Chicken Jockey were looking for. No more Aya Vagamoto, no portal recontest. This is just a matter of cleanup.
Strategist Deadpool does touch for just a second with the healing on to try and buy every possible moment they can, but it was just too many people, too much damage. It was a move of desperation. But Chicken Jockey, they're not going to allow anything past. While we did again see some moments of brilliance, Goats with some lovely holds, with some lovely push on their side as well, able to time their ultimates very effectively to break that first initial point. It's when we started getting into those defensive positions where they tried to go heavy on the Vanguard and had literally nothing to deal with Rixichu.
I mean, it was honestly snowball impact from where they were forced to take the fight. In the last engagement, because Chicken Jockey, when they took control of second, pushed Goats so far up in terms of the objective, when the fight happened the next time, the only place of safety for the strategist, the Rocket, and the Gambit to be able to hide out that wasn't just open space and vulnerable to the Hela was around the corner, which Rixichu perfectly reads and flanks around. Even if he gets caught there, being able to go through and find that crucial elimination onto Staffordson on that Gambit just allowed Krabby's brother to come through with unmatched Raging Royal Flush at a point that objective was so close to the finish line, Goats had no choice. Even unmatched Gambit ultimate, they had to hold their ground and continue to fight. A fight which...
And we are back, continuing our run through the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 6.5 as we get closer and closer every round to finding which teams will qualify for Ignite and win their share of that prize pool. Of course, MRC is over this weekend and next weekend, so make sure to hit your follow on that channel and ring that bell if you're watching on YouTube so that you can jump on in exactly when the games start, and also check out the other regions as we are playing all across Pacific, which is now the combined OCE and Asia region, EMEA, us of course, and the Americas coming on later today.
Well, this will be match 3, Tetcha, and will we get an Elsa Bloodstone for the ban draft, or will she continue to be the instant ban, having pushed out the likes of Loki, Gambit, and Daredevil when it comes to urgency of ban? We will have to see. This is the thing, though, like, so much is meta currently that even if you remove so many things in the ban draft, something super powerful is still making it out into these teams' compositions. As Gambit will be the first instant ban coming on through from the side of Chrono Team. Now, if Ironflux does not go for the Elsa ban here, we might get to see her through. And with Daredevil being banned, maybe this is our first Elsa save.
Not yet, chat. Send your energy, Krakoa. Give us your plant life to summon Elsa Bloodstone to the Hellfire Gala. Protect from Chrono Team. Will we finally get to see her? Or are we going to stick with something more defensive? Winter Soldier?
It's
still good. Always good.
It's Bucky Groot, and then Bucky is really good for dealing with dive variables as well. As now we're starting to remove some of the powerhouses in play. Phoenix is going to be gone. Elsa is still not getting banned, so I feel like both of these teams are like, okay, if she's not the instant ban or the instant save, we're both okay with leaving her on the table. So maybe she's not even addressed in the draft at all. As Eon Flux, what do they want to go for here? And oh, nope. Skip ban. Okay, we go next.
Prime Gregory not going to be banning out the Elsa, at least in this stage, but are they available for at least the next Protect? We're going to be making our way down the list of a lot of these great zoning characters for Krakoa, as several of these points are very good to just lock down and hold very aggressively. Loki will make that very much easier. While we do have Gambit removed from the board, we do still have Adam, and while some of these maps have very rough positioning for Adam, there are some with in particular the map with the underneath bit where you can get some really good karmic revivals. And finally Elsa goes away. That's the
Cradle
one.
is brutal for those reses, especially since you can like use the res and then go through the portal, so it's even harder to be able to catch the Adam. As we get a save onto the Moon Knight into a late ban onto the Elsa, Eon Flux will actually go for the Strange ban. So no opening Strange TPs to set up early eliminations for one team to lead, but also no portal recontests when we go to those last minute fights just before OT. So Loki makes it through. Looks like we're going to be having the echo chamber of karmic revival casts, but that's exactly what the group Moon Knight is going to be here for. And Chrono Team actually even doubling down on that aspect. They're running both the Bucky and the Moon Knight. So two ultimates that can keep up with the pace of those karmic revivals. Bucky with the resets off of all of the bodies, Moon Knight just being able to drop the Hand of Concheer directly on the karmic revivals position.
You called it a strange ban, but you covered it so well as to why it is logical. We mostly see it in these last bans when you think you have the better delay than your opponents, where you can reinforce. And if Ion Flux are the team that can play Adam when Chrono Team cannot, they might get away with it. But you've mentioned these tools, the Winter Soldier, the Moon Knight, the Groot, all these tools to try and counter it, but it's all about positioning when it comes to that. If your opponents are able to do stuff like the underneath revive, then you're not going to be able to get them with someone like a Groot without being forced off the objective to try and punish it.
Oh, I was about to say they moved off of it, but no, it's just set up in spawn. Jeff Speed Bubbles as well as Rocket Armor Paxes. Loki Group Mantis all made it through the ban draft, which means that Eon Flux are running a whole lot of damage boost for that Moon Knight. This ultimate is going to generate like absolute crazy. It's Chrono Team who might actually get outlapped in terms of the Hand of Khonshu casts.
Although Whisper's going to at least be slowing it down, taking out Dracula, so removing the damage boost so early here, and building own charge, finding the choke point, able to take down 2, 3. Wang Wrangler taking out Prime Gregory, forcing them off the board, and they are chasing them right back to spawn.
This is huge for Chrono Team as well, being able to beat in first fight a team with Mantis damage boost plus Adam. So Eon Flux, if they'd been able to win that first fight, they would have been able to stall up for the Karmic Revival copy from Bartholomew into the actual Karmic Revival, which would have bagged them a good 40% of that point contest for absolute free. Now Chrono Team are in a position they can find Bionic Hooks as openers, like the one that they just got there onto Prime Gregory into the Trooper's Fist follow-up. Still, it's triple strategist, so no actual elimination onto the Vanguard. Chrono Team will give up a little bit of space, but they can pull all of that back the moment they want to use this Group Moon Knight combo.
Both Hand of Khonshu's at the ready. Straggling Pearson going to be charged up for Superstar, immediately pulling the trigger to try and keep this zone going. The boundary from Bartholomew with the clone coming on in for at least a little bit of delay. Sorry, that was the Soul Rejuvenation. It's going to be Ion Flux who time their ultimates a little bit better with the Groot group up. And they're going to be able to clean Chrono Team off the board once this invisible boundary expires and get the flip.
Okay, all eyes need to be on this Adam Warlock now. How effective will Karmic Revival be? Where will it be? As well, Chrono Team don't really have something that can physically mark the Adam, right? They're not running something like a Star-Lord or a Psylocke, but they can still use their ultimates on top of the res position, unless Xing is able to reposition it entirely away from the fight, which is why we get a very aggressive investment of the Banhammer coming on through from Mark on that Deadpool, as well as the Soul Resurgence from Dracula, just running the team forward, all to make sure if eliminations start coming through here, Chrono Team don't get the opportunity to find the pickup onto the Adam and prevent the res from coming out.
The Professor is already back, so they can follow up with a Hand of Khonshu to try and break this hold. Good isolation onto Gregory, meaning Xing is going to have to pull back here, and they probably won't get the res. I mean, they're just going to have to play this into a 5 versus 6, make that a 5v5. Professor is down. Media M has to be utilized to try and give them any kind of extra stain onto the board. Mark the Shark down, Whisper down, 1-for-1. These teams are trading back and forth as the point is flipped.
Yeah, Eon Flux just losing the Vanguard presence on the objective, which would have given them reason to invest that Karmic Revival and start bringing those players back. But as it is, it looks like it's just going to be a fallback. They do have to worry about the point percentage that Chrono Team are building here, but if the fight goes long, they do have Karmic Revival to outlive their opponent, as it will be a very fast rotation from the portal with the Soul Bond to walk onto point and start putting the pressure onto it, but the closed-up distance means that we get the Strangling Prison plus the Hand of Khonshu. However, they're hyper-aware of this. The Adam's all the way out of it, still having that Karmic Revival, but still no eliminations off of the back of it, and Eon Flux are the ones that now get to turn the fight. Strangling Prison from their side with the Hand of Khonshu, they just overwhelm.
Beautifully executed rollout there, coming through the portal in stages to make sure that if they got Strangling Prison, Adam wouldn't get caught in it. Then when the team does get caught in it, like you said, Adam's off to the side, and they're able to use Regeneration Domain from Bartholomew to delay even longer, buy them extra time, and tank through it so that when they disengage, they have enough health to survive the point, and then they just push up, get the extra sustain, the Soul Bond sustains them through the actual push, and now Ion Flux flipping it back, but with 99 on the board, it's once again down to Xing on the Adam Warlock to try and get this revive if Chrono Team are able to take one more counter fight.
no strange as well. It was banned out, so Chrono Team can't just teleport their position on top of that Adam and force out the self-res before that fight starts up. Will be last fight territory. They have to walk directly onto the point, but again, that just means that the Adam can be positioned away from the happenings. Out comes the Banhammer, forcing the Loki copy to drop the taunt into the invisible boundary usage, but they lose the Bucky. The win condition of the Kraken Impact's deprived. Now it's a reliance on Hand of Khonshu, which Shin can just bring all of the players back from.
Strangling Prison comes on now. Professor over the top, finally lands it. But Shing is beautifully positioned down below, exactly how they need to be. Gets the full revive. Professor sniped out of the air, and Ion Flux are gonna be able to hold this. Meteor M, Kraken Impact, last ditch efforts. If Whisper can keep the resets going, that's the last ditch effort, because Bartholomew is not stacked. They can't ultimate. They can't get a second revive. They've lost 2. They've lost 3. Chrono Team are flipping it. The Kraken Impact one more time. Finally, Gregory takes them down. But have they bought enough time? Chrono Team rushing in with overtime ticking down. They can't reach for one last delay, but it's not enough as Ion Flux takes the first round.
Well, we talked about it. You actually noted it before we even started off the map. The Adam being able to revive the players underneath the point, and then you go through the portal, which drops you onto point, allowing Ion Flux to be able to hold on to that point percentage and deny Chrono Team from finding the flip, which would have been absolutely crucial. Like, the eliminations they got from the Kraken Impact would have been enough for them to be able to walk the round if they'd been able to find the flip through that cast of the Karmic Revival. Prime Gregory has honestly really been impressing me as well. Like, the Strangling Prison used to yank them out of the invisible boundary to set up into the follow-up Hand of Khonshu from FM was really, really clean. And we're seeing actually Chrono Team are going to be swapping things up. It looks like we're going to be bringing out the Punisher to play, so they're going to be able to start just melting through these group walls, which they agree with me. They were a problem.
This is a map where it's a little bit harder for the Adam Warlock revives. You can still do it. It's not the worst of the 3. The third map in the list is very much the most difficult to find a good revive spot, but they've decided it's still a little bit risky. They will finally bring out the Adam, once again going for a little bit of a spawn rollout, but it is a little bit harder with the Punisher now being able to focus down the group walls. FM Ninja getting sniped by Whisper, who, with this map having some good line of sights, if you can get up onto the high ground, for example, you can maybe snipe Adam early and burn through those cocoons.
Big catch as well onto the Moon Knight early on, so you don't have to worry about stacking up and getting hit by the Hand of Khonshu. Strangling Prison comes on through up onto the high ground, just looking to remove that back line before the Adam can get the Karmic Revival up into play. Self-Cocoon will be invested though, so Ion Flux still want to try and fight this out. They're going to look to utilize their players on the objective itself to find the first cap and stall it out for as long as they possibly can, and that forces Chrono Team into investing a final judgment, but no one is currently there.
But it's enough to force the Groot onto the board to try and delay it, to try and keep hold. And with that, Whisper's able to get a double with the positioning mistake forced out by Professor. Karmic Revival's gonna come in. Ion Flux burning cooldowns early so they can have more time to charge it up later. And here comes the rush. They have a second Karmic Revival they want, but no, they choose to use it for soul rejuvenation to commit to this fight as Eternal Bond comes down from Wang Wrangler. Strangling Prison onto 4. It's a massacre, Moxie. Chrono Team deleted off the board.
Yeah, so when Loki goes for a copy, not only do you get, if you copy the Mantis, Soul Resurgence as the ultimate, you also remember get the Mantis normal inspiration boosts. So stack all of that onto all of the damage that you're outputting, which is already at such a high peak with both the Moon Knight, the Adam, the Deadpool, and the Groot. And you have a recipe for a point flip fight right there in your hands, which is absolutely perfect for Ion Flux, because now they will have Hand of Khonshu. They are going to get forced to reposition, though, around what the Hunter Sight can do on the side of Whisper, which should allow Chrono Team the opportunity to walk this Punisher forward, but an early hit just goes before Chrono Team are ready to absorb it. Taunt of Banhammer into Hand of Khonshu, and Chrono Team get wiped off the face of Krakoa.
Mark the Shark, we've not talked about them that much this round because they've just kind of been doing their job quietly, but finally showing up loudly with that beautiful flank, with the Bad Hammer, able to create a massive amount of zoning potential for their team, weaken that Invisible Woman, and also set up for another counter pickup onto Whisper later on as well. Beautifully done, exactly how we've been seeing a lot of people play this Vanguard Deadpool on the flanking style.
I mean, this stall as well has allowed Xing to come circle back into a Karmic Revival. So now if you lose people to the final Judgment Walk, which, again, you're only going to lose your group, but that is more than enough to proc out the Karmic Revival cast, you're still close enough to point to walk right back onto it and force all of these ultimates on the side of Chrono Team. If you lose the fight, it's okay. You have better ultimate economy for the one that comes after, and if you don't lose it, you're going to be able to literally be in final fight territory because Chrono Team have no opportunity to Strange Portal.
No second revives. Bartholomew stealing away the invisible boundary from X-Lazy here to keep this fight going, but it's working out already at 93%. Bartholomew falls, Xing falls. That is all the healing for Ion Flux taken off the board, but they're going to hit close to 99% off of that. But they did burn basically every ultimate in their arsenal, but it's the same for Chrono Team. Now both teams are forced to a neutral fight with 40% left on the board for Chrono Team to try and build up before we start hitting those overtimes.
See, when you say both teams are neutral, it almost sounds like an even fight, but this is unfair. This is weighted against Chrono Team. They don't have Loki, so no regeneration domain. They don't have Mantis, so no damage boost from the inspiration, and they don't have Adam, so no soul bond, which means that Aeon Flux have all of the capabilities to take this fight whenever they so choose. A good blind comes on through from the CD, stopping Aeon Flux from committing forward, setting up for that final judgment, but strangling Prism plus Hand of Khonshu, and Chrono Team lack the Adam to bring all of those eliminations back onto the board. Iron Flux will be able to overwhelm the point, find the flip, and it comes to Chrono Team to just have a player just try and sacrifice their life to hit OT for Angela to come back in time, but that is denied, and the Adam team is able to walk away with the win on Carousel as well as Cradle.
The ultimate charge as well for that team. You mentioned they had the better neutral abilities as well, but the ultimate charge from Moon Knight and Deadpool, you talked about it literally in the previous series and the one before that of how strong Deadpool is on domination, just charged up so fast that yeah, we got a final judgment, but at that point, it's too late. Everyone else is going to be zoned out, picked off, and blown off the point. And of course, Bad Hammer onto a Punisher can get some really good value because attack speed into Bad Hammer is risky.
True, and if the Punisher is not hitting the Deadpool directly, he's taking all of those incoming damages, and there's not really a whole lot you can do against it. I mean, we got to see, right, the Adam Res comp was meta in domination for so long for a reason. It's a composition that when it's in control of the point, it stalls out. Even if you start losing the fight, your stubbornness, your just refusal to go all the way back to spawn from a team life allows you to bank up so much point percentage, and it forces your enemy team, something that Chrono Team unfortunately found out the hard way, into expending all of the ultimates just to be able to find the flip, which means that you're short-handed when the fight circles back the next time.
Also just want to shout out that while we did have a triple strategist setup, Bartholomew was actually able to keep up healing with the double strategist lineup. That's usually what you will see in a triple strategist. You'll see the triple strats, all of them will fall behind a little because it's being shared, the healing output should be similar. The fact is, that shows us that Bartholomew kept up. They were landing every single hit on what is a projectile-based strategist as well, and of course those regen domains were hugely important for the counter engage. A lead taken out here by Ion Flux. Let's see if they can keep it going in map number 2 after this break. And Chrono Team. It sounds like we're in a time travel movie, but right now we'll have to see if we have deja vu over Ion Flux being able to take map number 2 as we're heading to the future for Spider Islands.
Oh boy, okay, we have to right away see a different band draft come through. Loki Adam cannot make it through.
What do you mean? It's like this map is legendary for spawn holds or anything.
True, that or like you need to match the Mantis with the Moon Knight so that you hit all at the same time. Because Ion Flux are just running rings around Chrono Team when it comes to generating up that Hand of Khonshu.
Well, we're going to have to find out as we head on into our ban phase. A reminder for those who are just joining us, this is the Marvel Rivals Championships, meaning that the bans and protects are universal. If you ban out that Gambit, like Chrono Team have just done, it is removed for every team. It is not like Ignite, where you can ban stuff one-sided or protect stuff just for yourselves. So if you want to leave that Adam, both teams get it.
Ooh, Strange Portal
Early.
continues being addressed in the ban draft. That will have real ramifications too onto what the defense can do, because that means that you can't go for the traditional and sort of brought into meta by Peps all the way back last year, free fight minimum defense, where you take first fight on corner, then you start losing it, you throw yourself onto convoy so that you stall at the cut for as long as possible, one of your players swaps Strange, and you just TP right back into the fight to get free fights instead of a scattered 2. So potentially fast pushes through first of Spider Islands for the attack.
I don't want to alarm you, though. Currently, Adam Warlock has yet to be touched, and Loki is being hovered by Bartholomew to run it back one more time. We're going to see the Hela taken away. Of course, the Hela Namor, and also just Hela in general is still pretty good. High damage can be comboed with even the Venom if we start to see that coming in a little bit more for a little bit more lockdown, but otherwise it's just great for pinging people from a distance. With Phoenix already in play, Iron Flux just have a preference and don't want to get out-dueled from a distance.
Yeah, well, if the Loki Adam does make it through, Chrono Team at least have things like the Hawkeye and the Phoenix available. This is the way that you beat the Starlight composition, right? You pick things which have so much burst capabilities that they can beat the res cooldowns. So things like the Hawkeye, who just has that really high pick, right? Who can find eliminations at the drop of a hat, especially on Spider Islands where you're like funneled into all of these lanes and you have to fight. It almost takes more skill to miss with Hawkeye in some of these engagements than to hit, as we are going to get a continuation of the Winter Soldier, which Chrono Team really did pop off. Like Whisper almost clutched out that last fight on Cradle with the Kraken impact alone.
And we finally see it. One of the tools has been addressed. Loki is off the board. If we see Adam, it is now going to be one Adam. No double karmic revives on the board here. But Iron Flux, with Groot taken off the board, they're going to remove the Cloak and Dagger, wanting to remove not only that vulnerability from the Terror Cape, but also the ability to try and push through spawn holds by creating the healing pathway.
Yeah, you know what this is also going to do? It's going to force teams, if they want to go for a 2-2-2 lineup, onto Invis Woman. Do you know who's one of the best duelists at taking out any value of Invis boundary? And who made it through ban draft? Tetcher, it's time. It's our first official cast of Elsa Bloodstone. She's out and on the prowl.
Apparently just shy. We were talking about them too much. Finally, we ignored them for a draft, and they make it all the way through. Elsa on the board for both sides. Going to be being played by Ninja and Professor, meaning Chrono Team are going to be doing Hawkeye Elsa. One is going to be great for picking from a distance. One's going to be great playing a little bit up close. And they're also hovering a Daredevil. I'm not sure how many of these are making it out of spawn.
True, but we also have the Deadpool on the board for both of these teams, so we do get the team up with the Elsa as well. Bloodstone Boombox Bullets will be in play, both with healing capabilities for the Elsa on recall, but also the slow as well. So a lot of really good reaction plus aggressive capabilities, as Iron Flux will not be going for the free close hold, as we get to start things off with Mark on the Vanguard pool, just scouting out the composition they're up against before pulling back to the team.
Pinging away from a distance, gets pulled in by the smoke trap to try and get an early pickup. But so far, the Magneto and the Vanguard pool for Chrono Team is creating a lovely wall for them to just creep up with the shields, taking out Shing nice and early, comes back at the Battle Rebirth Beacon. But Ion Flux, they're losing a lot of space. Beautiful pickup on the counter for Whisper, though.
Still, no actual eliminations on the field for both teams as Rocket was in play. It's just the BRBs getting burnt out until now. Prime Gregor is able to find the elimination onto L9 Professor. As Chrono Team, unfortunately, utilizing the ban hammer, but not able to find value off of the back of it. Too much sustainability and damage outpoured on the side of the defense.
Living Bullets coming on out, trying to get a little bit of damage on the way through. And of course, you mentioned that healing. Apex Predator coming out nice and early, and the isolation is beautiful. Counter coming out from the side of Ion Flux, but with 2 members, their Vanguard's already gone. Chrono Team have full purview here to just step up, make sure their team is healed up. They do lose Superstar, but momentum is in their favor. They once again claim space from Ion Flux, forcing them to back up to try and regroup.
Still, no strategist ults forced out from both sides, but with both Elsa's utilizing their ultimate, Invis Boundary gains so much more value as FM gets the full pocket Guardian Shield to be able to take the 1v1 aggressively. Now we get an even more aggressive investment of the Invisible Boundary. Superstar's going to try and shut down Iron Fluxus at the same time as having the combo of Meteor and Ansong on the side of the defense, which just punches through the sustainability on the side of the attack. And this should be Iron Flux able to stabilize their positions.
Gregory able to set that up very nicely here, grabbing 2 in that fight, playing very far forward, and of course that media M to weaken them down, taking out Metaro. This is already looking extremely strong, but the Battle Rebirth Beacon brings them back. Chrono Team with the relentless Hunter's Sight to try and break this open right away. Gregory is sniped off the board here. Great Guardian Shield as Whisper is landing the exact shots they need right now, finding those shadows, and is able to push on in. They find an isolated Invisible Woman, and that is great news for Chrono Team, who are staggering these beautifully as well.
Yeah, great Hunter's Vision coming on through from Whisper. Iron Flux, unfortunately, not able to position around cover in time. So while the actual physical player can kite out the Hunter's sight, unfortunately, the Hawkeye can still shoot the after image. So finds those eliminations regardless. As Chrono Team now to make up for time stalled out on first, push a little bit closer to Iron Flux's side of the map, making sure no one is able to go stall out that objective. And by the time that the fight kicks off, it should be a good halfway through the map. That being said, Xing's able to equal things up. And Professor, though, brought back by the Battle Recall Beacon. So Chrono Team not going to be giving up space. They do have to be careful, though. They have not destroyed the building entirely, which does mean that Iron Flux do have players up, pushing past the Vanguard line and able to see the squishy strategists. That forces the Hawkeye of Whisper to have to go clear out the Phoenix and allows the push forward of the Banhammer from the Deadpool onto the Inviswoman, who unfortunately loses the value of Invis Boundary.
I did not know you could get caught in the Glatrox while in the photo mode, but that's going to be enough. Xing is taken down, lands into the smoke trap, but again, momentum. Chrono Team just continuing to pick people up one by one. It's not a team fight setup here. It's just landing these shots, finding people on the flanks, and getting as many setups as you can. There's the Cosmic Yard Amplifier going to be met by the Invisible Boundary. The Yard Amplifier taken out very quickly by Meteoro as they are blasting through. Dracula, Whisper with the Hunter's Sight, try and commit to this media M from Prime Gregory to try and counter it out to buy extra time, but will not find targets. X-Lazy finally taken down, but will get brought back.
Xing does still have that Ensong Inferno. So when the Phoenix's health bar starts dropping, they will be able to still light this fight, potentially for a regroup to come on through. But unfortunately, they just haven't found eliminations. They lose FM, the Battle Recall Beacon brings them back, but it comes to Xing to have to just run onto the cart. They can't use Ensong because they would give up the contest. It's just a stall out for Invisible Boundary, but can Chrono Team find the eliminations through? The Cosmic Gun Amplifier just ignores the heals per second with the Hawkeye stacked on top of it. And this is Chrono Team picking up second and moving into third.
They push on through, causing so much damage, and with 3.5 minutes, just under 3.5 minutes left on the board, Chrono Team are still keeping the momentum going, building up towards another Apex Predator with a lovely secondary pitch to knock people off the map here. There is a high risk for the defenders, but an equally high risk for the attackers. FM Ninja will get the preferable position.
It's not just the knockoff potential that you have to worry about with the Elsa, because she can also recall it to her own person position. As we get Meteor M being invested, catches the disengage of Mark. They will get brought back, but that's an early usage of the BRB getting thrown into the mix now, and that means that these eliminations Whisper's able to find on the disengage from Eon Flux just do not have cover to be able to hide themselves from the Hawkeye, are all going to stick. FM utilizes the Apex Predator to punish Chrono Team's forward position, and it brings all of the team forward into the Elsa's waiting arms, and that's the turn fight Ion Flux were looking for.
It's going to buy them more time. We're down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds, but that spawn is quite close for the attackers. Immediately you see Ion Flux move up to try and create a little bit of zoning at that doorway and try and weaken them on the way through, landing into the Diablo trap. Echo Ninja keeping the pressure on, just trying to stay mobile, trying to keep the damage output. Extra damage coming out from Deadpool as they commit to the Banhammer. The boundary force from both sides for some kind of sustain on this to try and prevent anyone going down. But Professor is sniped by Mark the Shark, who is a menace on this flank.
Yeah, Mark finds the flank angle, takes out the Invis Woman. We get the usage again of Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to amplify that damage onto the Hunter's Vision as Iron Flux are just forced all the way into backing up of this fight. Banhammer comes out into FM2, who without being able to shoot can't build up that last little bit of percentage to the Apex Predator, which would have punished Chrono Team being that forward up the way it was before. Mark's on the flank, he's looking for the opportunity, he sees a low health Hawkeye, and he takes Whisper down before turning his sights onto the Invis Woman. And Chrono Team, that split, the backline is fully separated.
They went from 3 minutes and 15 seconds down to a minute. All that time is going away, and with no Strange, Chrono Team are starting to run out of time and tools. They do still have an Apex Predator and a Meteor M, and they will very soon have Invisible Boundary. But with Ion Flux holding the defensive position, time is the resource that Chrono Team have the least of right now. Great zoning, great pressure right through the doorway. Bubble from the Fluffy Unicorn comes on out to create an opening as they try to get on with the Apex Predator. Gladrox takes down Gregory.
Huge Meteor Ram as well to capitalize onto Prime Gregory. Matt gets brought back into the fold, however, off of the Battle Recon Beacon. And Iron Flux, because they've still got Vanguard up, they've seen an opportunity to stall this out for their players to regroup back into the mix. They'll have Invis Boundary. It'll be so much later than X-Lazy's. This is fully one-sided, and Chrono Team just don't have the confidence to push through.
Meteor M coming in from Gregory, who's arrived back at the fight with Ensong Inferno, looking for a blow-up. They find nothing. Counter Ninja is removed from the board, and it's starting to look like Chrono Team might be able to force this out. Fluffy Unicorn, so even if Max steps up, they can't get the healing. Down goes Gregory. It's the final rush from Ion Flux to just get bodies on the board with 22 centimeters remaining. Numbers in favor of Chrono Team. It's a last dash for Ion Flux. Gregory over to the Venom just to try and touch, but in the meantime, Professor's building up another Gladrox, meaning any reinforcements would have been pushed off, but they don't even need it.
Ooh, that was a risky one for Chrono Team. I was looking at the ult percentage of Apex Predator being like, do we see a Gladrox cast? Just grabbing them off of cart in OT so that they have no chance of contesting. But they're able to full push it. And honestly, like, the reason why they're able to is because they had so much time headed into third by being able to push through second as fast as they were able to. Like, the recovery when we went into first fight, second half, was so strong from this team, especially when you look at Spider Islands and you see the amount of stall positions that there are on this map. Like, it's so heavily defenders coded. To see a full push, granted in overtime, but it's still a rarity.
It really is, but we can put a lot of that onto just the great positioning of Professor and Whisper, able to land quite a few shots on those actual main fights when they were trying to push up the main ramp, when they were trying to find any kind of extra dive positioning, but also Ion Flux weren't making it easy, and now that they are on the attack, we are going to really get to see how Muck the Shark can turn that great Deadpool positioning into some kind of opening for them to try and break the spawn hold.
It's not a surprise that he's actually right now on the Venom, especially with the way that he was playing his flanks on the Deadpool. That's a dive Vanguard who has a lot of experience going in and getting as much disruption value as possible. So there's going to be a lot of just soft dives to try and force Chrono Team into looking his way, and then you can go for these eliminations, or you just go straight for the Phoenix, who is so far away from the rest of the team, getting absolutely zero resources. You can go for the elimination and then push for more because you don't have to worry about one of those duelists taking you out.
You said it perfectly. That is very clearly a player who knows how to dive, creating an opening, and Ninja is starting to capitalize and push on up with that. Shing takes their way to the high ground to start landing those sparks, takes out Meteoro, and what speed, Moxie! Ion Flux are breaking through. There's no Strange to reinforce.
Yeah. And that means that Ion Flux, they can play these forward positions without a care of Chrono Team just teleporting onto one of the players a little bit too far from the rest of the pack. So the map control that they can take right now, the setup that they can have with this Venom is going to be so brutal for Chrono Team to have to walk directly into. Ooh, through a choke, we get the Apex Predator, and X-Lazy loses the ult value because they all just get carded right outside of it and now have to crawl their way towards the Invis's positioning. Out comes Cosmic Ion Amplifier as well as that End Song Inferno, just looking for these eliminations plus the health reset for the Phoenix to keep this fight competitive, because Chrono Team have actually been able to survive the initial push through choke and find the eliminations onto Ion Flux late into the fight.
And the momentum flips suddenly. Ion Flux, who had all that set up and seemingly had a bit of a head start in that fight, have been blasted back. Chrono Team burning through a large chunk of that time and already building up to an Apex Predator and a Meteor M, preparing for that next stage of defense. Difference is, though, Ion Flux, they have the Feast from the Abyss. They have Ensong Inferno with the damage boost of Cosmic Ion Amplifier. This is going to be hard to hold.
Yeah, this was a relatively light ult investment from Ion Flux's side. In comparison, Chrono Team had to burn so much just to be able to make save space, but it secured them space. So now they can actually react to those ultimates when they see these players. Ion Flux do have the numbers, though. They can just continue to commit these ultimates in to guarantee finding one-sided eliminations and get an extension of the time increase, as a Chrono Team do not have a strange portal. So these eliminations, they will be final for this part of Spider Islands. It is purely just impacting the setup for second point.
Ion Flux break open the point, making their way on towards the second objective. This is where you can start to see even more risks of people being sent off the map by Invisible Woman, by Glatroxes, and by Emma Frost, a superstar going to be bringing out the Queen of Diamonds for the first time.
This, I feel like, is more in reaction to the Venom, but Emma's not the greatest pivot against a Venom. A good Venom player does not stick in the fight long enough to get caught out by the Carbon Crush, so you're relying instead on Whisper hitting the stuns on the Phoenix, and that's exactly what happens. Chrono Team gets second life off of their Phoenix Duelist, and that will be them staving out Ion Flux's forward positions, dealing with the dive when it's at its most dangerous.
Building up in terms of charge, both teams, we have the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, Invisible Boundary, basically everything except for the recently swapped Emma Frost with the Psionic Seduction, whereas Ion Flux, they have everything except for their main combo, the Ensong Inferno, Meteor M, but they have more than enough damage and setup to try and create anything here with the Invisible Boundary being sent out. Glatrox comes out from Professor to try and see if they can get an isolation. Ensong Inferno comes on out. Bartholomew barely stays standing throughout all of that thanks to their own Invisible Boundary. As Ion Flux, they are dropping low, but they didn't break the hold.
Ooh, L9 Professor's able to find the pick onto Dracula, though, on the rocket, so stalls out the investment of Cosmic Ion Amplifier. And that was one of the things that Ion Flux is going to be relying on. They're really wanting this coordination, right? Feast of the Abyss plus potentially Cosmic Ion Amplifier for the damage boost on top of it. Maybe they go for a combo of Meteor M and Song Inferno, but because they're losing all of these players split, there's no opportunity for them to coordinate. Out comes Cosmic Ion Amplifier, but Venom's already fallen. It falls to Meteor M plus Song Inferno, which hits Whisper, but doesn't take out X-Lazy. So the Invisible Boundary still stands, and Chrono Team stabilize the team, pushing the space that they lost back with the Psionic Seduction from Superstar.
Psionic Seduction forces everyone behind the rock, which halts the Carlies for the moment. Feast from the Abyss to try and capitalize. And like you already mentioned, though, that Invisible Boundary is still available to try and create a push-up here. Venom into the backline for the tether to weaken them. And once again, Mark the Shark is prowling back here, creating space for their team, and even gets fully healed up with the Bad Hammer, just going to wait it out.
Yeah, but that means that he can't go for more eliminations. He has to pull back to the rest of the team, allows Chrono Team with the closer respawns to go for a full regroup. And they've got a lot of ultimates about to hit. Out goes the Venom, right diving onto that backline, looking for the disruption, trying to just distort the coordination so that Xing on the off angle gains more value. Look at the amount of attention this Phoenix had on her. It was a total of 0 because the Venom had made the space already.
And already creating even more space. We see the counter attempt from Chrono Team to try and claim it back. Shing will fall, but the Battle Rebirth Beacon is still on that flank, so they can just come in from the side again. Whisper is trying to claim back the high ground, keep the pressure. Beautiful Apex Predator takes out Gregory. Bartholomew falls, and once again, Chrono Team are going to buy some more time, but Ion Flux, they lost 2 more members. They have no portal to come back in, and with 38 seconds, they're going to have to take a very risky re-engage if they want to stay in this.
Shing does catch 2, at least, since Dracula, just before going down, is able to set up the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, and unlike the BOB, if the rocket falls prematurely, the ultimate does still remain. So it's allowed Ion Flux to keep Chrono Team at bay. Without the full defensive 6, they can't try and just hold Ion Flux at the choke. They've allowed the attacker side a little bit more space to be able to walk forward, but how much space is there going to be when you're walking directly into the Emma? The ultimate is taken down. The Emma does come back with the Battle Recall Beacon, as too do the chances of Chrono Team forcing out the invisible boundary yet again with an early banhammer.
Glatrox sending them all the way off the point. It's not about eliminations this time. It's about trying to get that point to the objective with overtime ticking down. Meteor M for Gregory with the team split. Looking for Wang. Takes them down. And the snipe in the back line. What a beautiful hold as Ion Flux keep it alive and are able to grab point number 2.
Ion Flux had so much more space than Chrono Team wanted to give them, but they just had no choice. So the fighting moved to the objective. Ion Flux were able to utilize things like the invisible boundary to still have value, both for sustaining the team, but also holding their positions where they wanted to. And already we get to see them pushing for more, trying to find these eliminations, stopping Chrono Team from getting into a position to stabilize the card so that they can make up for the time, because it took them a long time in comparison to Chrono Team. It all falls onto how fast, how much momentum can they preserve through third, and the answer is none, because Chrono Team spot the weakness and strike. Out comes the Apex Predator, and Ion Flux lose all of the map control and get sent right back to spawn. They have less than a minute as well, Tetcha, so they lose the opportunity to be as diligent clearing out all of these angles, or if they do, they sacrifice that time, and it becomes a last moment dash to the point.
Chrono Team living up to their name. Their time control this map has been insanely good. Venom in the backline to try and create an opening. Cosmic Yard Amplifier for Dracula with the Endsong Inferno to try and blow up Whisper Mirrors from the other side. No one going down yet, but with Bartholomew holding the invisible boundary and Chrono Team having no defenses yet until Wang can charge up, but they're taken down before they can get their own Yard Amplifier, allowing Ion Flux to gain a couple more centimeters.
Chrono Team will have Psionic Seduction to be able to walk, so Ion Flux again just chasing for more, trying to see if they can get early stuns from this Phoenix to send into an elimination. They have to respect, though, what Chrono Team can do with the ultimates, as well as if they stack up, they're just going to be putting themselves into the blender of the Apex Predator. You can see Online Professor's already getting ready to set up for it, wants to utilize the ultimate. The team's been split, half having to stack away from the Emma ultimate, but FMC's an opportunity too. Sadly, Ion Flux just don't have the player focus to take the Emma down, and with no Strange to regroup, and them losing that player so close to OT hitting, that's where Spider Island will end.
Chrono Team evening up the score. Beautifully executed, mastering the art of just taking every possible second off of Ion Flux, delaying, sending people at the point, buying every chance they can just in time to get those isolating shots with the Phoenix and getting those Glatrox Apex Predators to get any kind of AoE or multiple person KOs to keep their advantage going. And that was a very high elimination game, but particularly for Whisper.
Yeah, I mean, not just Whisper, but also Professor. Look at the amount of damage that this also did. We hit 43k. I mean, we do also need to put into context the fact that you're shooting into, at times, a Deadpool, at others, a Venom. So every time the Elsa shoots, you will be doing damage. You will be chipping down that health bar. So it will be a high damage game for those duelists coming on out. It's just a matter of how they can convert that damage. Will it be meaningless in that it's recoverable and the strategists just use their low Vanguard health bars to battery up strategist ultimates and out-sustain their opponent, or will it be meaningful and actually converts into eliminations? That's something that Whisper and Professor are actually doing a really good job of. playing off of each other, the crossfire that they had set up, each time we saw things like the snares from the Elsa or the stuns from Whisper on the Phoenix, a lot of the time it did actually result in those eliminations coming through in such a manner that Iron Flux, they lost players, but they also lost map control off of the back of it too.
Your day ends, human.
Welcome back. Time is on our side, but for one of these teams, it will be running out as Ion Flux versus Chrono Team are fighting for their survival in the Marvel Rivals Championship.
It's definitely interesting, especially since we're getting to see the ban on Doctor Strange so much so like
often.
Both of these teams don't have portal regroups. So there's so much impact on actually getting eliminations or being able to stall out the objective long enough for the rest of your team to be able to come through when we're on the defensive half. I would imagine we see a continuation of the Doctor Strange being drafted out, but I really want to see if both sides let the Elsa through. Again, because we saw both of them have impact on the last map, and Elsa is one of those heroes who just make the game feel like really coin flippy. Very similar to when Gambit first came out. It was so hard to actually call which team would walk away the winner of certain fights when both sides had things like the Gambit ultimate up. Elsa's in sort of the same place off of just the fact she can find these eliminations so quickly and without even relying on her ultimate as much for them too. Like, her neutral kit is insane as well.
Very true. There's so much power you can get, especially with Deadpool team up, which Deadpool has also been seeing a lot of play throughout the games we've been casting so far, and particularly in that Vanguard role. Although we have seen one duelist Deadpool and one strategist Deadpool by the same team. But it was on this map, Central Park. We're going on in for game number 3 in this best of 3. Winner moves on. Loser will have to try again another time.
Well, there we go. Doctor Strange is put on
again.
leave once more. No portal regroups, also no portal potential to just get out of having to walk through chokes. So Chrono Team will be taking full advantage. Strange being out also means that you lose one of the most consistent shields in the game with Seraphim Shield. So being able to block off the damages from the Hawkeye, especially on defense, is going to potentially be very problematic for Ion Flux to deal with.
You can see the Groot protected. It's a lovely Groot map in particular. That first point, that main gateway, is just heaven for a Groot to try and split off Vanguards from their strategists. And finally, we see Vanguard pool taken away, but Elsa is continuing to remain elusive.
Yeah, we did theorize that this would be a potential ban coming for both you and I in the break, but it's actually from Ion Flux's end that they decide to take it off. I wonder if this is Mark the Shark spotting out that if the Deadpool gets banned out, he can still opt for something like the Venom and continue that dive playstyle of disrupting Chrono Team's positions, as opposed to Chrono Team just utilizing the Deadpool and being a little bit more brawl heavy and just using the ultimate essentially to force reaction from Ion Flux's side.
Oh, we've completely forgot about game 1. Adam has made a return, but Loki was also already banned out. So we're only looking at single revives once again from the side of Ion Flux. But every revive is still a reinforcement that isn't available to the other team with the Doctor Strange taken away. So there is some potential here. And we also see Jeff taken out. It's the Storm going to be protected here. If you are planning on going for an anchor-style defense, a bunker-style defense, the best ways to get through it are either to stack up something like a Moon Knight and just try and burn through it that way, or to just remove it. And that can be done via Jeff or Jeff Nado with the Storm. You can't heal your teammates if they're in a shark.
Oh, well, you can't use Karmic Revival as well if it's on top of a Hand of Conchi. So Moon Knight is getting removed exceedingly late. But that means that Elsa Bloodstone makes it through. So yet again, we see both of these teams, they were comfortable playing it on Spider Islands. So it really will come down to which team gains more value with that Elsa, as well as being able to keep her alive. Because remember, the unique mechanic to Elsa Bloodstone is that she has those levels of instinct. She gets a maximum of 3 of them, and each level attained allows her to decrease the cooldown of the advance by a whole 2 seconds, so you can actually shave that off. What should be an 8-second cooldown can get lowered to 2 seconds, Tetcha, if you're able to keep your Elsa alive for all of those levels to be hit.
We'll have to see if they are able to do that as we head on in to Central Park for our defense here. And Chrono Team, they are looking very standard here with a simple 2-2-2. 2 Vanguards in the form of Groot and Magneto. 2 Duelists with the Hawkeye trying to take advantage of the long pathway, the long range. And of course, that Elsa, both teams going to be running that. And there's Hawkeye already showing value.
Yeah, it's a brutal spot for Iron Flux to walk into. Like, I really feel like they probably scouted to see if there was elements of danger, but Whisper just perfectly gets to utilize the unique mechanic of third-person POV that Rivals runs on to be able to both obscure their hitbox while also setting up for that opening shot onto the Invis woman, who, without which Iron Flux just can't really afford to try to push. Looks like they're just going to be trying to go from main, but that obviously runs the risk of walking into a Groot wall on an isolated player, as we have to see Shing go up onto the high ground and clear out the Hawkeye before the team can commit to walk. Now they've got the crossfire, they can also avoid the use of force physics with the reposition of the Phoenix's shift so that they don't lose Shing early.
We're seeing a double duelist duel here, with of course both the Elsas trying to out-duel each other as well, but it really has been Whisper and Shing both just trying to out-hit scan each other as these games go on. Straggling Prison comes on out with the boundary to try and buy some extra time. With already Magneto taken down, Chrono Team aren't coming out too far ahead, but they grab 2, counter Straggling Prison to try and give Ion Flux the momentum back, but it goes unsuccessful, as this is going to be a beautiful defense by Chrono Team despite losing the first player.
Yeah, and they held on to Invis boundary, which means that honestly, they have such a lead for the fight that happens next, because they'll have both strategist ults for it, as opposed to Iron Flux, who will be relying on CD ultimate. But that's where they're going to potentially run into trouble, especially if Mataru is able to get this Meteor M generated in time for the combination with the Phoenix to take that CD out mid-dash.
Taking some shots for now. Whisper playing low. Internal Bond comes out early. Invisible Boundary matched by Lazy. Meteor M to try and remove the healing from Bartholomew off the board. It's going to be Wang Regular taken off the side by the Galatrox, though. Lazy falls as well. And that was huge by the side of Ion Flux, but they're starting to get whittled down a little bit, but it's just not enough. Shing survives the initial engage and is allowing them to keep this pressure on. Ion Flux looking to try and take point number 1. Meteoro over to the Angela, but there's no way that reaches in time.
Yeah, Chrono Team not going to be able to go for a touch, as Strange was banned out, so no portal. It's interesting that Chrono Team did not actually try to take out the Eternal Bond, especially because that allowed Iron Flux to be able to walk forward and utilize that Apex Predator to get into a position to knock Chrono Team off the map. Now we get Ensong Inferno coming on through from Shing, as well as the Apex Predator attempted from Chrono Team to stop Iron Flux having these forward positions to take control of that first corner. Eternal Bond plus Strangling Prison, so one-sided sustain coming on through from the side of Chrono Team. The Dracula has to heal the Mirror Ultimate of Invisible Boundary coming out to keep Iron Flux up and still applying pressure so they can try and keep map control before Chrono Team are in a position to use Ensong Inferno and chase them out.
Meteora was able to drag the Groot out of the invisible boundary, but there was no one in position to capitalize off it. But now Chrono Team have their own boundary. They have Ensong. Eternal Bond going to be once again burnt early. Ion Flux are looking to pull the trigger as the main engage for a lot of these fights. Straggling Prison comes on out as Ion Flux, utilizing that early engage, smash through the defenses of Chrono Team.
Yeah, Prime Gregory on that group with the Strangling Prison. Absolutely no worries about investing Strangling Prison, even on top of Chrono Team's own invisible boundary. You've got the CD, you've got the Terra Cape, that 28% vulnerability window allows you to find the eliminations even through the Invis ultimate, and that's a crucial difference in Ion Flux's composition right now. They're actually finding eliminations through strategist ult cycles.
With the eliminations ticking over one more time, Chrono Team, they're trying to look for the same with this Phoenix, like they've been able to do so many times in this game, but have not been as successful. You brought it up perfectly here. Finally, the step up for Superstar with their own Straggling Prison to try and make something happen, but Galactrox from behind, from out of nowhere! It's gonna be so many, 2 down right off the bat, make it 3, and Chrono Team's defense is once again disintegrating. FM Ninja trying to chase him back, trying to stagger one more strategist off the board, and with that, Chrono Team's defense is looking even weaker than our spawn health, with less healing as the car creeps towards the throne room.
This feels like it's the evolution of the Deadpool flank condition that Ion Flux used on Spider Islands. They spotted that their Deadpool wasn't getting scouted, and now they're doing the same with the Elsa, only this time she has ultimate, and there's no way the Chrono Team can manage to respond in time. Strangling Prison plus Ensong plus Meteor M on top, and yet again, Chrono Team are dismantled through their strategist uptime. One of them just has to go on to the point to try to keep it in play, but unfortunately that sends them directly into the path of the Elsa, and it's like trying to draw blood from a stone. Ion Flux remain standing, get the full push through Central Park with almost 3 minutes to spare.
What a push. That was just deja vu over and over again. Ion Flux would push, the opponents would gather, they'd delay the cart for a couple seconds, and then they would all go back to spawn the short way. Every single time, Ion Flux didn't give an inch. They lost so few members in each of those fights, and now they're up to defense. We know that they are able to play Adam, and their opponents have not shown as much. So we're already seeing Xing looking to hover that. They've got the Mantis. They are going for a hefty hold. They have the team up with the Groot, so now they can get themselves that Wildwood wall, which is the extra healing wall that Groot gets from the Mantis team up for even more sustain, and FM Ninja has shown that they're more than capable of solo dueling.
Yeah, and this is the difference, right, between the two teams' composition for defense. Because Chrono Team, they didn't have Adam, they also did not have Strange open to them. When they started losing that point, they had no chance of contesting the third tick. Ion Flux are going to be able to stall out, potentially give 2 out of 3 ticks, but when that third tick is counting down, they'll be setting up the motion for the recontest in the form of the Karmic Revival. So even if it's not a full hold, they're gonna be taking off a lot of time if Chrono Team don't instantly win this first fight before Xing has the ult pull.
But now Xing just taking down some terrain so they have a bit more of a clearer shot and there's less chance of them getting flanked. Whisper needs to see if they can land any of these bionic hooks to get themselves an early pickup as Professor tries to get some zoning on the high ground. Mark the Shark able to block it out a little too easily there. Chrono Team not finding their openings that they're looking for as of yet, but they are building up Wang Wrangler's Eternal Bond very quickly.
Yeah, that would be the opener. Use the incoming damage with that Mantis damage boost, absorb it, generate first strategist ult, and then walk unintercepted and contested. But Strangling Prison actually comes through from Prime Gregory's end. They're able to absorb it with both the CD plus the Invis, and now we get Eternal Bond to invade into that point POV. Xing does not have Karmic Revive already, and they're able to get the catch onto Invis women too, so no invisible boundary to stall things out. Ion Flux lose control of first and second, and Xing is not investing that self-res just yet, so it looks like Chrono Team will be able to sweep all 3 points in one go.
Nicely done, showing where you can sometimes have, as you mentioned perfectly, that Mantis damage boost actually backfire, because more healing for the team that is taking all that damage if you don't execute. Prime Gregory landed a beautiful Strangling Prison, and no one went down. Here comes the Apex Predator right off the bat immediately as Chrono Team are trying to keep the momentum going. Invisible Boundary for Dracula for some extra stain. We have Emma Frost on the board once again with Sonic Seduction, trying to create an opening as Ion Flux are dropping down. Kraken Impact, 1, 2, revive. Where is it? There's no more extra stuns here from the side of the Winter Soldier, so they're forced to just ping from a distance as Ion Flux are able to reset and finally get some momentum out of this Adam.
Yeah, Karmic Revival, you play the long game. You come on through with your res, you feed your team, you force out as many ultimates as possible from your opponent while making sure that you have ults that will continue once you're all brought back, and that was in the form of Soul Resurgence. It was also a cheap investment for Iron Flux still being able to control the space, plus having combos up and available. Strangling Prison plus Apex Predator, especially if they don't clear FM yet again. This was that problem when they were defending. They did not scout the else's position before the ultimate, and FM floods the elimination feed again.
And Chrono Team are starting to get spawn held, make it more. Everyone is picked off at that doorway, and Ion Flux are able to retake position. And while this is happening, every time they're able to stagger out Chrono Team, Shing gets a little bit closer to another Karmic Revival. Strangling Prism at the ready, all defensive tools except for the revive at the ready for Ion Flux. Bartholomew builds towards another Soul Resurgence. Gartrox comes out already for one more attempt, but this time grabs no one. Strangling Prism for the counter, and it's another stagger for Ion Flux as Wang Wrangler is trying to create a pathway to allow Emma to push on up and get some kind of counter picks here.
Yeah, Meteor M is used to just safeguard the disengage. Soul Resurgence now invested from Bartholomew, forcing out the invisible boundary, and Chrono Team want value from this. They want to try to catch Iron Flux with that slow leading up into the Kraken Impact, but Whisper just can't find the eliminations. It falls instead to the Emma to push forward, but that just means the Karmic Revival brings all of the players back, and Chrono Team have no way of taking the players brought back down. It's up to the Emma just zoning the team's walk up, but they've still got invisible boundary. They did not mirror, and they can stabilize their position and push for more.
Ninja taken down, though, in a beautiful duel. Superstar burns the Strangling Prison. They're trying to commit to this right here with their small numbers advantage, taking it down Bartholomew. They're looking for the backline, seeing if they can get onto Prime Gregory. Apex Predator comes on out. Gregory gets a shield to try and tag. They're just juggled through the air, finally going to fall as Chrono Team are creeping forward inch by inch. She is already back to 68%, but they don't have the bodies to try and hold this. Another Glatrox comes on down, but Ninja is caught in the Carbon Crush and can't follow up.
Yeah, good Carbon Crush there onto FM so that they can't get the recall into eliminations. X-Lazy with the invisible boundary, but it's not in time to save the win condition. Kraken Impact denied an opportunity to land in this fight, and once invisible boundary is done, Strangling Prison catches 3 players all in one go. Ion Flux yet again are able to flip map control, and once more with no strange TP to get Chrono Team past this, set up for the spawn close hold.
This is so rough for Chrono Team right now. They do have some tools. They have the Eternal Bond. They're getting close to another Apex Predator. They're getting close to a Strangling Prison. But look at what Ion Flux have. All 3 Strategist Ultimates, including the Karmic Revival. They have the positioning advantage, and they have the time. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Meteor M to try and deal with Whisper, who's trying to use the Punisher to deal with this Groot. This is Ion Flux's hold to lose here, as Chrono Team are going to have to pull off a miracle engage. They've given up on the Winter Soldier, so there's not even a Kraken Impact to try and capitalize. Here comes that final judgment. Meteor M lands on Whisper, takes them down, and Ion Flux continue to hold.
Oh, Superstar loses Strangling Prison. Who got CC'd out of the old cast? Whisper gets taken down. The final judgment just fueled to the fire of the Meteor M charge. And we do hear trades, but we also hear Karmic Revival cast going on through. Shing's absolutely untouchable inside of the building. Chrono Team have no way of getting on top of him. Soul Resurgence stacks on top of Strangling Prison for Ion Flux to push back in, but Superstar is the one who's actually able to punish the group up. There we get the Strangling Prison bolt back up so quickly because of that CC cancel. Previously, and Chrono Team deal with the regroup and the revive to push through second and pick their way into third, but they have so little time to be able to complete this map, and it only continues to get dangerous, Tetcha, as we go towards Staircase with that Apex Predator in full play. The difference is that Chrono Team, they get the forward positioning. They should be able to scout out where this also will start the fight.
Quick shout out to Apex Predator for Professor, to use Apex Predator to take Dracula out of range of where that Adam Warlock could get the revive. So he went down trying to reach them for the res, which is how Chrono Team were able to push on through. But Ion Flux now have the slight ultimate advantage. Here comes Apex Predator to try and take Superstar. Doesn't take them off the map, just takes them out of position here. And suddenly Chrono Team have a great opportunity to make something happen. Final Judgment to push on in, breaking through that Magneto Shield group walls to block as much damage as they can. They find nothing, but they gain positioning and they gain distance.
Bartholomew, though, will have that Eternal Bond, but Chrono Team, they're keeping that position forward. They're going to be able to push for more space with the Stone Seduction, splitting Iron Flux's side. Bartholomew did not yet have that Eternal Bond for the CC immunity to dodge through, and it falls to Mark to keep the space instead. Meteor M comes on out, but that just means that the CD ultimate from Chrono Team is given free pass without concern about the one-shot, and it goes down to a mirror ultimate for pure sustainability. Chrono Team gets so many players caught inside the strangling prison, though. The whole team is caught up into the Ensong Inferno follow-through. They were all stacked inside X-Lazy's ultimate to get value from the invisible boundary, but it's Ion Flux who send them back to spawn.
12 seconds remaining. Superstar moves over to Venom. Meteor is the only one close to the objective right now. Is going to try and creep up, but gets sniped immediately by Xing. And Chrono Team are seeing their time creep away, and last-ditch dash from the sneaky rocket to try and wrap around, but it is caught by the expert hunter. And Ion Flux sees that game, and they are able to move on in MRC.
Definitely a team to watch, and definitely a team to probably ban Elsa against. For a second time in a row that we get to see it make it through ban draft, the Elsa will be able to pick up this MVP. We might even have been able to bypass the amount of damage done previously with the rate that we saw those Apex Predator casts. No, okay. 30,194 total damage done. 17 final eliminations coming on through from that Elsa with the MVP. Online Professor keeping it competitive, 35,000 damage done. So we are getting to see the insane potential that the Elsa has, both in the ultimate but also in the neutral, where you're just looking for those eliminations to open up the space entirely.
Quite frankly, these teams were so close in terms of actual skill with each other. It was back and forth, but it came down to, once again, optimization of time. The Adam Warlock, those revives did buy them extra seconds and were able to get a spawn hold on point 2, meaning that they could keep the delay going for a little bit longer, and that allowed Ion Flux to delay and make sure that when it came down to those final seconds, they had the positioning and they were able to stagger appropriately. Sometimes that's why we were talking about it. Sometimes Adam might be worth banning out.
Yeah, that and Ion Flux were also able to just dismantle strategist uptime from Chrono Team like so many times. They found eliminations through CD ultimate of Eternal Bond, for Invisible Boundary with the coordination of Ensong plus Meteor M. They actually had those ultimates properly coordinated between their players. So not a surprise that they were the team who were also able to pull off the Adam 2, because that really does require a whole lot of team discipline.
And of course, a good hit scan player, which we did see from the side as it is a hit scan character, while the Cosmic Cluster is just a burst projectile. The actual main damage output from Adam, not only if you can land those crits to get the healing output on cooldown quicker, you can just continually burst people down because the damage isn't bad. But speaking of not bad, we are still going. We have more games coming up, and that's not bad to me. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more games right after this break.
Your day ends, demon.
Welcome back. We continue our run through the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 6.5, and we are heading to the upper bracket. So all of these teams now, or at least for the upper bracket games we'll be doing, do have that safety net. If they get knocked down, they have one more chance. But to continue on through that upper bracket means you can get even more chances. You can get closer to that final three. Because remember, if you get to the upper bracket finals, you're qualified. You're guaranteed top three.
Oh, the match that we have coming up next, Tetcha. I've been waiting in anticipation a whole week to see how exactly this would play out. I advise you, if there's any game that you go back and watch the broadcast does not show, go watch Flankily Blessed versus Propaganda in round 6. It was absolutely insane. 3 maps, and Flankly Blessed just play the weirdest of compositions, which is also why I have no surprise to see that Luke's Daredevil is instantly off the table on the side of Lunex Gaming, because when I say they've been playing Penny Dive, I mean they've actually been playing Penny Dive. They run Penny Parker Daredevil Dive, and they just drop on you before you're ready.
We're also going to talk about the fact that this team has so many legendary players in terms of what they can do. Cringe Alarm, you talked about it with the Penny, has done so much, but is now playing some other stuff as well. Me and you cast the third-party tournament of the Daredevil charity tournament, and guess who won that? It's Luke the Ninja. We have Raziel, the previously #1 ranked Spider-Man, and Imperator, also being absolutely insane on stuff like, well, multiple things in terms of strategists. I've also seen him absolutely pop off on Doctor Strange. He's so flexible. And Jimbo, previously on Shmongus for a time, a Winter Soldier and Namor player, also with so much flexibility. I believe he's vanguarding for this team. This team is terrifying, but Lunex is legacy.
Yes, Lunex is legendary in the scene. We've got players from Chop, from Na'Vi, from Alcatzia, from Dawncore. This is the team which a lot of people are touted as the favorites to be able to win the whole championship in EMEA. Whatever happens, this is going to be an absolutely insane matchup, because for Lunex, like, they're having to use so much of this ban draft just taking out stuff that Flankily Blessed have played. Yeah, the Daredevil affects them. Definitely, they probably wanted to play a little bit of Daredevil themselves, but the Atom is absolutely targeted towards only legs, as it's one of the ways that Flankily Blessed have actually been beating one-sided Gambit, something I'm sure they would have been more than happy to let through the draft. The only reason why they sacrificed a ban slot on it is because Lunex went with the protection onto the Star-Lord, so you don't have Galactic Legend plus Raging Royal Flush.
We're going to see the Duelist Daredevil Duelist Deadpool taken out right at the end there as well. So many solid options. Rogue is protected, so potential for a little bit of flanking dive potential. Only Duelist Deadpool taken out, so Vanguard pool still available for Luke the Ninja, which they're immediately hovering. And we do still have the Jeff and the Elsa, so we've got the full team up with the toy box, that chaotic abilities that Deadpool can just give to everyone. And we already talked about it. Penny looking to be hovered.
Yeah, Cringe Alarm very much known for being the Penny Parker, but in the last 2 seasons has started moving over to the Rogue, so I'm sure we'll be seeing that one make its way through here at some point too. DRP also might decide to stick with this 4 pick if they are anticipating Flankily Blessed to go with this dive. Removing the Daredevil goes a huge way of just cutting out the value that Flankily Blessed would have. It allows Lunex so much more opportunity, because now Flankly have to go through physical scouting as opposed to having Daredevil's passive relaying all of the information before the game even starts to set up for it. So both the Star-Lord for Crisis as well as the 4 for DRP can go a really good way of just intercepting Flankily Blessed's dives and making sure that they get the opportunity to keep their backline up and alive. But since the Penny made it through, I feel like Flankily Blessed are going to be less diving and more bunkering, as we start with a very aggressive Strange TP, forcing Lunex to fully give up the space.
Imperator trying to go for a quick portal gank, not able to find anyone as of yet. Zenny making their way up to the high ground, keeping DRP topped up. LoonX with not just Ignite experience, but World Championship experience with Crisis for, of course, Na'Vi, and DRP actually playing for OUG, subbing in for that team as Imperator is taken down by Ballas, who's been consistently rising up the ranks. They are flanking this beautifully right now as LoonX are going to be able to take first control, but they have to deal with Cringe Alarm, who is starting to try and get some bunkering up and get that Bionic Spider Nest down.
Yeah, but Flankly are just denied an opportunity to bunker. LoonX are able to kite out the strange TP, take the fight into open space, as well as get that backline into a position where Flankly Blast can't really put all of that much pressure onto them, and it reads in terms of the ultimate economy too. Maluki is able to get a whole bunch of charge towards the first invisible boundary. Ballas already has the first Apex Predator, in comparison to Raziel, who was just forced to have to hold high ground and look for an opportunity to provide itself, so LoonX can just take this opportunity and go first. Starlord reads out the positions, we get the taunt of the hammer coming on through from Milk Boy, and they're just going to keep up the aggression before Flankly Blast get an opportunity to build up ultimates and try and put the pressure onto LoonX in return.
Up to 35% for LoonX. They continue to hold. They still have the God of Thunder, and they are building up towards a Galactic Legend and Invisible Boundary, whereas Flankly Blessed, they are actually going to have more ultimates together. It's just because LoonX have charged theirs quickly. They've already used some.
Do they get the space to be able to use them, though? Because Only Lex does have Fate of Both Worlds, but you don't really have something that you're looking for that damage boost to amplify. Crisis, though, gets caught out by the Maelstrom of Madness. It is traded. Jimbo Limbo goes down, so no Jeff Speed Bubbles to allow Flankly Blast to move into this fight as fast as they want to. Raziel gets caught out of position and gets taken down, and Fate of Both Worlds is just used to make sure that no further eliminations come through onto Flankly Blast's side, so they can push onto LoonX Gaming and try to force out this Invis boundary.
Yavamoto coming in from the side, trying to get rid of the Jeff. Trying to get in here with the Spider Time. Rushing down Cringe Alarm, looking to try and force them off the point to at least flip this right now, numbers-wise, in favor of Flankly Blessed. But here comes the Galactic Legend to try and burn through any of the backline members. But Flankly Blessed positioning is making this very hard to deal with. Raziel finally falls as LoonX continue to just delay, and delay. Their positioning is good, and they are taking individual fights that are allowing them to continue to outperform.
Yeah, this round is done. If you're Flankly Blast, even though you have ultimates, you're not going to want to invest them. It's better to save the first fight of next round, as LoonX Gaming will be able to find a clear and total shutdown victory. 0 to 100% picked up on their end, just separating Flankly Blast, not allowing any sorts of coordination. It would always be rough losing their first fight when you're on a bunker composition, because it just allowed LoonX Gaming so much more control of where to kite those fights, so that it was always an open space and they could deal with literally every part of Flankly's comp.
Flankly going to be adjusting here. They're moving off the penny, despite Cringe Alarm landing some amazing cyberweb snares. You mentioned it earlier, the Rogue is entering the field. They want to try and brawl a little bit more, take a little bit more positioning control aggressively, as opposed to trying to rely on the crowd control of the web snare and actually setting up the Biotic Spider Nest. This means they are still triple Vanguard, but now a lot more aggressive here with that Vanguard pool, with the Venom of their own. And Imperator going to be bringing out the Jeff to try and give them the mobility, and of course the extra healing with the Luke the Ninja Deadpool team-up.
Yes, also Symbiotic Shenanigans will now be able to match DRP and Zenny. As LoonX Gaming, they have to position in preparation for Raziel's Apex Predator. They don't really want to try and stack too heavily up, because all of them will just be carted right towards that Elsa's ultimate, as Only Legs has been scouted out and just gets jumped upon. Off of the Luna, it's going to be a swap on over to the Invis Woman instead for the Force Physics, but also the self-heal from that Guardian Shield. As off of that first elimination, LoonX take control of the fight. No opportunity for Apex Predator to come out.
LoonX continue to claim control early, but because that Apex Predator did not come out, it is now available for the next fight, with currently no tools available for LoonX to stop it. But the problem is they're building up very fast. Can Flankly Blessed find the opportunity to create the opening before LoonX get what they need? Here comes the Bad Hammer, Feast from the Abyss to try and get onto the Jeff on the back line. Apex Predator coming on out, Only Legs fully isolated, against double dove by the Venom and the Deadpool. That felt personal as they try to push on in further. Flankly Blessed just cannot create an opening here. They finally take down DRP, but Crisis with Galactic Legend is creating too much zoning potential.
Yeah, it's just the targeting, right? It's min-max. Because if you target the Invis woman, the Banhammer forced Only Legs into having to go into Invis state so that they have the self-heal coming on through. It meant Flankly Blessed was stuck with only Jeff heal, which just is not up to scratch to be able to deal with all of the incoming pressure from Linux Gaming side. And now you also managed to destabilize the charge of Invisible Boundary so that you can use your Apex Predator to catch on to Flankly Blessed when they're still mid-rotation, and if they use Invisible Ultimate, it gains 0 value in actually controlling point to look for a flip.
We do get a flip, though, as there was a little bit of a back cap snuck in by Flankly Blessed. Invisible Boundary comes on out. They are staggered, but they're trying to just get some percentage while they can. Symbiotic Shenanigans going to keep Milk Boy up, but now the backline is getting dove on in here. Heartbreaker from Cringe Alarm is creating a little bit of an issue for Loon X, trying to get onto the retake here by creating so much zoning potential. Bad Hammer onto the backline to try and weaken out the strategist, take out Jeff. Only Legs is going to be the first one to fall, though, as we do see Imperator able to back away.
Still, Jimbo Limbo is still alive. So Lunex might be getting these eliminations, but they have not yet found the flip. And that Venom will literally just run around the tree to stall it. Finally, the elimination comes on through, and Linux will yet again tighten up these closer holds against Flankly, just making sure to put as much pressure onto them as possible, building up that Apex Predator before the fight even properly starts off. As we're headed towards final fight territory, Crisis has Galactic Legend ready to go as well, and there is no strategist ultimate for Flankly Blessed to use to be able to shut this down. They've spotted out the hesitation. Out comes the Apex Predator directly onto Raziel's position, so no Elsa ultimate to prevent Lunex Gaming's further aggression and just flooding the point so that Flankly Blessed can't get past.
They're just too far up, setting up the smoke trap to try and get something. Raziel commits the Apex Predator to get something, but is taken out immediately. Zeddy is continuing to keep the team topped up. Crisis is charging back to the point to remove anyone trying to get the overtime, and down it goes. Loon X, in solid fashion, take map number 1.
Linux, it definitely feels like when we looked at the ban draft, they really had 2 things that they wanted to remove, and they were fine with letting the rest of the compositions come through because they perfectly knew how to position around it. Like, okay, we let Penny go through, let's just make sure that we don't let them bunker off with a strange DP to open things up, then take all of the rest of the fights in open space for the point, and then we just flood them before they're set up for a defensive position for all of the fights that happen afterwards. Second round, we know they've got Elsa ultimate, so we're going to spot out that Luna from Only Legs is super isolated on their own. We'll get that elimination, then we'll pivot onto the Elsa's position to make sure that they don't get the opportunity of using unmatched Elsa ultimate when we have nothing to be able to deal with it, and we'll win the rest of the fights by having the better positions to generate our ultimate speeds so much faster in comparison.
5 KOs total by Flankly Blessed, and that is just DRP on the side of Loon X. This was positioning, this was momentum, and like you said, timing your engages and timing your actual holds perfectly. Flooding the points when necessary, holding position when necessary. That was this is why Loon X are considered to be one of the favorites to make it into Ignite. But their journey isn't over yet. They still have to close this series out. There's still opportunities for Flankly Blessed to make this back. And of course, there are still more games ahead after this. It's the upper bracket, but there's still quite a few more rounds to go.
Yeah, I wonder how Flankly Blessed try and approach this next map too. Because, like, we saw them with the strategist line. It very much felt like there just wasn't enough. By trying to run the Jeff, when we matched those ultimates, its Jeff just does not stand up to the same level as something like Invis Boundary against the ultimate potential that Lunex Gaming were fielding. So each time we had the 2 strategist ult cycle, Lunex were always the ones coming out on top.
Well, we'll see if they can continue to come out on top as we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, the continuation of Loon X versus Flankly Blessed. To one of the favorites in this MRC, Loon X. And as such, they've decided to take us to Symbiotic Surface Moxie.
Yeah, I feel like Linux Gaming, they've cracked the ban draft against Flankly Blessed. Like, going for the instant ban on Daredevil, it really just disrupts so much of what Flankly Blessed want to do. And Daredevil is also one of those unique characters in Rivals where there's dive-adjacent duelists, right, that can potentially fill the position that he does, but what he actually brings to the table in terms of mechanics, passive of radar sense, as well as being able to grab players out of position with things like the Devil's Latch, those are all individual to Daredevil. Of all of the heroes in the role, he's the only one that does it, so removing that from play and instantly removing it as well so that Flankly get no opportunity to save it is so key for Linux to be able to win out these fights, because whatever gets through that wasn't instant banned, they're okay with playing themselves. Like, they're fine with the Elsa, they're fine with the Gambit, they're fine with the Loki. They have all of their bases covered.
And we'll see if they can replicate that success as we head on in to Symbiotic Surface. This is, of course, a convergence map, so we love to see teams try to get a hefty hold. This is one of the most common maps for people to not get the first point on, not just because the position is pretty solid to hold, but also because it's a long way from attacker spawn.
Oh, this is going to force a Gambit ban on the side of Flankly Blast, going for this early save onto the Starlord that Linux did again the last time on Celestial Husk. So yeah, there we go. There's the Gambit ban as expected. Flankly will be saving the Penny. Something to note is that, yes, they lost the last map, so they get to choose which map they go to. They also get to choose which side. So it's notable that a team who like to run Penny Parker opt for the attack first, because that would suggest they have more confidence in their aggressive potential than in their actual full hold strategy. Even though Penny is, when we look at her on paper, a more defensive capabilities hero.
We have seen teams in the past try to do this flanking Penny Star. We did see it in the previous map, and we have seen it in the past from teams like, here's a callback to the past when it comes to Ignite, Dusty, who did try to use a little bit of flanking Penny potential in Ignite Stage 1. Spider-Man going to be protected as well for Flankly Blessed, really trying to make sure that they get a lot of those comfort picks.
Yeah, Raziel will be picking that one up. Is Linux actually going to be going for the save onto the Elsa, as well as banning out the Adam? And ooh, that's a change up. Flankly Blessed will be going for the ban onto the Jeff. Linux now get one opportunity to ban something else, and it's actually going to be Duelist Pool, which would potentially have been a pivot for Luke to play if they'd wanted to go that route. So it forces Luke onto Vanguard Pool instead.
Very interesting. We have seen more Vanguard Pool from a lot of players, but of course, Luke is well known to be one of the best dive duelist players, and his duelist Deadpool is very scary to deal with. The damage output is great, the positioning onto your backline is like a horror movie. It is always just trying to jump scare you and just burst through your backline. So it is a safe ban, forcing onto a character that is still insanely good and potentially, for a lot of people's consideration, maybe a bit stronger. It's just Luke is that goated.
Well, that also means in terms of ban draft, Phoenix made it for, Neymar made it for, Kraken Impact Winter Soldier made it for, Groot made it for as well. Like, there's a lot of stuff which you would not expect to make it out of the ban draft that do, given the uniqueness of Flankly Blessed's compositions that they run. As we said, Linux will be starting off on the defense. Flankly Blessed is going to be on the attack. As we get Milkboy already pushed super far forward in terms of being able to scout out Flankly Blessed when they try and go for the Strange Portal to open their space up and try and take some map control away from Linux Gaming, especially when it comes to that high ground hold over the point.
And look at the repositioning by Lunex. Realizing a portal might be coming, they step further up to make sure that if a portal engage happens, they have space to retreat to, and their opponents aren't immediately on the objective. Instead, Flankly Blessed, they choose to go to the high ground. This allows them to try and set up, at least gives them some cover, but doesn't give them the opportunity for the quick blow-up they might have been looking for otherwise. For now, Crisis on the high ground, off to the side, getting some beautiful flanks, and Namor into Spider-Man. It is a tale as old as bronze tier. It still works. It's a good counter.
Yeah, and Linux get to play half of their core in open space so that the Penny loses value of a potential bunker. The rest of the team up on the high ground with the Namor Invis woman split just to make sure that Raziel is not a problem for the backline to have to deal with, while you still have your position on the objective itself maintained with DRP's presence on that Magneto, allowing Lunex Gaming to find the eliminations, utilizing their ultimates, all without giving up any point percentage to the side of Flankly Blast, who that was their strange TP attack push. They now lose the opportunity of getting that bunker into a valuable position before the fight begins and have to walk directly into Linux Gaming's setup for all of the fights that come after.
Well, everything Flankly Blessed through at that point. They took down DRP, who was able to just walk his way back without them getting any percentage on the board, and they took out Ballas, who was brought back at the Battle Rebirth Beacon. This is Lunex continuing to hold out, but it's only going to take one really good Spider-Man engage to potentially flip this. Gladrox cruises on past, trying to get onto someone. Raziel's able to swing away. Cringealarm might not be so lucky, whittled down, isolated, and picked off.
Only Leg's gonna be creeping towards that Lunar ultimate, but Flankly Blessed are just having to play so split at the moment. Speaking of, Crisis finds that Luna isolated yet again, finding the elimination, and Ballas is able to push for more, getting a late stagger onto Luke, so they're going to be missing more players, losing more time, and losing more opportunity to get the Penny into position, which means that Lunex, they still got Rocket, they still have all of the point percentage to play for. They're just going to make this as painful as possible for Flankly to push forward.
Frankly, if they can get close, they have so many tools. They can get this, but right now, Lunex are just so mobile and so punishing. Eye of Agamotto is going to be the first tool to be propped to try and create something, but that Cosmic Guard Amplifier, the damage output, and the extra bonus health is a bit too much. Crisis looking for a Horn of Proteus, and Ballas with the follow-up. Beautiful teamwork between the two duelists.
Ballas has not gone down as well, which means that the Elsa's cooldowns are as low as they possibly can be, which is why Ballas is able to be so aggressive, because he has all of the movement tools to get in, get an elimination, or get out without getting traded. Lunex are sitting here as well on an absolute fort of defensive ultimates for Flankly Blast when they try and move over to the point. Imperator's off of the Strange onto the Angela, just trying to find any disruption, split Lunex Gaming's attention so that the spectacular spin coming on through from Raziel gains value. It takes out Ballas, but they still have not won the fight just yet. Spider Sweeper plus Cosmic Gun Amplifier to push on to point, but Lunex Gaming still held on to Invisible Boundary, and they'll be able to hold their position into the face of the ultimates because of it.
Spider Sweeper is making the objective very toxic, though, meaning Flankly Blessed get the first third and continue to creep on up. Here comes the Bad Hammer. Raziel taken down, allowing for the re-engage. Imperator takes out DRP, though, removing one of the big bodies from the board. Tries to dive onto Crisis, taking a lot of damage from the rear squid, but is continuing to keep the pressure on and zone out that duelist. DRP over to Strange to try and reinforce to get the team back onto the fight as Cringealarm is isolated, focused down. Brought back at the BRB, though, that was placed forward by Jimbo.
Oh, Imperator's down. No chance of boarding up the Heavenly Retribution. Also, to add insult to injury, Lunex have the Strange, and they set up the Portal regroup. Horn of Proteus is called in. Ballas continues the chase down on the players who got stunned up, because it's literally just to zone them off a point. If they can't find the eliminations, they can stop the OT play out. And Flankly Blessed are full held on a map that they chose. That was why I was concerned, Tetcher, when I saw them opt for attack first.
Well, they know what their target is now. They know how desperate they have to be, and the fact is, very. They have to hold at 0.1 at around 2/3 of this objective, and it's not going to be easy. Lunex have some great tools available to them if they want to go for any kind of siege break, as most of the siege break characters weren't even banned away. But quite frankly, with how their composition worked last time, they don't have to change too much if they don't want to. If they're still worried about getting Spider-Man, they can still stick with that Namora to keep the pressure on. They can move in potentially with a Groot if they want to capitalize with the Namor, but the fact is, if Ballas can build up some charge, they can just stay so mobile that Cringealarm's not going to be able to land those cyberweb snares.
Yeah, here's the problem for Flankly Blast, right? You're on Penny for defense. You probably want to bunker, but you just got full held. So if you pick a room and try to bunker, Lunex Gaming take all of the angles against you and still have presence onto point. Which means that no matter what you do, Flankly Blessed hands will be forced, and they will at some point have to come out of their own defensive setup and contest that walk. As Imperator is going to be looking to start off this round and shave off as much time as possible with early eliminations onto Lunix if they try to go for this portal play.
Counterportal Spider-Man being a distraction to make sure that they might not notice this. If they are distracted by Raziel, they may not see this trap coming. Portal coming in. It got them. They're on the other side, but they come out the top side, meaning that no one's going to go down here. Imperator comes back quickly, and it's going to be the pull from Spider-Man, trying this time to get Crisis. But quick reaction from Crisis means that they're able to keep pushing in from this flank.
Oh, Milk Boy's on the 4 as well, which is going to be putting a lot of pressure on the Vanguard line from Flankly. Holding that far forward, they can get disrupted by the Storm Surges coming on through. DRP with the Strange Shield just moves forward, gets into a position to contest the high ground with the Maelstrom of Madness charged up, and sweeps out the Strategist line. And Flankly Blessed, they already used the Strange TP, so this is just a Hail Mary or the Deadpool ultimate, and Lunix Gaming tie off the series, taking a 2-0 win.
Loon X looking terrifying as they continue their run. The Penny so good at creating these bunkers, and even an attempt to shut down a wraparound with the portal, but no one was able to be taken out permanently. They were able to make it to the point, make the flank, break past that Penny nest, and were able to claim that in a solid fashion. Lunex continue through the upper bracket, but it's not over for Flankly Blessed. They can still try to make a lower bracket run and claim one of those 3 spots.
Yeah, the worry for Flankly Blessed right now is that Lunix Gaming showed a strategy that clearly worked against a team that do not stick to meta compositions. And it's just the Daredevil ban. If you use the Daredevil instant ban, there is no opportunity for Flankly Blessed to be able to protect it. So it's going to be up to them if they want to be able to preserve their position in that lower bracket to find a solution that does not involve Daredevil, or punish these teams by letting something else get through the instant ban slot first.
You've also got to bring up, though, that the fact is Lunex are crazy. They are just that good with some of these characters. For some people, maybe that are more might struggle a little bit. It is a projectile-based character. The fact is, Crisis is just that good. He was landing shots at a Spider-Man flying across his screen at 400 miles an hour. He can just land them. But like you said, the draft is the first thing you do in the game, and it's potentially one of the most important things you do in the game. If you can dictate that, you can try and adjust your composition as time goes on, if need be, if there's some characters you're more comfortable on than others. But the draft is the first and most key step.
Yeah, it'll be a rough one, but like I said, Flankly Blessed, they play some really weird stuff, so going down into the lower bracket, especially against some opponents that might not be prepared for the kind of compositions that they play, they do still have all of the chances to be able to qualify into those top 3 spots. But as we said, Lunex, they're the favorites to win the whole thing for a reason. They will continue in the upper bracket, and we get to see the depth of their hero pool as well. They can play the meta to the highest level, and if it's required, they can go slightly away from full meta. Like, Neymar is still incredibly viable as a duelist, and 4 is really starting to creep up there in terms of discussions that we have to have when it comes to power ranking those Vanguards too.
Speaking of power rankings, we still have a bracket to set out, meaning we have more games coming up for you all. So don't go anywhere. We're going to head to a break while we find our next series, and we'll continue with our run through Marvel Rivals Championship 6.5.
Ooh, a fun map. The first time that we're getting to see this map in play as well. But Domination always does carry through a couple of similarities with all of the rest of the Domination map types. Res, still really, really strong for a stall strategy. Dive, really, really good as just a composition overall, because you get so much value putting the pressure onto separate places of the map, which you can then use to monopolize the rest of it. Crucially, that point control. As a Meta 47 will be respecting Kylian Mbappe and taking out the Groot first instead of the Elsa. As Planet Signage are actually going to be removing the Captain America before they go into the save slot of the Vanguard pool.
Now that's interesting. Captain America is, of course, still good. We did see it earlier today, and that's not just skin aura. That is just, he is a solid character. But he has not been in the ban spot outside of poly games for quite a bit. So it's interesting to see him appear not just in this game, but so early. We're also going to see Gambit actually making it into a game for like the second time today after being banned out consistently elsewise, as along with Elsa.
Ooh, so the Captain America, again, as we talked about, like, dive really, really strong on domination. Disrupt and dive even more so because you're committing like one person to hold the attention of multiple, so you can literally just overwhelm the rest of the team core. But what Freedom Charge also brings to the table is it's one of the best ultimates at just surviving Apex Predator, because you're literally pulled along with your Captain America to still be playing inside the Freedom Charge. So I don't think that it's a surprise that Omerta, seeing that Captain America has been removed, then actually go for the safe onto Gambit. Because one of the strategies that's developed is that players are utilizing Gambit, they're holding him away from where Apex Predator will reach, and then they're investing Gambit Ultimate of Raging Roar Flush for the Purify that it brings to instantly remove the Glartrox grab from all of their players, and then they're doubling down on the value that the Gambit will bring to the table by going with the Star-Lord to be able to have Galactic Legend alongside the ult.
Turning a fight that could be an immediate loss into an immediate flip potential to try and take or retake. We will see the Loki removed, so we're not going to see double Rage of Royal Flushes to try and maximize the chances of the cleanse, and of course, potentially sustain at the end of a Glartrox if you're not immediately blown up by Elsa with the regeneration domain, but we have not to worry about that as it is taken off the board. We're heading on in to our first map in this best of 3, and we are once again seeing Vanguard pools coming on in, but we are going to be seeing the Magnetos as the second Vanguards for both sides, and with both people going for a Star-Lord composition. It's still a classic combo, going for that Iron Bulwark with a little bit of Blaster Barrage, keeps the Star-Lord safe and allows them to apply a lot of damage.
Yeah, but it goes both ways. Because, like, now since we have Gambit empowered Galactic Legend, it forces these teams into having to run the Magneto so that you have Meteor M to absorb the damage coming through from that Star-Lord ultimate, as opposed to investing something like Invisible Boundary and still losing your players with the damage amplify that Raging Roar Flush puts on top. But Planet Signage will be rolling out pretty much on a full mirror, actually, with Omerta's composition. It's just a difference of CD to Invis Woman, so good Guardian Shield coming on through from Cath will allow a lot more protection to KQ43.
Putting some pressure onto the Star-Lord up on the high ground as Melas is trying to gain the high ground advantage for their own Star-Lord, for Nit to try and create an opening. But for now, Planet Signage, they do have the more aggressive position in terms of high ground and flanks, but neither team is losing the point yet. Neither one's been able to gain that early advantage, but Kylian Mbappe is getting a big lead when it comes to ult charge, and there's the first pickup. Finally taking out Near by Cap as they push on in looking for a second, and there's a Rage of Royal Flush so quickly. Kylian Mbappe is going to try and remove the damage output to try and capitalize with this, but already the point still held neutral. Only one down for each side. Neither one's able to capitalize yet.
Oh, Banhammer invested onto Crash so that they're sent out of the fight entirely. They might have been able to bold up that unmatched Raging Roar Flush to allow Planet Signage to come back into the fight, especially since KQ was so close to the Galactic Legend. What a clutch from Legion Star to be able to set up the elimination onto the Gambit and finally allow Omerta to cap.
A murder getting the first percentage on the board. Like you said, a great banhammer. Crash went for a flank, escaped the initial engage, went to heal their team, missed, and got taken out right at the end from the banhammer damage. So they were removed from the board before they could Rage of Royal Flush. But now it is time for Planet Signage to pull the trigger themselves with Galactic Legend, with Rage of Royal Flush. It's about now to see if they can take them down with the Meteor M. It gets popped, finds no one, and Planet Signage are trying to get something off of this. Finally able to take down Neo again.
Gearless is going to be coming from that side approach, putting the pressure on the Vanguards, who just have no option. If they shield towards the Elsa, they open themselves up to taking too much damage from the high ground position. And with the investment of the Invisible Boundary as well, Omerta are slowed onto point. They can't disengage. They can't play the ping-pong relay race to keep the point capped in their control. Planet Signage will be able to cap and flip. It comes at the cost, though, of those strategist ultimates being invested, plus the Meteor M's already done. So now they have to be able to pay respect to the Galactic Legend Raging Royal Flush combo from Omerta's end that they'll have to break choke.
Elis keeps a little bit of pressure onto the point, going to be backing it up. Here comes the counter engage. Galactic Legend, Raging Royal Flush exactly as predicted. And they're already finding a couple people on the isolations. Grey Guardian Barrier to prevent too much going wrong. But it's still going to be 2, make it 3 for 0. As Omerta are putting on quite the fight against Planet Signage and are looking to try it and get another flip to extend their lead that they currently hold on, finishing off the stragglers. And that's going to be 48% to 40 with Omerta continuing to extend the lead.
Yeah, Kylian Mbappe tried to go for the banhammer play onto NYW so that the taunt meant that the Galactic Legend with that Gambit would actually take the Solid out in his own ultimate for not hitting the Deadpool, but Omerta were able to keep him healed up, especially off of the back of all of these bulwarks coming on through from Noun, as we get a very aggressive flank from the Deadpool. Legion Star again forcing out that early investment of the Gambit ultimate, which sends the chain reaction through. Planet Signage burned the Gambit ultimate, therefore they have to invest the Solid ult at the same time. And that means that Omerta, yes, they'll get the point flipped against them, but look at the amount of ults they force from Planet Signage's end while still holding on to things like their own eternal bond.
They have the tools they need for a potential swap, and they've built up the point to 84%, getting closer and closer to that critical mass of 99 to force overtime and then just get one last flip or one last engage with Raging Royal Flush. They still have tools, they still have charge, and already Kellyan is going to try and get some momentum, pushing in early with that incredible roll there from Near. Not what I was talking about, but that had to be highlighted as they just dive onto the backline, trying to find someone. The taunt comes on in from the Deadpool, but there's just too much pressure. Meteor M from Noun to try and blow up someone in the backline, finds nothing, but it creates enough zoning for Omerta to keep the point in their favor.
Last fight territory. Calf will have invisible boundary, but it's into the context of both Gambit and Star-Lord matched up. Healers gets taken down super early as well, just because they had to have players try and touch onto point to set up for the TP. But because the elimination comes through so fast, Planet Signage's players weren't physically able to touch the point in time, and the Strange Teleport is used, but no one gets the opportunity to fall through. Omerta complete the round, and Planet Signage are denied.
And of course, one of the downsides of domination, that portal is now on cooldown for 160 seconds. So some of that will be burnt in spawn, so it could be worse. But if you were planning on going for a portal engage on round 2, you can't. If you were planning on doing a reinforcement early to try and get some early positioning, you can't. You burnt a tool, it was a gamble, and unfortunately, you now have to reap the consequences.
Oh, Omerta will have as well the win condition right away in this fight. This is problematic for CAF too, because like Planet Signage, they don't have the Strange Teleport, right? They can't teleport from choke onto point to have invisible boundary on the objective. If Omerta go first with Gambit plus Star-Lord and CAF's ultimate is forced, it will not be on objective, and Omerta will just not push into the boundary and instead take control of point.
So I'm free to hunt.
Let's see if they do so. They've taken the right-hand side to see if they can gain the high ground early to push on in for an early engage. Helis is going to try and pull the trigger. Invisible boundary. Galactrons blow up, but on the other side, Near is coming in with the Galactic Legend with that buff from the Raging Royal Flush, and they've been able to turn it, even with that incredible star. What an engage from Planet Signage. They still fall behind.
Yeah, Planet Signage, they read it out. They knew invisible boundary would be forced. They tried to make some form of value with it being off point, so they got the slow setup into the Apex Predator, but unfortunately the eliminations just do not work out, and we actually get the sword ultimate from the Deadpool. It's Pop Quiz instead of Banhammer. Big Test just being used so that Kylian Mbappe can survive and stop Omerta from getting a free cap, forcing Eternal Bond. So more ultimates invested, and still Planet Signage are stalling. Mavericks on the Venom, they're just not giving up any of this point cap until now.
Legend's able to push them back, and finally the point is captured by Omerta. The delays were huge. Maverick on the Venom to, like you say, continue to just try and delay, but now they have a feast from the Abyss. They can try and go for a quick backline blow-up before Mary Jane is able to get charged up on that Raging Royal Flush. Planet Signage, their front line is now basically going to be that Deadpool to try and create the barrier with the Fluffy Unicorn. Here comes the pushing KQ. They gotta keep them healed up once again as they are getting taunted, but it's enough to take the duel. KQ taking out New as they push on through, but there's the counter onto Maverick as Ormerta are still holding the choke.
Calf, though, is keeping the team up. Also has its Jeff. Can't invest it just now because Meteor M is going to be in play for that land shark to get targeted down. As we get again, Legion Star just going in super aggressive, stopping Planet Signage from organizing their players and having an actual dive setup hitting from multiple directions so that Omerta can absorb it and return fire.
Omerta keeping the pressure on. They lose their Deadpool, but they will be back pretty soon. A pretty mobile character can reach the point quickly, but this is Planet Silence's opportunity. They will have a couple seconds where they will have the numbers advantage if they can pull the trigger. Their creep got out as fast as they can. Leishon makes their way back in, sending shots from downrange, but a lot of damage was taken. And by down, here comes the Glartrox to try and grab Mirrored from the other side. Already we're seeing Crash removed from the board. Helis is trying to keep the pressure on. Kellyan falls. It's 1 for 2. Is barely standing thanks to the barrier and is getting focused down, but is still trading up.
Omerta are able to keep the CD stabilized so that we get the cast of Eternal Bond, just outlasting Planet Signage's sustain. Its Jeff heals 100 per second in comparison to the 265, and that's before we even factor in any of the percentage boosts from that barrier. And unfortunately for Planet Signage, it's again off of a reliance from Strange TP to get a regroup through. Galactic Legend might be able to start finding some eliminations, but they'll pick up one before Meteor M absorbs all of the incoming pressure. That has been enough to get them back onto the point. Maverick with the tether will be able to keep them alive for a little bit of time, but this is just a matter of treading water right now, Toucher. They're not playing for any easy win condition. Omerta again, complete burn into T'Challa, holding Stellar Spaceport for the whole duration of the point.
Omerta, welcome to MRC. It's a pleasure to know you. That was a very impressive debut on the stream for Season 6.5, taking on one of the toughest teams and being able to claim a full hold on that second point. The Glartrox, amazing. The extra zoning potential from the strategists and the timing in particular coming in from Mary Jane and New. The teamwork that those two show was spectacular to watch.
I mean, yeah, New and Mary Jane just having the pair up right. This is what we talked about. When you go for a Gambit save, a lot of the time it forces teams, if they can't mirror the Star-Lord, into having to burn a ban on the duelist. Omerta saw that potentially coming, made sure that they saved the Star-Lord, and got to play for that win condition multiple times. For Planet Signage, it really was just, when you went into that first fight on second, you knew that the odds were so favored against you. With those two ultimates, you were staring down.
And with those ultimates being stared down, you have to wonder how you breached that. And we saw attempts with portals. The zoning was too hard to deal with. The actual opportunity to actually break onto the objective in that overtime. I did like Maverick swapping over to the Venom. That gave them, of course, the symbiotic shenanigans for the very short time they had Jeff for a second to try and capitalize. But you mentioned it earlier, Jeff Ultimate does struggle a little bit with the burst healing. It's better than it used to be because now it actually has some, but they just could not break through. Kath was doing such a great job creating openings, but they just were focused down so effectively. What a showing! Omerta on the board, 1-0 up, looking to potentially knock down one of the other favorites in this tournament to that lower bracket. We'll have to see if they're able to close this out, or if Planet Signage will take us to a map number 3 after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be continuing after this.
Your day ends, human.
And we are back, and already a surprise has befallen the planet of Signage, as they find themselves 0-1 down to newcomers to MRC in the form of Omerta. But we did have a little bit of a little bit of a check of the stats in the past, and we do have some familiar players, in particular new. They have played on Insomnia throughout quite a few of the off-seasons and were a substitute for Insomnia in Season 3. So they have been known around the scene for at least a while.
Yeah, definitely getting to see the teamwork as well. Like the coordination, we talked about it when we were looking at the gameplay of Burning T'Challa. Raging Royal Flush, Galactic Legend, Omerta were just able to pull off that flawlessly against Planet Signage, and it just let them out-tempo their opponent. Like, Domination is a map type that's so unforgiving when you start getting out-tempoed, because you lose all of the map space. The fights are so one-sided once you lose the first one. You gain very little chance of actually getting to rebuild your ultimate. Like, yeah, you're taking a lot of incoming damage, so you're building your Gambit ultimate fairly quickly, but if your Starlord has zero space and setups to be able to get off those cooldowns, you're not keeping pace and managing to charge up Galactic Legend at the same time, in comparison to Omerta, who, when they needed those two ultimates, they were off and ready to go. So headed into the ban draft phase, maybe we see a movement. Maybe Planet Signage decide that it's actually more important to remove the Gambit, as Omerta looked far more comfortable on having those two characters in play.
We'll have to find out. You were talking about how quickly ultimates do get charged. A lot of that was also the fact we were on Domination. We, of course, now have to swap game modes as we now head into a convergence. It's back to Central Park again. Yay! As we are heading in, and there it is. Moxie the Prophet once again.
Yeah, Gambit is the instant ban on the side of Planet Signage, and this now means that I would expect we see a different save, right? Omerta last time had the Captain America banned out against them, so they'll be saving that one. Also, don't really expect to see a save onto the Starlord, because that was just, again, more value from the Gambit. Now we get the Daredevil, however, for Healers, so he's going to be very happy, and this is what we actually saw a little bit earlier when we looked at Central Park. These teams wanting to go dive, having the dive, but letting Daredevil through for the other side so they can actually utilize the passive to counter dive it instead of proactively setting up for their own.
We do see the Loki taken away, preventing potential full revive compositions once again, which we saw earlier in the day and then seem to have slowed down pretty significantly as time has gone on. Another ban who has been pretty consistent so far. We see the Vanguard Deadpool, always seemingly banned or protected. The value of this character cannot be overstated due to how much value they have been getting on, particularly on the strategists like the Invisible Woman, who will be protected.
Yeah, if they're going against dive, you want to have a strategist who can hold their own against dive. Loki being removed means that you don't have the regeneration domain in play, as well as the cast of God of Mischief. Like, Loki is just all around insanely strong. The damage he can output really, really high. The heals he can output really, really high. But regeneration domain, literally allowing you to trade a cooldown for a cast of an ultimate, is wild when you factor that into overall ultimate economy. As a Planet Signage will go for the save onto the Elsa Bloodstone before Omerta can ban it out. As we've seen, both of these teams have been playing the Elsa, but we'll have to see who gains more value. Mantis will be the last ban on the side of Planet Signage, so no triple strategist lines with an unfairly damage boosted duelist on the opposing end.
And while Maverick wasn't able to find as much value as I'm sure they would have wanted on that Venom, it is still potentially intimidating. With Jeff still available, with the opportunity to try and capitalize very effectively with a Venom style, Omerta decided that they'd rather just avoid it and potentially try and force Planet Signage onto something else to dive with healers. Captain America was protected this time, but we're not seeing it being hovered by Planet Signage yet, as they are looking potentially at a double shield Vanguard line.
Yeah, as expected as well, Star-Lord entirely absent from the rest of both the bans and the picks, with Gambit off the table, so no surprises. Very much likely not going to be seeing an appearance as well, as Omerta will be starting off on that defense, Planet Signage on the attack with this Daredevil that they've been wanting to put into play. So might not be able to find the opening eliminations, but can still provide a lot more space for the rest of their teams to be able to walk up onto that point, as Omerta will be running new on the Bucky this time, as we get to see chat get gets the map POV, we get to see the setup, and Molas already on that Elsa is setting up the snare on far left side, which will absolutely catch Helis if he tries to hook past.
It's also worth bringing up the fact that Alberta bring out the thing to go with that Bucky. Someone who can, with that anti-streak charge, leaves an area behind that removes mobility abilities temporarily, meaning that they can trap Helis. If Nanonok is able to play defensively, they might be able to punish Planet Signage for going for some of their preferences. They need to do it now, though, because Mary Jane already getting pressure, goes for the Force Physics, not able to bully out the Daredevil. Pressured back, trying to play near the wall, play in cover to allow the thing to get maximum value. But while this is happening, so much pressure is being sent onto Leishon, and that choke point is not going in their favor. Finally, they take down Maverick, and they just clawed that from what looked like a super rough position.
This fight should go in terms of Emerta. After this, I don't think they even need to invest the strategist ultimates. This is what you do when you bring Invis CT to the table. You've got Pierce on Invis Women's Primary. You've got AoE attached to CDs. So there's so much survivability on the side of Emerta, and that's before we even think about the damage reduction that Nunanok brings to the table. Very good dodge of the Sonar Seduction with the pillar to break line of sight for Mary Jane to set up the invisible boundary so that Emerta can hold that position as Planet Signage get aggressive with the Invis mirror of their own. On top of that, Apex Predator hits its mark, and Emerta are prevented from being able to recontest, as well as gaining value from the Kraken impact. New loses the ultimate.
They lose the ultimate. They're forced off the point. Down goes New, who did buy a couple extra seconds, but it's now staggered from their team. Healer swapped off the Daredevil onto the Wolverine. While it cannot displace the thing, it can get a lot of damage with those percentage claws. But it's going to force a swap off us down, bringing out the Captain America. Now New is swapping over to the Phoenix. They're not as worried about the dive anymore. Now it's about taking those sight lines and trying to bully Planet Signage out, but Planet Signage aren't letting it happen.
Oh, that would have been so rough if Molas got caught that early before the next fight could happen, because they've got the win condition. They have the Apex Predator. If the Elsa falls early, Planet Signage do not have to worry about stacking up their players. There comes the Apex Predator, and there goes the Emma. Cap does get off the Eternal Bond, but Legion Star with that Meteor Arm is making it a little bit harder. Still falls behind cover, will be able to dodge the one-shot potential, so this ultimate is found in full, and Planet Signage get one-sided sustain to just keep on pushing for more eliminations, more space, and closer to the finish line for that checkpoint.
No one's stopping KQ. Their pilot got so much pressure. Ratatoska just cruises gently on in. Portal last second, but it's too late. The door is already open. So once again, we find a portal coming on out with Omerta not having to burn through theirs, as that was a Planet Signage portal for reinforcements not needed.
Do we see Ensong onto KQ's Glatrox? Just
Maybe
defensively. Potentially, because like Mary Jane, I mean, I would much more expect it to be Freedom Charge, but they're investing Freedom Charge to run forward and try and displace Planet Signage. That's going to force the Invis boundary from Crash, but you have so many blinds with the Terror Cape from Cap with the 2 charges. Omerta just don't manage to find any form of value, and Planet Signage just disengage and play point.
The move you were talking about exactly right at the start just came out. We saw the Apex Predator with the Freedom Charge on top of it to protect the team, and that's allowing Omerta to push through this. Sustained on out. Helis is back on the Daredevil. Here comes Kellyan on the Doctor Strange, looking for an opportunity to try and go for a flank here. While that portal is down, Ayavagamoto is up.
Oh, Helis is coming back on Daredevil. Watch out for the Devil's Latch. He might show up on one of those angles and just grapple a player into oblivion below. Omerta do have Eternal Bond. Cap has as well. So all eyes will fall to Legion Star. Planet Signage hyper aware of the one-shot potential from the Magneto. So it's a solo eye of Agamotto onto the Vanguard before Cap has the safety to go for the ultimate. And Planet Signage can keep moving forward.
Helis is currently uncontested. There's no thing. There's no Winter Soldier. So they are just in the back line, causing pain, causing chaos. They spot Cap, who's going to look for a delay and just run him down. Look for the stagger. Look for the delay. Look to try and take him off the board and get the triple. The Devil is unleashed. Meteor M for Maverick to try and close this out with a triple. Counter from Legion Star finds nothing. Mary Jane is down. Legion is down. And KQ with an Apex Predator to force people off the board. Ensong in first. Inferno for the attempt at a hold from Omerta, but there's nothing left. It's just singular defenders now. Rocket's just trying to be small and be quick to buy time, but they're picked off, and that's a triple for Planet Signage.
It feels like they never slowed down.
Yeah.
Like, there was just zero slowdown. They did such a good job as well. Like, CD is so much harder to find value, especially with the Eternal Bond, when Magneto makes it through the game, right? Meteor M is something that these players have to be hyper aware of. And kudos to Planet Signage. Like, they all tracked perfectly. They catch the Magneto when he is so close to Meteor M with the Eye of Agamotto fully focused down his position so that he goes down without any opportunity of cancelling out Cav's ultimate early. And from there, Planet Signage know they've got one-sided sustain. They're going to be able to hit their ultimates before Omerta can stall and regroup and hit a win condition. So if they just go for that really aggressive play, as long as they keep the CD up, they're guaranteed to be able to finish off the fight.
And keeping that CD up is so important. That's why we have been seeing some very solid play from the Magnetos on both sides, trying to make sure that their strategists are kept up in these fights for these important ultimates. But it's really been the game of rotating through a duelist to see which one can try and gain an advantage. Planet Signage started off on the Daredevil. Thing and Winter Soldier come on out. They swap off it, get the advantage with the Wolverine. We see the swap onto the Phoenix to try and ping it from a distance. Daredevil comes back out as they break through the second door. It's the consistent rotation from Planet Signage that seems to be keeping Omerta on their toes.
Healers this time will be on the Bucky as well, so if Omerta go for something similar with the Captain America or the Wolverine, they will be coming under pressure from that Winter Soldier. As New is going to approach from main, it looks like he does have the rocket jump pack, so if he grabs out a Vanguard or a Squishy, he will be able to take them all the way behind enemy lines for the CD to be able to follow up into a blind. The space has been created. Slowly they're moving forward, but they have not taken high ground just yet, which means that a great blind catches out Nunok with that Terror Cape, and Omerta's forward push is denied.
Trying to create an opening, but like you say, they've been slowed down. Crash will be taken down, and suddenly Planet Signage in the neutral push a bit too far out of the castle and lose multiple members, 3, 4, and suddenly Omerta are on the point, and Kellyan, it's back to portals.
Yeah, it's going to be stalled from KQ-43, so that Kylian Mbappe, who swapped to Doctor Strange, has the opportunity to teleport the full team through. No Loki, but they do have the CD with Eternal Bond to stabilize the team's position after this portal has finished. But that just means that we're going to have Apex Predator just perfectly placed to take them outside of the CD heal AoE.
Forced off the point. The Dagger Storm was good for healing, but you can't heal environmentals. Here comes the counter coming out from Omerta with Meteor M to follow on up. Helis does so much work in the backline and somehow stays up. But in the meantime, New is doing huge work. Kellyan returns again on Doctor Strange with the Eye of Agamotto. But Wolverine is doing a lot of damage. Invisible Boundary keeping them topped up. New is barely standing. The healing output, blind from the side, is allowing this push to keep going. They're 2/3 down with the Angela coming in for reinforcements. Maverick trying to get someone out here. Apex Predator charging on in, but Wolverine, final stand, tries to get on in there, but they just can't keep this pressure going. Maverick is buying time, finally down, and Omerta have broken open the courtyard.
That was insane value from Last Stand that New is able to find. Like, so much resources goes into keeping that Wolverine up too. He got hit by Eye of Agamotto. He needs to send a gift basket to Legion Star for the Magneto's Bulwark, which saved the Wolverine's bacon and allowed him to get stabilized and find that huge pin, taking players from Planet Signage side off a point and depositing them into the follow-up blind. Freedom Charge from Omerta will keep them competitive as well, with dealing with their regroup while applying pressure onto Planet Signage. Try and just take control of this first corner so that they can catch the defenders on open space when they have to disengage, which will be perfect positioning for Malas with the Apex Predator to catch.
We have the Thing coming on out, but News already swapped off onto the Winter Soldier. The game of duelist carousel is currently in favor of Omerta, keeping ahead of the game, at least a little bit. But KQ on the flag is trying to just drop from the high ground. Apex Predator catches them though. KQ out of position. Meteor M takes one down. KQ will fall, but Maverick keeps it at least a little bit in their favor.
Great use of Meteor M. just draining the momentum as well as dodging away from the catch of the Apex Predator. As we're going to be seeing a couple of swaps come through. Omerta has spotted the Planet Signage are going to be holding close with this Daredevil, swaps over to that Bucky for the side of News. They do have Eternal Bond, but Planet Signage do have both of their strategists up and available in terms of those ultimates. It's going to fall to Legion Star to get that Magneto's Meteor M and take out Calf mid-dash.
New needs to be able to land these turns. Kelly gets a little bit caught on the terrain. That is unfortunate. Eats a Terror Cape, taking so much damage. Eternal Bond being pulled out in exchange for the invisible boundary. Helis is trying to put a little bit of pressure into the backline. Glarthrox comes on out with the thing to try and punch them through, but they can't land the finishing blow. Here comes the anti-street charge from Kelly and Mbappe as Helis lets the devil out with KQ on the follow-up, and Omerta are forced back to spawn, and we're back to spawn, Holtz Moxie.
Oh boy. They've got Freedom Charge. And Apex Predator. New's actually going to be just playing musical heroes at the moment. Was on Wolverine, goes Bucky, now is on Namor to be able to deal with this incoming pressure from both the Daredevil, but also apply pressure onto the Thing, who will not be able to close up the distance. He has a pin cushion against the Submariner as we get clobbering time, but Freedom Charge from Nunanok was in time. Unfortunately, everyone being stunned meant that no one got the opportunity to run directly into it, but Molas turns the tables with a huge Apex Predator yet again capitalizing. Planet Signage twice now we've seen overextensions from this defense, and they feed themselves right into the ultimate.
That Apex Predator was so desperately needed. Omerta were getting absolutely spawn held. They could not open. Even with the Freedom Charge, they could barely step through the doorway. But Apex Predator comes out exactly when needed. Gives them the opening that they need. Helis off the Daredevil onto the Winter Soldier of their own now to try and catch the cap. Stop it, move. Invisible Boundary comes on out. Another Apex Predator. Beautiful dodge by Molas.
Eternal Bond is in play, but Helis catches Legion, and now all eyes fall to the Winter Soldier. Can he both crack an impact? Omerta want to shut him down. Out comes the Horn of Proteus right on the Bucky's position so they can land the concussion into the elimination, and crack an impact does not get to stabilize Planet Signage in terms of eliminations. Apex Predator is also getting zoned out by Molas, but Kylian Mbappe does what is the worst thing possible, does not get the elimination onto the Elsa, and allows the ultimate to be built up. He's flooding the off angle, gets stunned out of the clobbering time cast, managing to make it through, and Mary Jane does not get hit, stabilizes the team, and they just push up with Freedom Charge.
The charge was built, the Glarthrox comes out, the clobbering time found nothing, and suddenly Omerta, when they were looking like they were in serious trouble, have broken through, and not just with that, with momentum. They still have Meteor M, they're building up towards an invisible boundary that they just charged up, and they're trying to play forward. They want to zone away Planet Signage, and if they can do that, they might be taking us to an overtime where they could secure a 2-0 against one of the top teams in EMEA.
Can't force invis boundary. Crash is just holding on to it. Does not want to use when Omerta can just get second and later cast, or just disengage it entirely and have their own uncontested. We're heading towards final fight territory too. Omerta don't want to overcommit. Planet Signage don't want to use ultimates to see them disengaged. This is going to be a hectic fight that we've seen. Out comes first invisible boundary. Crash mirrors KQ43, invests the Apex Predator to try and grab all of them out of it. The new dodges with the blessing of the deep before sending out the Horn of Proteus, and Planet Signage are the ones getting stalled out.
Legion Star forced off the map, comes back with the Meteor M and snipes the backline here to keep this fight going. Eternal Bond is coming on out from the side of Omerta, taking out Kelly and Mbappe, who swaps over to the Emma Frost to try and keep this going. So many attempts at environmentals, but Omerta just keeps stepping forward. They've got a full zone right now, heading for the spawn doors as New plays far back. They know they can set up some of those monstros for some zoning potentially in case anyone dives on past. Helis has the last stand. They can try and make something out of this. Eternal Bond from Cap to create the opening. Here comes Helis into the backline. Burns one, looks for two to take out the front line with 3 seconds on the board. Last stand, and Planet Signage rip it from the jaws of defeat and will take this to a 1-1.
Calf gets the opportunity to use the ultimate.
Finally.
They don't get fully held on their spawn doors. Like, Kylian Mbappe swaps to Emma to prevent the rushdown onto the CD. So Eternal Bond gets to come on through, and that allows Helis to close up the distance on the Wolverine. Overtime is literally about to hit. We actually see early elimination onto Emerta. Player instantly swaps to the Doctor's range to try to set up the teleport. But the last stand from the Wolverine from Helis pins everyone off of objective, so there's no opportunity for the strange teleport regroup to come through, and Planet Signage survive in the series. We go to map 3.
What an intense series between these two teams. The fact that one of these are going to the lower bracket is stressful. But what we can talk about here is, we talked about it all day, how important Elsa Bloodstone has been. We talk about how Wolverine took someone off the point there. The amount of Glartroxes forcing out position mistakes, spawn holds. Glartrox will deal with that. Try to get a rush through. Glartrox will take it for you. Try to just take someone off the map yourself to just get a quick isolation. I don't know, call Glartrox. He'll sort it for you.
I mean, I really like this pivot to the Nemo, though, to be able to dodge it, because you just use the Blessing of the Deep. Twice we saw New actually utilizing the Nemo's cooldown to dodge out of it and then get into position to use Horn of Proteus. Like, Emerta, for a team that this is the first MRC we're properly getting to see them on broadcast, they're really impressing. They're all tracking perfectly. Yeah. They're understanding when a win condition is about to come through on Planet Signage's side. If they don't have something to circumvent it, they know what to put in to prevent it from being in play. And a lot of it is the Nemo, like Horn of Proteus directly onto Winter Soldier's position to deny Kraken impact uptime is so clean, and it's those small details which really allow you to see the potential in this team.
Clean and ironic, of course, hitting a character with an ability called Kraken Impact with a squid-based character. But we will see if this continues, if Planet Signage have just managed to siege this back and continue their run on through, or if Omerta, with their quick swaps, with their adjustments, will be able to claim this series and continue their run through the upper bracket after this. So go get a drink, go use the bathroom, whatever you need to do, but just do not miss the Game 3 of this series after this break. Have impressed us extremely, but their challenge is not over, as we have seen the re-terraforming of Planet Signage making their way back into the series and taking us to a map number 3, Mopsy.
Yeah, ban draft. It really does feel like Planet Signage were able to find that recovery off the ban draft, because not only did they remove the Gambit Starlord, which was their issue on the round of domination, it also freed up their duelists for KQ43 to actually go for the Elsa Bloodstone in comparison to Helis, who was stuck on it for the first round because KQ43 had to mirror the Starlord. So I 100% expect to see Gambit as Planet Signage's instant ban again as we move on to our last map in the series, which will be back to domination. Hell's Heaven is where we will end up. And yet again, Emerta are going to keep banning Kylian Mbappe from this group.
These teams love to fight, they love to brawl, and therefore, like you said, back to Dom. Gambit's removed once again. We're back to that, which means Planet Signage may have once again found their opening. But remember, even though that Gambit ban did free them up to do what they wanted to do, they still barely held. It was the final room on the final push. So this is not the instant win, but they've once again opened up the opportunity for the Daredevil, for themselves, to at least give some potential backline pressure onto Omerta.
Now, if we're following previous events, this will lead into a Captain America save, and yep, there it is. Emerta will be going for the Captain America save. What is the next ban here? Loki Adam is definitely going to be up there in terms of priority, as is the Venom. They remember what Maverick was able to do. They know that Cath likes to play the Jeff, and this being Hell's Heaven, it's a really good map for Jeff, as well as having symbiotic shenanigans. You add that to Daredevil Dive, and you have a very rough time for Emerta's backline to have to deal with, so that is removed from the play. And Planet Signage actually decide to take the Mantis out, so starting to eliminate some of those triple strategist lines which have the potential of sustaining a dive and being able to live to the part of the fight where the dive's composition loses all of their cooldowns and therefore loses all of their damage potential.
Speaking of damage potential, one of the high damage Vanguards into the game, Vanguard Pool, is going to be protected, keep that shield up, and of course, with Elsa currently not banned or protected, could still be played, gives a little bit of extra potential for that character as well with the team up. Invisible Woman protected from Omerta, giving themselves some backline protection. You talked about it in the last game, how much value this gives when you're trying to deal with backline dive. You want someone who can, survive that. And a last-second realization of, oh yeah, Adam taking out the Loki, removing the double revives.
Not just that, but also regeneration domain. Like,
Also true.
Loki is so insanely strong on first fight of domination. We also get, just in case, a ban onto the Starlord, which is something I was kind of expecting, because we did have Starlord and Rocket Raccoon make it through, and while it's not the greatest of duelist lineups, having to go for the Rocket, Jeff, Starlord lineup for you so that you can have the Rocket team up, Planet Signage do not want healers to be forced onto Elsa duties because KQ43 has to mirror the Starlord. So I think here for Planet Signage, it's okay for them to go just burn a ban to guarantee that they can keep healers on that Daredevil.
And we once again roll into a situation where the drafts are eerily similar. So much so this time that so far, Noun is currently looking at a Captain America over a Magneto, which is what Maverick is playing. But on the other side, finally Omerta reveals that they might have had a Daredevil in their back pocket the whole time.
Yeah, they played a little bit of it for a very small amount of time on Central Park before swapping on off. They used to sort of read out when Planet Signage would be going aggressive. But now we should be expecting to see the Daredevil alongside that Captain America dial up the pressure onto Planet Signage. Both of these teams will have the same amount of information as the other, so it's not one-sided. But Planet Signage, by running this Angela plus the Jeff for their dive, they can set up far faster than Omerta, who's mainly going to be running the Captain America with the Daredevil and potentially bringing the Deadpool along as well.
There's also a map where environmentals are obviously a risk, so Invisible Woman gets a little bit more value, and the Angela can be a menace. And of course, Glatrox very much wants to go for a lava bath. We'll see if either team is able to find the right angles for that, as right now New is trying to look for flanks, can spot Helis, and does not want to give him the freedom or the satisfaction, trying to chase them down and force them away from their own backline.
As we talked about, Maverick is not really going to be finding eliminations, but will be massively disrupting the team. So Omerta having to try and play around this point, while also trying to keep up the Elsa, who gets hit by the Banhammer, coming on through from a very early ultimate of Kylian Mbappe. Legion Star will be able to mirror, though, Banhammer coming on through from Omerta's side, just allowing them to put the pressure onto the backline, who cannot afford to heal. Despite it being towards your teammates, it's still counted as a whiff towards the Deadpool and inflicts the damage, which means for a whole 8 seconds, Planet Signage, they're forced to just fall back.
And as such, Omerta will get the first percentage on the board. It was a long fight, as we were expecting, for the side of Planet Signage to try and reclaim that point, but Omerta do zone them away. They have a Glatrox now as an invisible boundary on both sides. So it's very much who's going to get the better fight angle at this early stage. As we're seeing now, looking to see if they can spot Maverick or if they can spot anyone else. We're already losing Legion, though, taken out by Kylian Mbappe, forcing a visible boundary if Omerta want to keep this fight going.
Oh, that invisible boundary is not at all covering the point. KQ43 sees an opportunity to send Malas off the cliff, and I think actually intercepted the Glatrox cast of the Apex Predator. And Planet Signage now, off of being able to find that stun, get an absolute rampage towards Omerta's back line. That will be the point flip, and that's why it was really dangerous when you're running into an Angela and they're trying to play retake. Planet Signage are more than happy to let Omerta take the first turn with that dive and just fully peel it off with the Angela Spears.
You're 100% right. There was the interrupt, by the way, onto that Glatrox, meaning Apex Predator slowly being built back towards. The half is better than a miss entirely, but also they would have loved to have maybe been taken out before using it. The same for later. Oh, a little bit of a miscommunication there as in comes the Heaven's Retribution to try and land from above and create more zoning on the board, but the Force Physics splits the team, so they don't find as many targets as they would have liked. As the last trying to chase it to the backline, the Devil has been unleashed. KQ rejoining the fight, putting pressure onto the Cap, taking them out from behind.
KQ coming back into the fight and proving that Elsa does not need an ultimate to still have pick potential. And Planet Signage still stalled out point control too. They're able to live the fight while retaining point percentage build up. Omerta now going to be getting overtaken in terms of that point percentage, and KQ43 will have Apex Predator for this fight to potentially interfere with Molasses cast yet again. This time, it's not going to be the Elsa going too far forward, because if you get force physics into losing your Elsa early, that's your win condition going up in smoke. As Maverick looks for the interception, waits for half of the team to be pushed past before hitting the back line and making sure that Omerta are pressured into using the invisible boundary, and Crash gets second and more impactful cast.
Finally able to find an opening. Omerta able to take down KQ before even using their own Apex Predator, and that's allowed them to burst on through while holding on to let the Devil out and the Eternal Bond. Omerta have all the tools they need for a big sustained fight, but Planet Signage building up to their own Eternal Bond on the C and D. This is allowing them to potentially push on in quite early, especially if they could get a little bit of a lockdown onto Noun, who's trying to be the one playing forward to scout.
Yeah, they have to be very careful though that they don't go too far forward. We got to see Maverick with the flyby looking to just spear someone a little bit too deep towards Planet Signage's side. New with the Let the Devil Out forces out Eternal Bond, so those dashes, they're barely going to be able to scrape it onto the objective, which is not what Planet Signage want. They have so little sustain to be able to try and occupy a position for that point flip, and it falls to Kylian Mbappe with the Banhammer to try and open up the fight, but there's just zero teammates to be able to capitalize off of the back of it. It's a strange TP in time from Crash leading into the Heaven's Retribution from Maverick. There's zero follow-up though, Tetcha, and Omerta with the Freedom Charge just absorb it.
They're completely staggered. Omerta are starting to lose people, though. They've lost Mary Jane. They get the counter onto the fellow Invisible Woman. Molasses almost charged up for an Apex Predator. Dropped low as New comes in with the Wolverine for one last opportunity to try and see if they can take Maverick off the point. The flip goes over to Planet Signage as Omerta looks like they were forced back. They get the counter flip back to 99. Overtime ticking down. Take out Elsa. You remove the ability to take you off the point. Beautifully executed, and the body blocks prevent Maverick from touching. That is Omerta taking point number 1.
Yeah, great feral grab. Also, Omerta are able to take advantage of the point percentage difference. Like, they see Planet Signage are going to be teleporting their players back onto the point, so they all just zone off of the objective so that no one gets ran on top of directly. They still had a good 10% to be able to play around with before it hit OT on the end of Planet Signage, so they can just recontest back in with the Freedom Charge while making sure that their strategists don't go down early and also don't get forced into burning their ultimates too soon.
And now with those ultimates in play, we look at what the teams will be running in. Does anyone get an early advantage to potentially try and take point number 2? And it's going to be 2 Apex Predators. Who's going to get the advantage? Who's going to find the positioning here? In terms of strategists, it's pretty much in favor of Omerta. They do have 82% on the Invisible Boundary and a slight lead on the Eternal Bond. So if Omerta can get this position early, they will, and not get picked off by an Apex Predator, it looks like they may take the first percentage. But Planet Signage, if they can land it from KQ, they could be in a great position to flip.
I mean, Invisible Boundary is great, but it also forces your position to be inside of it, which can allow KQ43 to get so much more value when these players are stacked. Oh, what a bubble coming on from Kylian Mbappe, just fully splitting the team with that magical unicorn shield to block out all heal potential before Mary Jane can use the Pierce, hit the Vanguards, and build up a one-sided ultimate.
Ultimate Stone to charge up with Molas losing their Apex Predator and the point. Suddenly, Omerta, they are on the very much downside of the ultimate rotation. They're trying to look for a new approach, heading through the center area as they begin to regroup. Heater takes a little bit of damage. Kylian Mbappe going to pull the trigger on a Banhammer, trying to find an opening as the pressure applied onto Downs to try and burst them through. Same with New, who have both dropped low. Here comes the Apex Predator. No one going to be found or picked off here as Legion actually gets the flip, finishing off Maverick.
Mary Jane, using the Invisible Boundary, catches the full slow onto the Angela, who was a little bit too deep into Omerta's side. Eternal Bond allows New on the Daredevil to close up the distance with the Let the Devil Out, but Planet Signage, they still have Eternal Bond and Helis' own ultimate to try to stave off Emerta's pressure. Out comes the Freedom Charge from Noon and Nock, which is one-sided, so Emerta are coming through with the greatest sustain in this fight, but Planet Signage are still holding on to the point to stall it out.
Molas takes the duel, gets the double, and with 50-60% on the board, Planet Signage are finally going to be driven back, but they burned through a lot of Emerta's tools to do so, forcing out that Freedom Charge to basically be the third strategist ultimate in the fight to delay it even longer. Maverick, though, picking up now, meaning that Emerta might not be long for this point if they can't just play safe and regroup and not get picked off.
Yeah, the Captain America was far too forward. To Planet Signage's side, just gets absolutely speared further out of position as Maverick now gets to meet up with Kylian Mbappe up on the high ground to take down New. Molasses tries to turn the team with that coming on through of Apex Predator, but Planet Signage just survive it. Heaven's Retribution pins Emerta's players in position so they can't capitalize off of the back of the Elsa cast, and Planet Signage, finding the eliminations, should also find the flip.
39% Emerta are still building that percentage for now, but like you say, Planet Signage very heavily in favor in terms of numbers, even grabbing the smoke bomb at the end there onto Legion Star, and there is the flip. 62-47 in favor of Planet Signage, who continue to extend that lead. Emerta, they have a visible boundary, and that's it. Building towards an Eternal Bond, but tools, Planet Signage, they can't afford to, Emerta can't afford to lose Down, who is still being tracked, and Kellyan is on the flank, was spotted thanks to the Daredevil.
Yeah, they're looking for the taunt to force the invis boundary off of the point, and then KQ-43 just sends Apex Predator right through the choke and catches the whole team. They do manage to live, thanks to the Eternal Bond coming on through from the Cloak and Dagger, but Cap has the match, and now we go down to a war of attrition, sustain versus sustain, which Planet Signage are able to win out in spades.
Beautiful execution. Overtime will tick in, but what's the reinforcement? Who's there? Strange is swapped to, but no one is touching, meaning no overtime. At this point, don't burn the portal. They're going to try it. Cap, with the last second delay, goes down, and that means portal is on cooldown for Emerta.
Yeah, it was worth it for Emerta to try to go for that teleport play because you're looking to try and force Planet Signage into burning ults so that they don't have them available for first fight on Eldritch Monument. Because we're going to be seeing that invisible boundary come through, and Emerta do not have match. Worse for them, they're not anywhere close to it. Like, 6%. At best, you look to your Captain America, or you just use Molasses' ultimate to deny the impact of Crash's ultimate entirely. But, like, that's relying on you outplaying an advantage your opponent literally has right now.
Crash trying to give his team a little bit of an anxiety attack by winding up on the invisible boundary to
all Invis women players do this. Every time I have to cast them, I see the flash of that ultimate and I'm like, oh, you're playing a hard line here.
One day, one of them will have a cat walk across the desk and press the mouse button to activate it. As Planet Signage looking to keep that momentum going with that boundary, it really leads heavily on Molasses or onto Noun to try and make something happen as we head on to this final point, the Eldritch Monument. Planet Signage looking to try and take early high ground positioning. Kraken coming in, both teams have the Daredevil, so both will be calling out to their teammates where everyone is.
Oh, I mean, you can potentially force in this boundary with the cast of Let the Devil Out. They're going for it first, and there it is. There's the invisible boundary. How do Emerta react? Out comes the Apex Predator, trying to grab them all out of it. Ninok also utilizing the freedom charges. They've seen Planet Signage have not lost players, and this is when they're going to get aggressive. Heaven's Retribution to try to take control of the high ground, but Emerta had all of the sustain off the Captain Ultimate, and which is positioned in a way that Maverick gets a pin, but no one else from Planet Signage can make a play off of.
The three-person Apex Predator, we said it could have been the win condition, and they found it. Emerta getting some early percentage. Immediately, Planet Signage going to Portal. They can't afford to let Emerta get set up. Crash gonna get caught, goes back through the portal for the spawn healing so they don't get taken down by the Bad Hammer. Genius! As they make their way onto the point. News dropping low, but it's playing far back now. Is chased down as Kylian Mbappe is relentlessly chasing down everyone off the point. The flip goes over to Planet Signage as they are able to claim that point.
Yeah, we got Big Test coming on through. Sword Deadpool ultimate instead of Banhammer to allow Kylian Mbappe to get so deep into Emerta's side, no one could get past the Deadpool as well. Purely self-sufficient so that the rest of Planet Signage's players could focus, concentrate on finding that point flip as fast as possible so that Calf and KQ43 are in the best position to utilize these ultimates when Emerta try to walk forward with Invisible Boundary, slam it onto point. KQ43 can slam the Guatrox right through that team.
Turner Bond used on both sides to look for the opening, to try and make sure that they can step up onto the point and try and rush the backline. Beautiful isolation by Maverick on the backline. Here comes the Apex Predator from KQ3, grabbing 3 members of Omerta, and they are shut down on the retake attempt.
Yeah, they could go that aggressive with the Elsa ultimate too, because they got the early elimination onto Mary Jane, so no invisible boundary to punish if Planet Signage invested the Elsa ultimate and did not win the fight in that moment. Then we get the Apex Predator to grab them all outside of the Eternal Bond, and now Planet Signage can put Kylian Mbappe once again super far forward, torn out with Banhammer, one of the strategists, slam on top of that the magical unicorn shield, and no heal from Mary Jane makes it through. It forces out the invisible boundary, and Planet Signage are already all outside of it.
Malas tried to drop an Apex Predator for a flip. They do get healers, meaning that they are trying to push on in. Omerta looking for the flip, trying to just earn any percentage back, but with New down. Mary Jane dropping low, down having no sustain. There's no defensive tools left. Legion is just going to have to try and take the duel with Malas in neutral. They get the Guardian Barrier for any extra sustain, forcing KQ off the point. They've actually claimed the objective here, but their tools to hold it are lacking.
Yeah, Planet Signage are about to hit Apex Predator. They've got Daredevil ultimate. In fact, it's faster to list the ultimates they won't have for this next fight than the ones that they will. Something that Omerta will be hyper aware of. So we're getting Nunanok on the Captain America, just trying to slow down the rotation, allowing Omerta to try to build up an Apex Predator before Planet Signage make it to point, but they're just going to go first and fast. Heaven's Retribution, all of the ultimates, all invested, all in one go to find the flip, to find the elimination, and to take Omerta's players down. Forces them onto a strange teleport regroup, but that will put them right into the Let the Devil Out with zero control of space. And it falls now to Malas to pull a rabbit from a hat that the Strange is able to set up.
They had to use New. They had to get Wolverine so that someone could dash through the portal and touch it, but already taken down. Already the resets. Apex Predator to force people off the point to buy time, but Molasses is taken down, finding no value. Banhammer comes on out. Eternal Bond is all that's keeping Omerta in this fight right now, as KQ has a beautiful flank with Visible Boundary to pressure onto everyone left on this point. They're building up ultimate charge. Omerta trying to sustain for as best as they can. They're almost out of freedom charge. Overtime ticking down, but they're losing people one by one. They could not charge up enough. Aya Agamotto finds nothing from Force Physics, and Planet Signage continue their run. A matter of time as they seize the final point.
Yeah, Planet Signage, it's so difficult for Omerta there to gain value from Elsa Ultimate after instant Strange TP, because it's about to be overtime, which means that the Strange Portal can't be anywhere but on point. So everyone from Planet Signage knows it's going to be on point. You all just scatter, you split your positions. If one person gets grabbed by Elsa Ultimate, it's okay. You've got the majority of your players free. You'll be able to focus down the Glatrox, you can take out the 400 health summon, and then you can deal with the rest of the team. Like, it really would have been a miracle for Omerta to be able to win out that fight. And Planet Signage, I think moving forward, the teams that go up against them, you really have to look at banning out this Deadpool. Yeah. Like, I know these teams are going for the group ban, which Kylian Mbappe has been known for playing since Planet Signage's runs of the MRC, but the things that Kylian Mbappe have been able to do with these really deep usages of the banhammer onto these strategists to force out an ultimate, or you lose a whole strategist for a whole 8 seconds, it needs to be removed from play.
Kellyanne had the highest KD, 23-6, and a lot of that was onto strategists. They are the expert at knowing how to deal with backlines while on a Vanguard. You mentioned it with the group. Block out the healing, punish the front line, really lock people down, and it's a similar idea with the Deadpool. Not just being able to pressure with the banhammer, but also how do you stop your opponent's healing? Not put a bubble on them. They can't heal through it. You're protecting them from nothing because you're there, sometimes with a sword. It's putting so much pressure onto the backline members that it can allow you to capitalize and remove the backline fast enough that they don't even have time to react.
Yeah, we will have to see how the teams next facing Planet Signage do react. I really do imagine Grit Ensign Ban will be morphing to Deadpool Vanguard, as well as the Adam Warlock. As Flankly Blessed, they've been doing some shenanigans with the Adam Luna team-ups of Light and Shadow Karma, and as expected, there we go. Luke's Daredevil, the first thing to go.
Very, very cool setting that up. And with the Daredevil taken away, immediately Flankly Blessed, they want to remove stuff that could protect against a little bit of counter dive. They're going to take away the Loki. If we do still see Flankly Blessed try something like a duelist pool or something like that, then taking away those regeneration domains is going to be huge. And if they try to go for a Banhammer, then being able to remove that God of Mischief, just saying no, would also be very nice.
Rogue save coming on through as Propaganda have spotted out. Gambit was both not banned, but also not saved, which means that the Star-Lord is going to come on through and put a lot of pressure onto Flankly Blessed to remove the Gambit on the next block spot. As we do get the Rogue save, I wonder if this is just trying to force out Propaganda into faking them out. Like, if Cringe Alarm has Rogue, is it going to be the Penny Parker, or are they okay with the Gambit getting through as long as they can play the Rogue alongside it too?
The Gambit, of course, does boost the Rogue as well, so both teams play Gambit Chicken, and it is going to be Flankly Blessed who blink first. Taking away that Gambit, the Rogue gets a solid power boost from a Gambit. The Star-Lord gets a big power boost with Galactic Legend and, of course, Raging Royal Flush combined together to do huge damage output, basically being able to full clip into someone and wipe them off the face of the map. We also see Spider-Man continuously. We see Flankly Blessed protecting their preference picks.
Yeah, but Propaganda, this is a very similar ban draft. In fact, it's almost the same one as the one that Flankly Blessed fell afoul of in the first match of the day against Linux. Duelist pool as well as Daredevil. Luke's hero pool is fully being targeted right now as we get a save onto the Elsa and a ban onto the Venom. So, okay, symbiotic shenanigans removed. Adam makes it through as well as Luna, so Flankly Blessed could go for that sort of play. And Namor is being removed, which I'm sure Raziel was campaigning for, having run foul of Crisis on that map of symbiotic surface earlier.
This is where we could be finding out, is that the more just the Crisis diff, or is it something that was actually just too much for them to handle? We're going to start off with, Adam Warlock, you already mentioned. Even with the Rogue protected, Cringe Alarm is beginning the match with a hover onto that Penny, but there are so many options of Flankly Blessed to, well, you know, live up to their name. And Flank, they've got Deadpool still on the board with Vanguard Pool. They, of course, have Spider-Man, and they are even going to be bringing out their own Elsa to try and create some pressure.
Oh, this is not a lot of healing, though. This is not a lot of healing. Jeff, Adam Warlock in a 2-2-2 lineup. Okay. This is basically forcing Propaganda into investing ults, and then instead of having, say, like an Invis woman match Kyoshiz's Invis boundary, you play to feed your team into those eliminations and then bring them all back in one go with the Karmic Revival and just outlast what Propaganda can output. But there is going to be real dangers to this. For one, if you lose these fights and your Adam gets zero space to build up the ultimate, you can get out-tempered real fast.
The risk is there. We'll see if anyone's going to be able to get these early pickups. So speaking of getting tempo, building up those Deadpool ultimates early can be extremely risky, as Imperator is going to be starting us off with a flanking Jeff, creating a lot of pressure, and Luke the Ninja with the first pickup, the chase from Raziel, and wow, that's the opposite of what we saw against Flankly last time, as Propaganda are deleted, and that means Flankly can now actually set up onto the point.
Yeah, great dive coming on for Raziel, just getting the full support from Imperator on the off angle, who both gets to heal and deal damage with the Joyful Splashes. Propaganda instantly going back to the drawing board in terms of composition. We see 4 for the disruption, as well as the grounding effect to deny Flankly Blast their movement abilities to disengage. We get the Bucky as well with the Bionic Hooks and Tainted Voltage to be able to stack up the damage while keeping pace with the Karmic Revival bring back mechanic, plus the Mantis damage boost. Propaganda full absorb potential with a triple strategist line too.
Bubble dropped onto Thor there to prevent that Awakening Rune from getting it more damage onto the point. Great lockdown with the Cyber Web Snare. And in the meantime, Raziel is continuing to be a menace on the backline. And it's just one at a time. Propaganda, they try to set up, but they're being displaced. They're being zoned, pulling into a spider mine there. Great setup, as this is exactly what Flankly Blessed were looking to do.
This was what they were missing against Linux too. You commented about this earlier, right? Cringe Alarm was getting insane web snares, which you get every 3 seconds, but there was just 0 damage, 0 follow-up. Luke getting to play the Elsa, Raziel just getting to flex the mobility of Spider-Man, sweeping in, seeing those low health targets, being able to finish them off while keeping a hold of some of the cooldowns to get out was the ingredient that Flankly Blessed were missing, and now they have full control of the space outside Propaganda spawn. Out comes the Apex Predator, and away goes Propaganda's whole team.
One by one, they fall. One by one, they're back to spawn. One by one, Pensive is caught outside of spawn, picked off, and this is Flankly Blessed. Not even needing to flank, they are just sieging, and there's nothing Propaganda can do about it. Pensive's going to swap over to the thing to try and charge on through, try and break this. They've got the Deadpool's bubble with the Magical Unicorn Shield for at least some kind of zoning potential for a barrier to break on through, but it's already been burst through. Raziel through the portal for the blow-up. Spectacular spin, and that is the backline gone.
Yeah, perfectly placed there from Raziel, just getting the uppercut so that the Invis Woman is above her Guardian Shield and susceptible to that spectacular spin. And off of the back of it, Flankly Blessed, they didn't even invest Karmic Revival once in that fight.
No, didn't need it. Meaning it's up for the next objective. We're heading to the Grove. Oh, hey, a solid but not a great map for Karmic Revival, but neither was the last one. Now it's the question of, do they hold on to it? Do they just keep it running? Or do they maybe just sacrifice 50% ult charge and bring in someone who has a better time on this actual position map-wise? But for now, looks like they're just going to commit.
I mean, Propaganda, though, that was one of the best maps against Dive. Carousel has so many places where you can just bunker up with a wall, ceiling over your head so that Flankly Blessed, like their movements to get in and out of those fights is a little bit harder to be able to pull off. We're actually getting to see a movement away, so Propaganda, they'll still have counter for this dive. Like, Kraken Impact is going to be up for Bucky, so I would imagine we're holding on to the ultimate just to see if it gets value. But Jarrah is going to swap over to the Captain America because now you have something that can split away from your team call and go and put pressure on Imperator and Onylex, who for all of the contests that they've had, they might as well be on vacation on Krakoa right now. Imperator, I don't think, has been hit by damage once.
I think you might be right. He did like a little bit of Jeff flanking early and then was just pinging from range. Onylex right now on demolition duty. That's Propaganda. Going to try and break on through, but Raziel is already causing problems, setting that up beautifully, pulling people over barriers to allow Luke to just land the shots. Raziel, for those who don't know, multi-time #1 Spider-Man player in the world. Highest win rates, highest scores, just everything showing just what they can do, and now they've been unleashed upon the pro scene, and that is a beautiful stagger, taking out Jarrah right at the end.
Yeah, winning that first fight allows Flankly Blessed as well to just position into points where they can apply just pressure on Propaganda's walk-up while still making sure that Onylex on this Adam is not going to be touched as well as... Oh, yeah, there we go. Spider-Man's in the lobby, which means strategists are not safe to walk out of spawn. Out comes the get over there, and Luna goes off the side of the cliff.
Jimbo gets another snipe, taking out Pensive as well. Once again, the hit scan Vanguard finally in the game for the Vanguard Deadpool.
Oh,
getting
no.
so much value. Not this time. Raziel forced to swing away, just dodging the Bionic Hook as well. Good attempt at a counter.
Yeah, Propaganda, though, like, they don't want to have Eternal Bond forced just to walk out of spawn because it won't make it to the objective. If they use CD Ultimate here, it gains 0 extra value, and Flankly Blast just disengaging. Oh, Stevio gets caught on the mines, and Raziel catches Jarrah, who was looking for a back cap to just force Flankly Blast's attention away from gatekeeping Propaganda outside their own spawn point, but that's denied with the Captain America being sent back.
Pensive's moved on to the Hulk. Great positioning. Not going to get pulled off this time, but Pensive onto the Hulk, trying to keep their team up with a little bit of that unbreakable guard to try and protect them from being pulled off. But that's a fairly long cooldown, and Spider-Man is causing a bit too many problems. Kraken Impact's going to be burned, and I can't help but notice how many people from Propaganda are in spawn right now.
Yeah. Jerry's gonna actually swap over to the Scarlet
Ooh.
Witch just to be able to get past Flankily Blessed. And look for the back caps that Propaganda can get out of spawners. We have a little bit of a light show going on Kyoshi's with the Fate of Both Worlds. Not gonna be getting the healing uptime, just being a little bit flashy as finally now Propaganda have been able to make it through their spawn points. Thanks to Jerry on the Scarlet Witch, Flankily Blessed do have to backtrack to be able to recap. But I mean, they've still got Karmic Revival, Tetcha, and Propaganda. They're just not in any position to take a 5-6.
The Angelas are brawling, trying to reach the point, but it's just one by one. Propaganda, they broke the hold. They're at the point, but so many people are still zoned out, and that was just a convincing hold from Flankily Blessed. They take map number 1.
Good change to the van draft. Like, Propaganda, it felt like they watched that first match and they were like, okay, the Linux just took out the Daredevil, they took out the Duelist Deadpool to force Luke's hero pool to diminish, and then we can choose what we want on that last ban based on the draft that follows. But we also saw adaptation come through on the side of Flankily Blessed as well. And they were able to keep things like the Adam Warlock in play, which was absolutely huge in being able to sustain the team if the fights went long.
I agree. I completely agree. We were worried about the amount of healing that they had, but you don't need to heal if there's no one alive doing damage to you. They were just able to keep so much zoning and so much pressure on. You can see a little bit of damage onto Razia there, the pull into the mine, just beautiful flex. And like you mentioned earlier, Luke getting onto the Elsa here seemed like a kind of a missing piece. Jinbu was able to adjust perfectly onto the Vanguard pool. This just felt like Flankily Blessed finding out, you said it perfectly earlier, what beat them, finding the tools and adjusting into it. Just chef's kiss. It's so cool to see teams adjusting between sets.
It's the coordination too. Like, Dive is one of, if not the hardest compositions for newly put together teams to play because so much has to be correct in terms of your coordinating and positioning with the rest of the players. So if everyone isn't on the same page, you're not properly going to be able to play Dive, and the composition just falls apart with very little value and a whole lot invested into it. So I think for Flankily Blessed, like, yeah, they lost that first match. They weren't able to pull off the Dive coordination, but they landed on their feet. They saw the issues and they were able to come together and resolve them.
And now it is time for the flip. Can Propaganda land on their feet, find their issues, and fix them up to try and stay in the Marvel Rivals Championship? We'll be finding out as we prepare for map number 2 after this break. Be. But either way, let's talk about that last one while we are waiting. Flankily Blessed, what an adaptation, Moxie.
Yeah, they were able to coordinate the dives. We got to see the Raziel Spider-Man as well. It was a really good map for it too. Like, don't get me wrong, getting Grove, where there's literally instantly, as your strategists walk out of spawn, a drop-off off of the map is absolutely clutch for the Spider-Man to be able to keep up the pressure with the get over here so that even when you lose a player and your team is like, okay, we're split away from our strategists, they'll rejoin us in 30 seconds. No, if you don't send players to peel back for that strategist and sacrifice more forward space in the rest of the map, you're probably going to lose them a second and then a third time as well.
Most likely, but for now we wait to see what our second or third time for what series we'll be going into. We had a quick peek in the break about what some of the other lower bracket games are. We actually had two teams who put on incredible battles earlier on in our broadcasts for the day. We had Ion Flux currently sitting in that lower bracket, so we could potentially jump back in on them. That could be entertaining. But there's also teams like Menace Academy who have been doing a pretty solid run so far. There's a lot of good options.
Yeah, Emerta versus Ion Flux will be a crazy one, because like we've seen the potential that both of these teams have. Emerta really impressed. I think like At times, there was one fight where you could be like, okay, if you didn't invest that there and you saved it for this moment here, maybe you're able to find that fight win. But that goes to show how close that series actually played out. So the fact that they were able to keep it as competitive as they were, and they really were like a knife's edge for some of those fights away from being able to retain their position in the upper bracket, goes to show how far this team could potentially go.
And this is the joy of the Marvel Rivals Championship. Not only are we actually meeting new teams, because we didn't actually know a lot about this team before we came in. There's only a couple of the players who we have seen that much before, but also they have a second chance. The joy of the double elimination bracket to try and earn yourself a spot. It's just they don't have the easiest opponent coming up.
Yeah, it's been a very competitive Marvel Rivals Championship season. Like, we talked about this, right? Now that there's Ignite positions on the line, all of the teams are really, like, putting their best foot forwards, fielding the best teams that they can, and really putting in the work scrimming. Although, again, to note, like, the Ignite teams who already have spots, they're scrimming entirely different ban drafts. So you are essentially having to internally scrim the rest of the MRC team pools. So I know a lot of these teams who are actually matching up against each other officially have already matched up in scrims, which is something a lot of teams try to avoid in other tournament formats because you don't want to give your strategies and win conditions away early so that your opponent knows ahead of time what's going to happen and how to plan around it.
Looks like we're getting ready to potentially swap series. I don't think our production person has been told that there has been a forfeit yet, unfortunately, which is why we are a bit delayed jumping into a different one, as we do believe there has been a forfeit. Either way, the second map has not started, so we may be looking to transition into another series as soon as possible. Never mind, there is a second map. We're going. We're all right. I cast a curse that one immediately. We're going to be heading into map number 2. We apologize for the potential mislead.
Oh, it's Museum of Contemplation, which was the turnaround that Propaganda tried to play Flying Holy Blast the first time on their earlier matchup on round 6, and it did work out. It was a 17-minute long Museum of Contemplation, so no full hold into full hold here. We got to see the majority of the map actually play out, and I would imagine now that hindsight is there and Propaganda have been able to see what compositions Flankly Blessed like to play on this map, we're going to be seeing some of those addressed instantly, as Flankly Blessed have a very mean defensive strategy which involves Adam Warlock, Penny Parker, and just holding a bunker position. Not fun to play against.
And this first corner on the Museum of Contemplation can be very rough to actually break out of. We often see teams with Groot in particular, and yes, the Adam Warlocks, especially if Loki manages to sneak through the ban phase, it can be extremely difficult to try and make something happen. We're just making sure that the game is played out a little bit so that the stream doesn't buffer for you all, but we'll be getting into that as soon as we are able. But also, just hype. This is our first Museum of Contemplation map for the day.
Yes, our latest map in the Marvel Rivals pool as well, and one which is especially brutal to be able to full push. Close respawn regroup potential for defenders on last fight of second, and then moving in, losing any fight on third. It kind of falls back into Spider Islands territory, where losing momentum on third just allows the defense so much map control to be able to catch all of the flanks, plus there's very little actual cover on the main route as well for your strategist to be able to hide away. So unless you can turn the attention of the defense with physical presence, a lot of incoming damage gets through and onto those squishies, which you don't want to lose on those rotation points. But we do get the ban draft and no surprises. Yet again, Propaganda will be sticking to the Daredevil instant ban, though do they now address Luke's hero pool with potential of Elsa instead? Because the last time what we've seen is that second ban goes towards the duelist pool.
We will have to see. For now, we're starting off with mirrors of exactly what we saw last time. Protection on Spider-Man, bans on the Loki, who can try and counter that out. We do have a substitute coming in here. Lettuce Fruit will be jumping in for Propaganda, so we have a new player on that roster. See if that can make the difference for them. Propaganda now. Their Protect. What do they think can help them? They're going to try and protect that Star-Lord to, once again, see if they can force a ban onto Gambit by Flankly Blessed.
Propaganda get that second ban. Is it going to be the Elsa, or will it continue to be the Duelist Deadpool? It's not instant too, so you can tell that there's a little bit of debate going in between this team where they're trying to work out what they want it to be, and it's Cringe Alarm's Penny. As I said, flankly plus, like, they really like playing a defensive bunker strategy with the Penny Parker plus the Adam in one position, but Propaganda will be removing it from the mixes. It did really, like, stunt them in terms of being able to win out fights on first, where it was literally just an Adam and a Penny posted up on the high ground. The only way they could fully get past it was by going for something like an Angela.
Yeah, I don't dislike this at all. It gave them great zoning potential. The stuns were on point. The Spider-Man was pulling people into penny mines at one point in the game on that low ground. That was spectacular. But also, you mentioned, it gives the bonus health to the Adam Warlock on the high ground, meaning that he's extra protected, and he's the one you want protected, because if he's alive, everyone else can at some point be alive. And a second great reaction from Propaganda, they're going to protect the Namor, which we already saw work quite well from Loon X against Flankly Blessed early, and they still managed to get that Duelist Deadpool ban.
It does mean Elsa will be available, but I think if both teams want to play the Elsa, then it really is going to be just a coin flip between who has the greater space to be able to do what they want. Flankly Blessed will be removing the Cloak and Dagger from play, so you don't have to worry about the Dark Teleportation, the Fade iframe to be able to just sweep everyone outside of things like the Jeff ult, as well as that spectacular Spider-Man. Plus, like, these strategists are really good for extending the fight. If you want to play fast hit, burst, dive style, you don't want to let the fights lengthen out. Something like a CD really allows these enemy teams to just sustain through and then find the win condition later on in the fight when you've run out of yours.
We're going to be heading in Museum of Contemplation, a very complicated map. The key mechanic on this one, the barriers, creating little shields that cannot be shot through but can be broken, meaning you can get a pretty safe position for something like a Battle Rebirth Beacon or potentially an Adam Warlock Karmic Revival. It can be very difficult to try and break through on this position. So we'll see if Propaganda are able to push on in, starting off with something like a Moon Knight, thinking they're going to be up against a hefty bunker composition with potentially a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, and Flankly Blessed are going with the exact same thing, but with Rogue instead of Penny.
Yeah, glass cannon. Very glass cannon. If they take a lot of damage, they're not going to be able to heal through, as well as their defensive ultimate cycles. Not quite to the same level of Propagandas, which is why we're going to be seeing things like this Moon Knight as well. Just land these eliminations, especially with the force physics from Jerry, just pulling players from Flankly Blessed back before Cringe Alarm can get into line of sight from Only Legs and Imperator, which both Jeff and Adam rely on line of sight for the heals, means all of the eliminations come through so quickly.
And Raziel escaping through the barrier, another advantage of this map in particular. Only Legs not so lucky, not having any flight charge left, is picked off by Soviu. And this is the exact opposite of last game. Flankly Blessed were able to set up and hold a great position, but now without the Penny and with Propaganda able to just break early and get some quick pickups, they are just farming them through here. That was the cocooned Adam returning to the board and immediately picked off again. Kyoshi's, an Ignite player in their own right, is showing up here.
Yeah, Kyoshi's also was on the Mantis just to break Propaganda out of spawn with the 12% damage boost onto Suvia for the Moon Knight, and then swaps over to the Luna since they're seeing high split Propaganda's players will have to be just to chase down all of the positions Flankly Blessed are playing from. Great absolute zero from Kyoshi's, just setting up for the eliminations. And these fights are just so one-sided. Only Legs have been taken down so many times. That's not even halfway to the first cast of Karmic Revival.
Imperator swapped to the Strange. I don't know if he was able to try and use a portal, but if he does, that's on cooldown now for Flankly Blessed, but swaps back over to the Jeff, trying to keep the team topped up for the continuation of this push. Cringe Alarm not yet able to find any great flanking positions because Propaganda are still just piling on the pressure. Suvio's already charged back up for another Hand of Khonshu. Straggling Prison is at the ready for a setup. Flankly Blessed do like to play very split, but not that split because several people are still gonna meet the God of Vengeance.
Yeah, and I mean, you could say maybe they're playing stacked so that they all go down to the Hand of Khonshu combo to set up for a Karmic Revival, but Only Legs just does not have the ultimate ready and available. And unfortunately, that means the Propaganda are within one fight territory of being able to close out second here. Comic Revival is going to be up, and it should be fielded now with the eliminations. But Apex Predator catches the Adam, and there's no self-res available, which means no Comic Revival on the table too.
Kyoshis, can I remind you you're supposed to be a strategist? What is with all these KOs? Continuing to just snipe Spider-Man, snipe Elsa, just winning the duels every time. Rush in from Imperator to try and buy time, but down they go. Overtime, not going to be hit as with 2 meters, 1 meter, and done. 2 points down. Propaganda barely stopping through this entire push.
Yeah, and there was no use in investing Comic Revival there. If you're trying to ask, like, why did Adam not ult? It's because they had no presence on the objective, so when they were being brought back, they would still have lost second checkpoint. Raziel now tries to go for the combo onto Kyoshis, finally puts the shutdown to the Lunar Snow's Rampage, as we get the investment of the Spectacular Spin alongside the Heartbreaker, but Jarrett is able to get the Invisible Boundary off in time before the Rogue drains it, which means that Propaganda are keeping the fight competitive, and Flankly Blast are forcing to invest in Comic Revival to win out the numbers game.
They finally just have to reinforce the point because the Doctor Strange is still pushing this cart, moving onto the board. It's a harder cart to hold because you actually have to stand on it in order to contest it. With the Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Kyoshis to try and push on in. Straggling Prison gets an instant blow-up onto Luke and Cringe Alarm, not even needing the follow-up, as once again Propaganda through the revive, keep the pressure on, and the point keeps moving.
Imperator will potentially be able to bail his team out. Like, he could get a clutch It's Jeff to save the team from the clutches of the Glatrox that we're going to see released in a matter of moments. But that Jeff, there's going to be so much incoming damage. They might just drop Hand of Conchu right on Imperator's position to guarantee that they take him out mid-ultimate, as we don't have to worry about Apex Predator. Cringe Alarm's able to find the Elsa isolated and now can look for more.
Raziel is trying to combo with anyone to get any kind of capitalization with some blow-up, trying to move in with the Rogue, but just cannot blow people up, and the Moon Knight just turns around, drops an Arc, and blows up everyone. Raziel almost charged up for a spectacular spin, though. That could be their opportunity to turn this around. Here comes It's Jeff onto the backline to try and see if they can get anyone out of position. Suvio will fall to the Spider-Man. Only Legs takes out Kyoshis on the back, but they do once again get the Elsa, preventing that Glatrox for a second time, and this is Flankly Blessed ever so gently creeping their way back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually huge. Using It's Jeff there, stalling out the investment of Apex Predator, now allowed Only Legs to build back into Comic Revival. So you can have your team go down to the Apex Predator as long as they all go down together and you bring everyone back. That felt personal. The investment of Spectacular Spin onto Kyoshis before the Luna has Fate of Both Worlds up to be able to heal through it. As we get Flankly Blessed actually being the ones taking advantage of Propaganda, just not able to rotate in time, given the fact that they met the Spider-Man a little bit too early, and Luke's able to capitalize with the Apex Predator. So Flankly Blessed, they've brought back a lot of the time that they lost early on first on second.
They had 5 minutes and 10 seconds to hold, and they're over halfway through that. Beginning to just beginning to hold. They've got a Banhammer available. They've got the Comic Revival.
Oh no!
Release! Release! Release his spirit! He's going back to spawn! They're trying to turn this around as immediately Jimbo dives onto the backside to try and capitalize, forcing out the Invincible Boundary. Heartbreaker from Cringe Alarm to zone out as Only Legs is just zoning, seeing if they lose, seeing if they need help. That's built up though towards the thing, ultimate to the clobber in time to see if they can get a quick blow up. Pensive gonna commit to the fight, and Only Legs is out of here.
Comic. Born again, Flankly Blessed players are brought back into the fold, but Propaganda do have ultimates to be able to see themselves through the regroup. Out comes the Lunar Ultimate, Fate of Both Worlds, as well as Galactic Legend from Suvio, getting both sustain as well as the damage amplification. Flankly Blessed have no way of surviving it. It's just an attempted kite onto the objective so that they can stall out any distance and buy themselves the second fight.
Jeff. We're going to see Imperator going to try and buy his team some time. Comes out with the It's Jeff. Gets onto the backline. Gets Kyoshis. That's at least some of the healing output going to be removed. This will buy their team some time. Then coming on in for an attempt at some reinforcements to try and take out Jeff on the mirror. But he's too fast. Imperator makes his way back to the team for what could be the last defense.
Lettuce Fruit does have
he's
clobbering
down.
time. This could be a brutal combination of clobbering time into Apex Predator. And Flankly Blessed do not have the Karmic Revival to bring all of their players back the way they had previously, which means that they just have to get aggressive. There we go, Soul Bond to be able to set up the aggression. Brazil finds the clutch elimination. And Propaganda, they had the coordination that denied the opportunity to invest. Flankly Blessed hold. We go down to 30 seconds remaining.
There is an opportunity for a portal for Propaganda if they want to do so, but they can probably make it back on foot one more time and try and portal back in with as much delay tactics as they can. They have Star-Lord, who is very hard to take down with invulnerability frames and bonus health. They have the Thing, very hard to take down with all the bonus health in the world. And of course, they have the healing with the invisible boundary. Cringelov on the flank, trying to take someone out early, gets hit by the absolute zero. Glathros comes on out, Raziel, spectacular spin in the back line. Jimbo finishes off Kioshis, removing a huge amount of healing from the board.
Forced invis boundary as well off of the objective, and you got the Luna early, so no fate of both worlds when the fight turns mobile and tries to go to objective. Flankly Blessed, they had to defend third for 5+ minutes, and they pull it off. A wild turnaround, but is it enough? Because Propaganda got really far through Museum of Contemplation. When we look at this map, normally teams don't manage to make it past first checkpoint. So Propaganda now in a much more defensive position.
Let's see what they can do on the defense. We're seeing Lettuce Fruit actually hovering potential for a Hulk. We'll see if that makes it out of spawn. But we're looking at a classic here. There's a lot of Vanguards and a lot of strategists being hovered here because the fact is, Flankly Blessed, if they want to go for a pick style, what if we just pick the tankiest, healiest setup we can and just try not to get taken out?
Oh, wait, Tetcha, I think we're seeing a commitment to this Hulk. Do you know why I think we're going to see it? Pain Brothers.
Spider? Oh, Pain Brothers! I didn't even think of Pain Brothers. I forgot it existed. Extra damage from the Thing, a little bit of extra range. This could be very scary to deal with. And, of course, the bonus indestructible guard for your backline to protect you against Spider-Man. The Thing with the anti-mobility against Elsa, against, in this case, we can see it. Obviously, they can't. Angela and Spider-Man. There's a lot of potential in this setup from Propaganda.
Yeah, and you have the Groot to still be able to hold your position in front line, and then you can literally have your Hulk just jumping between duties, potentially helping ward the front line, potentially just peeling his back line with those bubbles and intercepting where the dive could be coming from, as it is going to be in play. Pain Brothers is on the board as Flankly Blessed utilize the Jeff speed bubbles to reposition the Elsa entirely behind enemy lines. Propaganda just trying to run ring around the rosy away from Flankly Blessed's team. We have a game of cat and mouse.
But unfortunately, that cat is extremely fast as Cringealarm is trying to chase the backline. Here comes Raziel, and all of that group-up potential that Propaganda would have needed to try and sustain through these fights. They're getting split, they're getting isolated, they're getting cornered. And right now, Flankly Blessed are very slowly breaking through this spawn hold. The cart still yet to move. Propaganda are buying time, and that's important because they were able to get to that last point with so much time on their hands, and it was only then were Flankly Blessed able to turn it round. If Propaganda can delay for as long as possible, then that could go very heavily in their favor.
Oh, they lost Invis Woman though. Surveyor's down.
They did.
It looks like it's going to be an attempted Strange TP regroup coming through from the side of Propaganda. Great Hulk bubble as well to be able to keep pensive and play for Strangling Prison to come on through. But that's just no follow-up. No eliminations. It's purely to ward Flankly Blessed players from picking up more eliminations and allow Propaganda this regroup. Because like you said, that payload has moved so little distance in comparison. Despite Flankly Blessed finally winning out this first fight, they have to go at least 2 more unless Raziel can cancel the TP, but he's not in time.
No, they are actually not. They've not cast. Oh, there we go. Finally able to get it through. Looking to go and wrap around from behind us. He does have the spectacular spin. Apex Predator to group everyone. Jeff over the top. Imperator with the follow-up. And an escape attempt from JDX to try and get as many of their opponents off the board as possible. And it's a beautiful success. But Propaganda, they're still a little bit off the point. But the fact is, they're still having bodies. They're still stopping the cart.
Oh, they got the map control. which is crucial. Like, these eliminations can come through, but they've got so much time off the clock, while also taking out Only Legs as well, who does not currently have self-res, which means that there's going to be a lot more pressure on Karmic Revival being able to find value, as Cringealarm's going to be going hyper-aggressive with the Heartbreaker into the backline, draining away any potential of using Invisible Boundary against the Spectacular Spin coming on through from the side of Raziel.
The boundary was used. She was taken out right as it went off, down to 3% charge with Suvio off the board, leaving just Kyoshi's close to a Karmic Revival, but not close enough to get value, as Flankily Blessed have been able to break the hold and are now creeping towards that first point. With only a minute left. Propaganda can still delay it.
Yeah, Propaganda have to go away from Cliff. They have to take left side rotation, or they would lose a player to get over here. It funnels them, though, into such a small line. We're going to see Eye of Agamotto catching onto Only Legs. Does this lead to the elimination on the Adam? No, I guess Maelstrom of Madness was not up or did not have enough charge to be able to find the elimination through, as it will be Apex Predator carrying on to Propaganda's players, potentially taking them off of the map, or just dealing the damage to find the eliminations. Kyoshi's has the ultimate of Karmic Revival to bring the players back. The Adam gets caught in the snare, but Kyoshi's has already done his job, but the rest position is too close to Cliffside, and Raziel finally gets the look off that he was looking for.
And with that point, one has been broken. This Rez is simply feeding Flankily Blessed as they rush on in, push them all the way back. The flying photo, love to see that. And IGX does get a couple pickups just for a little bit of star points and to buy some time for their team to regroup.
Yeah, gonna swap onto the Elsa as well to be able to match the damage potential that Luke has right now. As we do see a continuation of the Pain Brothers. Suvio too is going to swap onto that Mantis. So they're really prioritizing high damage burst to be able to find these eliminations so quickly. But Jimbo's in a spot, has the Banhammer, sends it on through, and Propaganda do not have Strategist ultimates to be able to stave off the incoming damage. Oh, the Spider-Man splits the Strategist. Spectacular Spin is able to come on through out of Kyoshi's line of sight, so even if Absolute Zero was up, there's no chance to freeze the Spider-Man. And Flankily Blessed continue their momentum. They're pushing through second so quickly in comparison to first.
But they are still behind in terms of time, meaning it's only going to take a few mistakes for Propaganda to potentially turn this round. Apex Predator comes on out, Raziel falls, and Propaganda are tanking through this time. Heartbreaker coming out from Cringealarm, but they fall, brought back at the Karmic Revival to keep this push going. Imperator is forced to go for the It's Jeff to see if they can remove the backline, because everyone else is keeping this fight going. Only Legs on the flank, beautiful setup, and it looks like Flankily Blessed will get it. And finally, with the help of Imperator getting some people off to the side of the map. But it is Propaganda once again forced back. Something isn't working.
Yeah, I mean, Flankily Blessed just played the tempo perfectly that last fight. It wasn't overextension, it was fully intentional. Only Legs for sure was calling for the team to go deeper into Propaganda, flood the choke, not allow the team to regroup and push back onto the point so that they could find the elimination, stall out the pushback from the defense, get the car closer to the checkpoint while still having Karmic Revival to bring all of their players back and win the long con of the fight. Now they picked up second, they got late eliminations onto the defense. Look at how far forward they can play third.
Car is creeping on forward. It's a full wraparound for Propaganda to try and reach the point early, but Lettuce Fruit is dropped incredibly low. Fate of Both Worlds has to come out just to sustain, not even to touch the cart, but they're making their way through. In the meantime, Luke the Ninja building all the way up to another Apex Predator as Raziel is on the flank, gets knocked up by the anti-streak charge, but is able to flick away and take out the Elsa.
Jaro had Invisible Boundary forced as well, which means that Propaganda just have to hold themselves on his position onto the objective. Jimbo will wait for it to be done before coming on through with Banhammer, but Propaganda are just losing players. They're still having to worry about both the Adam and the jet fuels. We head to Final Fight territory, and they're about to get hit by a Heartbreaker plus Spectacular Spin running straight at this team.
Sovio's moved over to the Namor to try and give them some kind of backline defense, but is it too little too late? With only 20 meters left, here comes the Heartbreaker into the backline to try and prevent any setup, every follow-up. We still see the It's Jeff able to come out just in time, but Elsa is zoned down, JDX is down. Here comes the Horde of Proteus to try and pick anyone off, but they find nothing. And Flankily Blessed, truly blessed, make their way in to take the 2-0.
Cringealarm just running full send at the team with the Heartbreaker. allowed Flankly Blessed to get so much positioning in that first fight while keeping the Atom safe. Like, even if Propaganda were able to find the trades and have the closer respawns, there's still a high likelihood it's Flankly Blessed who actually walk away with the overall fight win, just because they still have the Karmic Revival and the Atom was untouched, still having self-res. So even if he gets taken out early when the ult's still in play, the revives still go through for the rest of the team.
The Rogue, we were talking about the Penny being banned out. We did know that we do see Crenchalarm sometimes playing the Rogue, but it was curious to see how. And when you're being dove by a Spider-Man, it's pretty bad. When you're being dove by a Spider-Man and Rogue, there's not a lot you can do about that. And you can see that 15 and 10 and 17 and 14, they traded almost every time. But the fact is, every time we saw Flankly Blessed trade, the cart moved. We did not see that on the defense.
Yeah, Propaganda just had like a rough time gaining any form of distance on third. Like you said, maybe if they'd been able to full push the map, we would go and see OT rounds and they might have had more of a chance being able to defend first again, which was honestly where Flankly Blessed struggled being able to first full push through first the most. When it came to second and third, they just had so much map control and really good reads of tempo, like Raziel on the Spider-Man. 40 eliminations, 17 final hits. Goes to show that when Kioshis had the time and setup to be able to scout the Spider-Man, have the cooldowns, be able to find the freezes and CCs, or just have the heals with the Isods to keep himself sustained before the dive commits, they were able to keep up with the pacing of the Spider-Man. But the moment that Raziel started gaining more map space and Kioshis lost the opportunity to previously scout where the Spider-Man would be coming from, the dive just gained so much more value.
And we see yet another attempt at trying to counteract this heavy dive style does get shut down, showing that not everyone's Lunex. Propaganda, an incredible run. They are unfortunately out. They will have to try again next season to see if they can build up some of those points to get into those promotion spots for Ignite later on in the year. But for now, Flankly Blessed, while they're on the brink, they continue their run and show that just because you know it's coming doesn't mean you win.
True, and just because you go for the same ban draft that Lunex were able to use against Flankly Blessed, it also does not mean that you will be able to win. As we got to see, real value come through from both the Spider-Man and the Rogue, which is what you want if you're a team in MRC. Like, you have to make sure that these heroes that you're saving, these heroes that you're keeping exempt from getting banned, they have to have value. They have to be your win conditions. We didn't get to see that the first match. We do this time from Flankly Blessed get to see the value and resources being put in with the rewards coming afterwards.
And with that, the rewards are the continuation of your run through that lower bracket. I do appreciate that we did get to see the end of that series. I was hoping we would get to carry on. Lettuce Fruit coming in and honestly really impressing for the one game they were able to substitute in for. Was able to try and win that back at least a little bit. But overall, Flankly Blessed, they're still on the run. But as you continue through the bracket, there's not a lot of teams with that you can really take on left where you can still try and hold out. Lunex in particular continue their run with incredible fashion. But teams we didn't even cover today, we still have tomorrow and next weekend coming up. We've got teams like Menace. We've got teams like Ion Flux who are impressing us beautifully in the lower bracket. We've got teams like Planet Signage still making their way through. Revertex, Alta Zenith, Rad coming back to EMEA for another go, and Crimson Jolt also making a solid run.
Yeah, definitely a whole host of new talent to be able to keep your eyes on and see how they evolve and grow as 2026 plays on out. It really is hard to call which teams are going to be able to bag the free slots. Like I said, I think Lunex are for sure like up there in terms of the overall favorite, but we could potentially still see an upset come on through, especially if a ban draft doesn't go the way that a team really thinks that it will, and you get left a little bit short-handed in terms of compositions that you can swap over to.
Very true. It's all about the flexibility when it comes to these MRC drafts. If you're, once again, MRC could lead to mirror matches, but if one of these teams is doing stuff like Flankly Blessed, for example, then you're going to have a bit of a rougher time. Speaking of a rough time, unfortunately, Captain America has met Danhausen and managed to get himself cursed. So you need to get into game and see if you can pick him up to at least give him some fun diving your backline with that. Now available in game. Even cursed, a hero never stops fighting. He can do this all day, all night, and for the rest of his life.
I feel like we took the he can do this all day a little bit too literally with the Freedom Charge stalling out points, but yes, Captain America Cursed Captain is a cosmetic that you can get your hands on right now, and you will be able to play a whole lot of Captain America in this season, since a lot of the ban draft just allows him to be able to come on through. Something that's also potentially not quite seeing the same level of play that we've seen it previously, definitely not being addressed in terms of the ban draft, is our duelist of Psylocke, who's able to get her once captive Corsair costume, break the chains, claim the stars. This is available in the game right now. Freedom is not given, it's taken. And this is such a sick Psylocke skin as well. Like, I absolutely adore the hairstyle. It's really reminiscent of a parrot to me, with the feathers as well. Just continuing that streak of pirate theming.
I'm a huge fan of the Cutlass. I've always been a fan of just sword-based characters in general. Even Captain America got a sword in this recent image for him. So we love to see that coming in. And also a quick reminder that if you go into game, if both of those skins sound appealing to you, you can get them together for a discounted price. Why would you ever not? But for now, we talk about why would you ever not, and that is why would you ever not stick around to see the American MRC games coming up after this, and of course show up tomorrow for the continuation of Pacific, of EMEA, and of the Americas as we get closer and closer to finding our top 3 teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of Marvel rivals. There is a lot of Marvel rivals. We are not going to be slowing down anytime soon, too. We're going to be sending up 3 teams from EMEA over to Ignite. We'll have to see which of those teams they will be, as America still has to work out their favorites and their MLC matchups, too. Like, a lot of these MLC seasons, Thatcher, it's been very, very close. It's been incredibly competitive. And as always, we've got to see meta wholly independent to the championship scene as well. But unfortunately, that is all of the time that Tetcha and myself will have. We'll be sending you off to the America MLC, which will be starting up very shortly. But until then, make sure you keep your eye on the Twitch channel for when it goes live, and we'll be back with the MLC action tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you all for watching.